Hello, hello to my audience of possibly zero. But that's never stopped me before, and it's not going to stop me now. Welcome to the Confluence Show, where we are going over the state of modern day debating, part 3, okay? Hopefully someone joins the panel. Actually, well, no one's here. I might as well post the link to the panel and pin it in case someone happens to show up, you know? We have a show with Tim Pool, Farha from Destiny, Alex Stein, some Jewish man, some other person I don't know the name of, and Myron Gaines, who may or may not be gay, depending on the results of the last poll. It's going to be a great stream. It could be as crazy as last stream, depending on who panels up. But you know, that's kind of the excitement of the Confluence channel. You know, you just never know what you're going to get. Okay. I'm gonna pin this. And as per usual, anyone can join the panel. It is open to everybody. So I have to finish this video, so I'm gonna start doing that because you know it's been a crazy one. It's been a crazy one. Why can't I see my own screen share? That is whoa. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Smoking Spaceman. How come you never panel up, Smoking Spaceman? How come you never panel up? It is Confluence. Streaming to an audience of just you. You bought a personal session, Smoking Spaceman, so I think you're the only one here. So, you know, you paid for a private show. I mean, this is what you get. It's the Smoking Spaceman hour, okay? The Smoking Spaceman extravaganza. I think you are. I think you are. You're at least the first one who's chatted. So, I mean, if anyone has clicked in, they're clicking off, but I'm nobody's content. Oh, nobody's content. Not to be pedantic. I'm just kidding. Hey, if you don't want the private show, that's fine. Look, I usually charge a lot of donos for those private shows, I usually charge a lot. So, that's fine by me. A $50 dono gets you a Confluence private show. Not in a gay way, in a normal way. Okay. We will start this insanity, and maybe we'll have some insane people join in the meantime, and things can get even crazier than they were yesterday. That's kind of my goal, is to make every stream more unhinged than the last one. And so I think I'll start by baiting people with what we're supposed to be watching, which is Myron Gaines, Brian Shapiro, Farha from Destiny, Tim Pool, and Jewish Man, and Alex Stein.
Let's get into it.
All this other shit.
Yeah.
How far does that go?
We're jumping in medias res, where they're talking about the degradation of society and gay marriage, I think. Just for those that don't remember where we left off.
If you're a 10-year-old kid and a teacher says it's okay to be gay,
the Jewish guy,
to be trans, which, by the way, I'm okay with, you should not be able to talk any further.
No, but it's going to start going
And that's Myron Gaines. He looks a little different.
But
that is, in fact, Myron Gaines.
No, listen, bro.
Of the Fresh and Fit podcast.
The point is, what I'm saying is, we need to have limits. What I'd ask you, where do you think
there are limits?
Yeah, but I'm saying
we have limits.
No, it's gonna keep going. First it was just okay. People getting gay marriage, right? It was just gay marriage. That was the first thing.
It was just gay marriage.
They start more and more stuff. Okay, well, we need to show off for the lesbians. We need to show off for, okay, people are trans. I don't think I was born, actually. I'm a woman, but I think I'm a man, or I'm a man and I think I'm a woman,
and that's something that you need to speak to your parents about and have a personal conversation with your doctors.
Oh, okay. So now it's about families, about community. Your parents.
It's a personal decision.
But you think
your parents. No, that's Myron. That's Myron. That's what Myron looks like now.
Do you have an issue with
he just looks a little different.
Transgender teachers?
Absolutely not.
So remember that big boobs
Look, his name's even in the title.
That was wrong. That's an extreme. She a complete imbecile, and she had her boobs out there, and it was an embarrassment.
No, that's Myron motherfucking Gaines.
Where do you draw the line?
When you dress
you must be
like
so
an
racist, Smoking Spaceman, that you can't tell black people apart. Crazy times.
That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
So
that was a joke.
You see the problem, right? Do you want to be the one? How about
there are going to be extreme examples, Tim, but you're giving the most extreme example.
It's already extreme.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's already extreme.
Hold on. If you're a trans teacher that dresses appropriately, obviously that woman or man, whatever you want to call her, dressed inappropriately, it was wrong, and I believe she was fired, right?
A 6'5", 250 pure muscle guy, but trans in a dress. It talks like this. Is that acceptable for children?
Yeah. I'm right here.
You're talking about...
I'm referring to Superman.
If you are dressed appropriately, and your definition of appropriate might be different than mine, so long as you're not.
Yeah, what is Tim asking?
I got a question. I got a question for you. I got a question.
I got an answer.
Okay.
Is he asking if trans people should be allowed to be teachers? Because I don't want to be super woke, but yeah, if they're just acting normal and shit, then it's I don't see how we'd legislate against that. I don't see.
Passed several
unless
years
he's
ago,
not saying
their
that.
human rights law, and they
I'm trying to keep up.
Public accommodations cannot discriminate on the basis of the clothes you wear or the name you choose to use.
So you're not going to like what I'm about to say, and some people are going to. And some people are going to call it whataboutism, which it might be.
Okay, but hold on.
Hold on, this is important.
Always a great way to start a sentence.
It's important.
Well, I'm happy to have this conversation with you on what the clothing of what a teacher wears. What I am far more concerned about is the second leading cause of death in this country, and that is our innocent children being gunned down in schools.
Mute his microphone.
What?
Bro, I asked you.
What?
No. You will not walk away from this.
I'll answer anything.
How do you start it with some people? Usually, when you try to caveat it and couch it, you're some people might call us a whataboutism. Then I'm kind of expecting, okay, maybe in some world it could be a whataboutism, but then you completely, instead of talking about LGBTQT and trans, what about gun violence? Have you ever thought about guns? Guns kill people. Holy shit, if you saw the fallacy, if you saw your own fallacy coming from fucking 10 miles away, then why did you walk into it? So insane. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I agree with you, Smoking Spaceman. This is a rare time when you and me agree, okay? I too would bar him from my business based on his hat.
Question.
I'll answer anything.
New York human rights law says Public accommodations cannot discriminate based on the clothing you wear or the name you use. Do you agree with that?
So by their help
Is
me
that- is that
understand the
true?
law. So you're saying that
Smoking
a teacher
Space
can
Man,
walk in with a
you've
bikini?
you've been in America more recently than I have. I don't think that's true. In New York law, in any public space at all. Well, first of all, I guess I don't know. First of all, what Tim's saying, a school's not a public place, right? Like a school, like any. I can't just walk into a school, you know. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Fuck, I gotta remember to tab back. But yeah, first of all, it's like, yeah, I guess a school's not a public place, but is that really true in any public space? There's actually a law saying that you can wear absolutely anything you want. Like, I don't know. I guess if it's not a business, I don't know. It still seems strange. Because like there still is indecency laws, right? Like you can't. I know in some places you can be like topless as a woman, but in a lot of places you can't. Yeah. Okay. Well, good on you. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Well. Hey, look. Now that a certain man whose religion and ethnicity shall not be named is the didn't mean that in a bad way, but I'm just not going to name it. Now that he's the mayor, probably it could go in either direction, I guess. If Tim Pool says something, it's safe to assume it's not true. Weird point of me and Ryan agreeing. I just agreed with Smoking Spaceman, and now I'm agreeing with Ryan. That's just like, these are crazy times. These are crazy times. Because yeah, I mean, most of Tim Pool's facts are a little disingenuous sometimes. I think he just gets confused though, Ever since he started getting those RuPauls, that once the RuPauls stopped coming in, he just became, a little more confused. Someone has to send that man some more RuPauls. New York does have strange dress code where women can go topless anywhere. Yeah, so maybe that is true then. I think in the place I am unfortunately located in Canada land, I think women can. Although I've never seen a topless woman in a public, like that would be so weird. I can't imagine that. Like I've never seen that happen besides like on like a beach or something, right? But like I've never just seen someone walking down the street. I feel like that would be illegal, but I've never seen anyone do it. And I live in a very liberal place. And even the liberals don't go that far. That's just a little.
Help me understand the law, because I'm unfamiliar.
This is a little crazy.
So I'm talking about
what is the actual dress code? Tell me what that means, because I don't know.
It means that you can't. So if you're allowed to have a dress code, but if there's a male and female dress code, then males can wear whatever they want. And if there is no dress code, the individual can wear whatever they want. So could
that male transgender person or female transgender person walk in with like a thong?
No. That's a good question.
I need to know the answer before I can answer your
question.
Problem is
they're talking about schools. Am I insane? Am I taking crazy pills? Oh, sorry, black screen. A school is not a public place, right? I cannot go into a school, I at least like not. I can't just like wander into a school. I could go into a school if I'm not on like a watch list. I'm not saying that I legally am allowed to enter schools, to be clear. But I can't just go into a school for absolutely no reason, right? And so I don't know why Tim Pool is comparing a New York law. Even if that is the law, I don't know, a school, unless I'm insane, a school is not a public place, right? A school, that wouldn't make any sense. Like a public place is someone that anyone can be, barring like loitering charges and stuff like that, right? Like a school is just definitionally the opposite of that.
Because the law makes
school's like probably more private than fucking Walmart.
That is allowed, in order for me.
There's like laws that dictate that if you can't like fire a gun within like 200 yards of a school, or if you're on a registry you can't be within 200 yards of a school, or you can't do like obscene acts within like 200 yards of a school, or conservatives will say that like you can't do drag within this much. I think there's been some laws passed. So a school is like less private than fucking Walmart is, or Costco. I know it's in the name, but it's a public school, but it's not a public space. Because a public space is something that the public can like enter into, right? Like you can, a park is a public spot. So you can like walk into a park whenever you want, and you can say what you want in that public space, as long as you're not being a nuisance. I can't go into a local elementary school and just like sit down on a class and be like, hey, little Johnny, what's good? 6'7". I can't do that. So that I know it's called a public school, but I can't imagine it's actually classified as a public space.
So it's okay for a teacher to wear a thong?
Unless I'm wrong somehow.
Okay, let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. It is inappropriate, whether you're straight, male, female, transgender, to be wearing those types of clothes into a school. And whether you're transgender or straight, it's inappropriate in front of children.
So the next question is, how do we get that law overturned?
I don't know. I'm not a lawmaker.
Should we?
if you're telling me which is true, which I don't know, I'll take your word for it, that any teacher could wear a thong in a school.
So here's the issue. Now,
that's
hold on there,
inappropriate.
gosh darn
There's no
minute.
way that's true.
I am not talking about a fringe example that you came up with. The law says what you wear and the name you use is protected as part of your self-expression, which is the definition of gender identity.
And I would
Oh my
need to
God,
know
fuck you, Tim
actual
Pool. Fuck you. Now I have to Google this shit, okay? What do I even Google? Are schools considered public property? No, don't dox me, ChatGPT or Google. Wait, maybe they are. Maybe they are. What? Okay, maybe Tim Pool's right. At least according to this AI overview. But then what does that mean? Because I can go into a park and I can go into a government building. I can't just go into an elementary school at any point and just start wandering the halls. Well, at least I'm not talking to little Susie smoking space, man. Which one's more sus, right? I'm trying to just give some little Johnny some life wisdom, you know? I'm not trying to like riz little Johnny or nothing like that. See, I don't even know, but then why public schools have no trespass? Oh, God, I don't even know. You know what? I'm going to the AI. I'm going to the AI on this one. You know, we're going to get an AI answer. Are public schools considered public property? If yes, then why can't I go in them at any time and wander the halls and talk to little Johnny? Okay, so they are public. Wait, what? Okay, now I'm just confusing myself. Okay, so it's a public. I don't know if you guys probably can't see this part. But yeah, they're public schools are public property, but does not mean the public can freely enter whenever they want. That's too confusing for me. I don't understand that. I know we're talking about faculty attire, but I think, sorry, black screen. I think Tim Pool's argument is that there's a New York law that says in public, the government cannot restrict what name you use or what attire you put on. And he's saying because public schools are public, then you could wear a thong to school because then that technically wouldn't be illegal. Or if you're allowed to go topless in New York, then maybe the school might fire you, but you haven't broken any law. I don't know. That just sounds hard to believe. Maybe that's New York. Maybe that's crazy. But I'm also surprised that public schools are like public grounds because, again, I feel like they're beholden to so many hyper-specific laws about what you can do near a school. That's why Hunter Biden famously got that charge and got the sweetheart deal and it got pardoned because he had the gun and he dumped it in a fucking dumpster that was like behind a school, and you get an extra charge for that because it's near a school. So schools have like, if anything, more protections among them. But yeah, like so I guess that's the argument. Smoking with is that if they're public and there is a law in New York saying that they can't make any law, then technically you could show up as a teacher either shirtless or in a thong, and that's not breaking any laws. Which I don't know. That feels like maybe that is. Maybe New York is as crazy as I imagine New York is. But I hope not, because that's fucking mental.
There's no such thing. You're talking about precedent after the fact. So right now the law makes it legal.
If there's no specifics in that law, then I have a problem with that because I would not be okay with someone dressed up as a stripper teaching our children.
So
that's
the
wrong.
problem is when this fine gentleman says we need to have limits and you say on what, where, how, laws like this get passed under the notion that we're talking about if a trans person wants to wear a dress, and now all of a sudden some teacher's showing up with big fucking boobs.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
No, but you say I agree that it's wrong. Let's move on. Allah, just go sit down. Go sit down. We got to get the show going.
What, they're telling Myron Gaines to sit down? What the hell? I thought he's a part of the panel.
Bro. So, shout out your social media where people can find you.
Oh, yeah. You can find me on YouTube. I got fan podcasts that I do at DC on the 14th Street. I actually got one tonight if y'all want to come out there. So you could find me at YouTube at fan podcast. You can find me on Instagram at Ali Aragundade. And yeah, man.
Are Jews allowed to subscribe?
Are Jews allowed to subscribe?
Imagine bringing your side project to life.
Premium's
just by thinking about
glitching again.
Meat Base
God.
44.
Thought I fixed that issue.
everybody,
Sorry.
I think,
Sorry,
everybody
guys.
needs to be judged.
I don't rule the
Myron on
world.
that.
Tim rules the world.
Yeah.
He's not Jewish. I don't rule the
Oh,
world.
yeah. No, but yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much, man.
As usual, Farha has been like silent for all of this. She only speaks when spoken to. I guess she is a trad wife after all. Crazy time.
Like my thing is like this is what happens. This is literally what I call like the slippery slope of. And this kind of started.
The slippery. I read your lips, Myron.
Allowed gay
Slippery
marriage, and then,
slopes
like,
of
they
what?
just keep pushing it, and that's what I like. I think we can all agree that children need to be protected, and open sexuality, even if it's heterosexual, is
You
problematic.
think the Epstein files should be released, Myron?
Yes,
You
we
think-
all think that they should
Yeah,
be released.
absolutely.
Every
I wonder
conservative,
why
Who's
that
gonna say
happened.
no to
every
that question?
conservative wants them to be released.
Absolutely,
Brian,
but
you know?
yeah, like
Smoking, I would
this is
never
the
lie to you
slippery
about
slope.
premium. It's just
A lot. What
bullshit.
about
It's
Florida?
bug.
All right. Hey, real quick, I want to say, will you guys talk? Brian's been talking the whole time.
Sorry.
I mean, you can talk, but fair.
Wait, hold on,
I
hold on.
want you ladies to talk.
Wait, I have an idea.
I don't know if you guys are scared or
Well,
something.
no,
wait,
I
Please,
wanted to
don't-
answer his initial question about traditional.
Please,
Wait,
say
Farha's
something for the love of
talking.
God.
So-
You
so-
haven't said anything in an hour.
Thank
We
you,
got Alad
Stein.
up here ready to go. Alad, you're a Jew. Why don't you just come and sit next to Myron right now?
Come on down.
I wanted Farha to say
brother.
something.
Yeah, fair, please. Or Jessica, you guys are. And Myron,
I
you guys are welcome to participate.
Modern dating, dude. We got into trans
Doomerang,
people's
your
moms. I
Lambo
don't
is
know
in
what
the
we're
shop
talking about
again.
right now.
I don't know if that's a joke or if you actually have a
Bud,
Lambo.
what do you got?
Good to see you,
I wanted to
Doomerang,
say
though.
to all
07s.
panelists, You guys are doing a great job so far, so please keep it up.
Oh, good.
I wanted to rehash back to the dating topic because I thought that's what we're supposed to be talking about.
We're
today.
so we're so in
I'm
the
talking
weeds
with a
from the
lot of
dating
young
topic.
people, and I know one of their biggest concerns while dating somebody is their body count. Can we go down the line and say how many bodies is 2 bodies for me to want to date the opposite sex? Or
I feel
whoever my
like when
partner
you
would
get
be?
over
Can
a
we
certain
start with-
age, it doesn't matter because you're a if you that's what you think about.
Okay, so no cap.
I'm almost 40 years old. If you're worried about how many people your fucking partner slept with, you're a insecure.
Okay,
So.
no cap.
Wow. Okay, called out.
Yeah,
The production team's gonna have a lot
I
of
don't
bleeping
really
to do.
care how many people somebody has slept with. What I care about is what's inside and how they treat me. So
Realistically, if your partner or somebody who you were interested in slept with, ridiculous.
obviously, if somebody slept with 1,000 guys, I'd have a lot of questions for her.
Okay.
That would be a little.
What does it
But
feel
you'd
like?
still be open
But
to
for the
pursuing.
most part, in a general term, if I met somebody that went through times in her life, like the female version of Wilt Chamberlain, for example, then
I don't know if that's the exact same thing.
But obviously, I would have questions. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not the end all be all for me.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think for me it's about inconsistency. So like I said, the guy I'm with right now, he was my first body, but up until then I meet a lot of guys who would fetishize that I'm a virgin. I think it.
All right.
Okay.
God. Okay. Sometimes I enjoy Farha, as for what she says, even though I don't agree with what she does. But sometimes she makes me mad because like she's talking about other people fetishizing her virginity. She fetishized her own virginity. She went on all these podcasts and says, I have an OnlyFans and I'm a virgin. That was like her main selling point is like, come look at my uncorrupted vagina. That's like, she did that. She literally did that. That was like the main selling feature. And now she's like, oh, all these people, all these like fucking weirdos are like fetishizing my virginity. That's crazy. Fucking hell.
And for me, if a guy has a
It
super
doesn't
high
matter.
body count, but they want a girl who's
Promise
a virgin
it
or has a
doesn't.
low body count, for me, that's a bigger red flag than just a guy who has a high body count.
Sure. Tim?
Wait, why is that a red flag? Why do I want to be with a girl that's a?
Because I think
That's
if
a
you're,
red flag.
I think if your reason, I think a valid reason for wanting someone with a low body count is pair bonding, and that applies for both sexes. So if both of them have a higher body count, or one of them does, that's gonna disaffect pair bonding. So I would say that
that's
guy
not
doesn't have a valid
peer
reason.
bonding thing. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've
Yeah,
ever
that
heard.
is.
They don't have to
retarded.
believe in it,
Dumbest.
but I'm just
I
saying
actually
if
agree
that's
with
his
Farha on
belief, like
this.
he's a
I actually
Christian
agree
or
with
he's
Farha on this.
religious, and so he also
Not
keeps
that
a low
whoever
body
that
count, then
chick
for me
is.
that's a more valid request or standard.
I am so.
What's wrong with talking about
fucking
pair
glad I live in
bonding?
Your guys' universe.
What's wrong with talking about pair bonding? What the fuck?
And this never was a thing.
Tim, you don't watch any porn.
How,
Come
wait,
on.
how long have you been in your wife been
It's a
together
weird
for?
question.
We've known each other about 20 years. We dated around the time we first met. And then we had kind of like I don't know, like a millennial on-off thing for the whole time. And then
So this is a weird. It's even a weird concept, I think, because for me, like, who gives a fuck? I don't even. I'm almost 40 years old. You know what I mean? I'm a high value woman, Myron. But it doesn't.
Are you married?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm married. No, because you guys are all fucking.
no.
Shut up, dude.
No.
You're fucking
No.
hairpiece. Shut up.
No, you're.
No one's shut up, dude.
A 40-year-old fat woman is saying she's high value. That's crazy.
Right.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Shots fired.
You know what?
40 years old and
Shot-
fat too.
Sorry,
Holy.
I don't
Shots
listen to the way
fired.
that Muslims think about anything, so shut up.
You need the guidance.
No, I think you need the guidance.
You need to stop eating pigs.
I'm on her side.
You clearly eat too much ham.
Wait.
You
Was
eat way
there
too much
a
ham.
question for me or something?
A question? No.
No, you're saying. No, but we were
Stein,
talking
body
about.
count.
I would not be with a girl if she's banging.
just saying-
if it's more than two hands.
All right, let me
like
take
more
this.
than
Let me take this. This is my. This is my.
Seriously,
Let me.
Seriously, I mean, yeah.
More than 2 bodies is no good for you?
No, more than 10. Like
More than
if
10.
Yeah.
over
Now,
double,
here's the
there's
thing.
no
like,
way.
this is a personal thing with each guy, right? So they all have their number, and that's fine. But what I will say is that most guys are going to have problems with women that have a very promiscuous past. That's just the reality. It's a biological reality.
No, it's not.
So.
What about men? How about women? That have a
No,
problem
it's
with men?
not.
It could go both
No,
ways.
it's
can't it?
not.
No, it's not. And
Well,
here's
they
the
don't
problem.
because
It's
we
not a
had
biological
that
reality,
They said that
apparently.
it was uncapped, right? So
Some women don't want to be with men. that
There
are-
is double standard though, where a guy that
Yes.
has a lot of sex is valuable, and a woman
A
that has
man
a lot
that
of
can
sex
have a lot of
is
sex.
analogy,
Here's the
Myron.
thing.
Oh, that's called
A man.
misogynistic.
The analogy is, a key that opens many locks is a master key versus a lock that opens any
God.
key is a shitty fucking lock.
Yeah.
But But the reality is that if a man has a lot of sexual partners, he's doing something right because it's not easy for men to get sexual access. But if a woman has, hold on, let me finish. But if a woman has a lot of sexual partners, she's definitely doing something wrong because the reality is men must create their value to get
double
sexual
standard.
access versus women.
Okay, I agree tentatively with Myron, but it depends. Like a sheer number, I understand. Yes, like obviously a woman can just any woman can rack up a massive body count, right? And that's not difficult. But a guy, in theory, right, could obviously just pick like the lowest of the low to like sleep with, or even buy prostitutes if you wanted and get like a body count of like 100. That doesn't necessarily mean he's like a high value man. Or I think even from Myron's point of view, it has to matter about the quality. Even though I disagree with like his whole like 50 body count thing, surely it has to matter about who the bodies are that you're like accumulating. That has to like mean something, right? Like it just has
They need to preserve their value because as soon as they turn 18, they can get any guy that they want. And so if they go ahead and gamble it away and spend their youth and time being it's going to hurt them later on. That's literally the basis as to why we were talking about with Farha, her OnlyFans shit is going to fuck her up. Despite the fact that she's saying I'm a virgin or whatever, the fact that she does sex work in general does inherently lower her value because men look for purity. It's one of the most important things we look for when looking for a mate.
Yeah,
now, if you guys don't want to understand biology, that's the reality.
Yeah.
Yes, it's because
There are rich, ugly guys
And the
that
reason why you just mentioned a child, that's the primary reason. We must ensure paternity. And before the advent of paternity test, we had to kind of take the woman's word. So the reason why guys have a vested interest in a woman not being a is because if she's not a whore, we know the child's ours.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
girls can
self-defense
say the
mechanism.
same thing in reverse.
I guess the problem with that argument, I think, is like, especially in the past, like, I don't know, how would you know someone's body count? Like if someone's like super secretive, like that's the thing. When people like go on like whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit and they're asked their like body count, you could in theory say any number. So if women were really trying to like conceal this, if we're talking from like a paternal, knowledge point of view that you want to make sure this kid is yours, well, there's no like test you can do is the problem. You can't like figure out. You are taking the person's word on what their body count is, right? Like I could meet someone tomorrow and they could be like, I have a body count of 2, and it could be 200, and maybe I could piece that together eventually, especially with like social media. But the reality is like probably not, right? Like probably not. Like probably you kind of do have to just like trust what people say is true. And so I don't know if the whole paternity argument, that might be the reason why we would prefer a virgin or like there, because that could be maybe some biological thing. But anything else, like as soon as you're at a body count of like more than 1, then you're kind of trusting the person, unless you're just like, unless it's been so public that you can figure it out, which is why like stuff like OnlyFans then would be very public. But just like someone who's just like meeting up with random people, especially if they like switch cities or countries, the reality is you would just have like no fucking idea. Which is why no one knows about Farha. She says she was a virgin, but it's like she could have a body count of 100 or 1,000, or she could actually be a virgin. But like no one knows that, and there's no way to know that.
Where they don't want a guy with a lot of sexual partners because that's going to divert his resources away from her. So you can make the Evo Psych argument in
feel that
reverse.
way?
And yeah.
Oh, because
was your boyfriend a virgin?
Asked, I
I'm not talking about his sexual history. I'm not going to talk about his sexual history, but I will say prior to
He's
him,
fucked a lot of chicks, hasn't he?
all my exes before him were Christian conservatives. They all kept low body counts. A lot of them were also valuing waiting till marriage.
Okay, here's
so I
the
will say that. So I'm just saying it's fine to have that standard, but I'm just saying if
it
you're
is a
gonna,
double standard. That's the way it should be.
I'm saying
Men
girls
live life
don't
on hard
actually
mode,
want
women live life on
promiscuous
easy
guys.
mode.
Girls
This
just
is why.
okay. Can I finish?
Women literally
Girls
live life
don't
on
want
easy
guys.
mode when it comes to sexual access. I find it interesting that you mentioned, "Oh, I was a virgin." Why did you lead with that? Because you understand that your value as a partner is intrinsically tied to your body count.
Yeah.
That's why you mentioned it.
Myron's
Because you
cooking.
brought up my
Yeah.
boyfriend being
Here's
a
the thing.
cuck,
Mention it
and
if
I'm
you
saying the
don't care.
definition of
He
a
is a
cuck
cuck,
is someone who
technically.
watches
He is
their
a cuck.
girlfriend get fucked by other
But
men. So
again,
I'm saying by your
but
definition,
that's
he's
the
obviously
point.
not a cuck
The
if he's swiping my
point
V
is-
card, you
the
dumbass. That's
point
not why I
is-
led with it.
hold on,
Second of all,
hold on, woman. Hold
women
on.
do often
See,
care
this
about a
is why
guy's
bro,
promiscuity.
why is she still
Women
talking?
do care about
Why is
guys'
she still
promiscuity.
talking?
They suck it up most of the time.
Here's
Because
the
like
thing.
the reason I said you can make the Evo site
Your body
argument in both
count,
ways.
your body count mattered way more to him than his body count matters to you. Because women understand, hey, guys are going to have a body count. It is what it is. If anything, men with higher body counts tend to be attractive because they have social proof, they demonstrate higher value, and they're able to be attractive to other women. Versus on your totem pole, you care more about his status, how he looks, what he does. He's caring about, okay.
In the same way, I don't know if that tracks, because the same thing I said before is true with men. A guy could lie about their body count. Like, I think Myron says his body count's like 170 or something. No one knows if that's true. It could be 5, right? Like, it's probably not 0. There's probably like proof enough that it's not 0. But it's like any guy, I could be like, my body count's like 600, and like no one, how would anybody evaluate what I say? How would anyone evaluate any number I say? So the thing I said about women is also true about guys. Like you'd have no way to possibly judge that. So I don't know what kind of social proof that is. If social proof can be lied about in an instant, then I don't really know if it's like social proof, because you could easily lie about these things, right? Especially with if you're slightly secretive, if you're in different cities. I don't know how anyone would know any of that.
Is this chick a virgin? You literally said,
No.
I gave her my virginity. What the fuck does that imply?
It's funny because outside this red pill world, most guys find it weird if a girl at my age is a virgin. Like I lost it at 26. Outside
But
of
I
the
think
red
there's a
pill,
difference between like virgin and like 50+ bodies that a lot of like men.
I
are
guess my
struggling to
point
find
is like
women who
most
that
guys
age.
I speak
value your
to.
They'll
virginity.
find it weird, but they won't.
It's not about virginity
They'll
in
find
terms
it
of
weird, but they're
chastity.
not
It's
going
about
to leave
not
the
wanting
girl
to
for
just
it.
get pressured
all-
into sexual experiences just because society says you have to, just because they're like, oh well, you're an OnlyFans, so you might as well let it go. I don't subscribe to that. I can
is
still
there-
wait if
you
I
guys
want
a
to.
question?
Is there an amount of money you
No
could
questions.
make that would retire
yelling
you from
over
your
each
sex
other.
work?
If so, I've already made it. So no, I'm
Can
going
I
to
ask
keep
you a
going for a
question,
while.
sir? I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Alad.
Would you rather be allowed?
All right,
Shout out to the boys.
Did he say Benjamin Netanyahu? I didn't hear what he just said.
Alad
Would you
Eliyahu.
rather be with a woman who treats you like shit, who doesn't do anything for you, who's terrible in bed, but has only been with 1 or 2 men in her life? Or would you rather be with someone who has been with 1,000 men, but treats you fantastic, respects you, doesn't cheat on you, and is a loving person?
Or
What would you rather have? Answer that question.
A loving
I
person.
feel like
That's not
frankly
even
neither.
a good
Let him
comparison.
answer.
It's a zero.
Let him answer.
I would say neither. I'd say neither.
Okay, so you can't
you say
choose
both?
between the two? You're telling me you'd rather have somebody that treats you like shit, maybe, than
I'm-
someone who
All right,
slept
so
with?
let me take this. See, here's the thing. I would take the girl that's 1 or 2 bodies, and I'll tell you why.
That treats you like crap.
Well, here's the
Really?
thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
As a man, your job. Let me explain. As a man, your job is to turn your woman into basically your follower. She's your assistant. Your job is to make her be useful
That's
to
the way a
you.
misogynist
You're gonna
thinks.
come in and train her. And before you say, here's
That's so
misogyny.
bad.
Let me ask. It's misogyny.
Yeah.
Okay. So explain
It
to
is.
me, why do women want a guy that's taller, makes more money?
Not
has
every
more
woman
status,
wants that.
Dominant,
No,
assertive.
and in fact, a lot of them don't.
The majority of women, the majority
No,
of
they
women,
don't.
overwhelmingly
majority do.
look for
They don't.
They want a
status.
short broke guy. That's what they look for in a
Like
way.
the majority of women,
Myron, you're tall, you're
overwhelmingly-
single.
Hold on. The overwhelming majority of women wants a guy that's taller, stronger,
You don't
more
speak for
competent,
women, dude.
and is a leader.
Wait,
That's the
hold on.
truth. It's
That's a
biology.
fact. We're not
That's a
debating
fucking
it. That's a
fact.
No,
fact.
it's really
It's a
not.
fact. It's a literal fact.
Every woman has
It's not a
different-
fact for
every
you because
science
you're
book.
fat and old now. But the
Yeah.
reality is, you don't have the same ability to
Myron
command a higher
keeps,
status
like,
guy.
just
That's
firing
what I
off
require
shots.
from a
Yeah,
high-value
you're
woman.
right.
Well, just,
So,
to be fair,
a high-value
there's-
woman is a woman that can get a
Right.
high-value guy to lock her in and take his last name.
Right.
So ridiculous.
Women
You
get
guys
their
don't
value
really believe
from the
this
men
shit,
that they're
do you?
with. Men get their value based on what they provide to society. We are not the same, okay?
Right,
Men
yeah.
are evaluated completely differently than women are.
Ladies and
Don't let these
gentlemen, this is
fucking
why
faggots over
Myron is
here
so
try to
popular on
change their
social
mind.
media. He
Yes,
says
because
the
I
most
tell the truth.
ridiculous. No,
This
you
is
don't.
fucking retarded.
No, you don't.
Elizabeth,
This is
real quick.
retarded. You say
This video was created by AI.
Oh my gosh.
No expensive cameras or.
Elizabeth, where's
Terrible.
Elizabeth? Is
Terrible.
Elizabeth
Terrible
here?
amount of ads.
We got
Give it up for a lot. Everybody give it up for a lot. Go, we got a fucking
misogynist. You guys want to be
White House supporter.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's a reason. Hold on one second. Hold on.
You stop listening to
There's a
fucking Muslim
reason.
ideologies.
Hold
That's
on,
exactly where you're
There's
coming
a
from.
fucking
Elizabeth,
reason.
come down.
Sharia
There's
law
a
over
fucking
here.
reason.
Sharia law is exactly what it is, dude. Women only want
you
tall
need a
guys
diet
with
law.
money.
Anyway,
shut up,
there's
dude.
a fucking
You're
reason.
Fucking hairpiece,
there's
dude.
a fucking reason guys like me and Andrew Tate, etc.
Yeah,
grew up,
right.
because we're saying what all men are thinking.
Oh, right.
We don't want fat, annoying, crass women like
From
this.
the single guy.
Fucking trying to tell
Myron's
us what
like
it is.
spiraling
You know what
right
we're
now.
attracted to, and these on the left try to tell you guys, no, you should want a woman that's
listen to him.
Never said that. Never said that. Never said that.
We don't
Never
want
said that.
All right, we got
Apparently
someone.
women don't want you.
that.
You're
We got-
single.
Okay, guys, we got someone up here. Who
All
it
right,
is?
Elizabeth, you
Myron
asked
is
a
just
question, but give us
spiraling
your
out.
opinion
Which
on
I
the
don't
question.
blame him
Yeah.
necessarily, but he's spiraling.
Oh, good. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Come on down.
So I will say this: one of the
This is such a shit
biggest
show.
problems we have in our society right now is testosterone.
Right.
Yes. Encourage the men in here. If you
It
have
is,
not
yeah.
had your testosterone levels checked, you should.
Yeah, Myron.
And the
take
problem
note.
is that as women, as men are
You're a
losing
circle.
testosterone.
You're literally a fucking circle.
Come on, hold on.
So, Myron,
What
you
the
know,
fuck
you
afterwards,
know I
Myron?
love
We
you,
can't, dude.
and I support everything you say and do. I'm.
So you believe women are second-class citizens?
Let her finish.
Yeah, my problem
Okay, well,
is
that's
that
absurd.
men are not stepping up. Their testosterone levels are low. Like Brian.
All right, come on down. Come on down here real quick.
I have,
Oh my
Come up,
god.
come up,
okay.
come up, come up.
Okay.
Come on, no, walk up here. You come on. You're like,
this way.
Listen to the words I'm saying. Walk up here. Gosh, it's like
She
you
said,
guys
did
can't
she say
hear
my
me or
testosterone
something.
levels were low? Is
Sit
that-
there.
She did.
Okay, sure. Well, I'll be happy to
It's
tell
starting
you
to
that I
say, dude.
actually saw a doctor 6 months ago, and I had some blood work done, and they were actually too high. Did
And
you
you
know
found
that
out you're
bald
gay.
men have an
the
average?
They
fact
were
that you
too
feel like
high.
you have to justify yourself.
They were
tells
too
me you
high.
have testosterone
Isn't like
levels.
1,000 still
More
considered
testosterone,
normal?
yeah.
Okay.
Do I have low testosterone?
Too
Because I
high.
don't think people like you are second-class
No, because
citizens.
all of us
like this
had to
bigot
be
fool over here.
subject to you hitting on Myron this whole
That's
time.
what
It
it
was
is. I'm
really
hitting on him.
uncomfortable
Yeah.
and gay.
It's weird.
That's what it is.
It's weird.
Boom
Really
roast.
odd.
That's what it is.
It's
Yeah, you're
weird.
right.
Sexually harassed by this
I think I
Jewish
hate
leprechaun.
everyone in this whole show. I think I've decided
That's what
that
it
I
is. I'm
hate
hitting on
all of
a
these
bigoted fool
people
like
But Brian, does
You're
that
right.
in
Great
different
point.
ways,
That's why I
but
have
the
low
hate is like
testosterone.
kind of
Great
equally
Lucky Charms.
spread.
Great
I think
point.
I've decided
Brian,
I
that.
have more luck with
comprehend
women
that.
than you do, apparently.
But real quick, Brian,
Except
is it really
Alex
that hard
Stein.
for you to comprehend that she
Alex
has this
Stein's
opinion
funny.
as a woman? I mean,
As a woman, to make an assumption about somebody,
It's
because
not an
hold on, let me
assumption.
finish. Let me finish.
Yeah,
Let her answer.
It's not
As
an
a
assumption.
woman, excuse me, you're not a doctor. You have no medical degree, so be quiet and let me finish.
Okay.
He's so mad about her saying the T levels are low. He's so
It's
mad.
okay.
For you to
Anything
hold
you
on,
need
stop.
to feel like a
Be quiet
man.
and let me finish.
You gotta say
okay?
men are speaking
Please.
now.
For you to make an assumption about somebody, whether it be anything.
I was talking
can
in
I just
general. You
talk
took
for
it
5
personally.
seconds without
I just said you were being
have,
gay.
Okay, I'll be honest. You might have a lot more
That's
testosterone.
no
Myron's like a total
assumption. You
riot.
were being gay.
I agree. You have
No,
a lot of testosterone.
she
But anyway, let me just
talked
make
about
it. Can I talk for 5
testosterone
seconds
to
without being
defend
interrupted?
the
You
Jewish
go right
gentleman.
ahead.
By the way, what is up with that? Forget it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go there. Anyway, listen.
Oh, here we go.
For you to make an assumption about somebody and their testosterone, because you might not like a
Did I say,
political
Brian,
opinion.
you have a testosterone
Yes,
problem?
you said
She
that.
literally
I
did
said
say
you
You said I
that.
have low
I said
testosterone.
we
now,
have a
that's fine. You can
testosterone
think that if you
problem
like.
in this country.
Oh, you also mentioned my
No,
name.
she-
No,
and
I said you were being gay.
Okay.
No, okay, this bitch is retarded. She literally
So
said
What
that.
is your
Memory
what
of
is
a
your
goldfish,
definition of
okay?
being
I don't like
gay?
this guy,
You were
but
hitting
she
on
literally
Myron
said that.
nonstop.
Okay.
I
So
feel very uncomfortable. Thank you.
let me
Thank you.
let me be very clear on that.
Can you blame him?
I don't have a fetish for bigots or grifters, okay?
that's why you dated MAGA. That's why you dated MAGA girl.
Number two, for you to assert that I am actually defending women and that I think they should be equal to men and they have the intellect to not,
You're
excuse
doing
me,
it
I'm not
out of
done yet,
emotion.
to be in the kitchen
This guy's
like
so
Myron
mad.
thinks instead of
He's
having
so
a job
mad.
and having a career and being able to live their life they
Egg,
live. If you
join
think that
the
women
fucking
are a
panel,
second-class
brother.
citizen, then you're a fucking asshole and I want you deported to Gaza.
Whoa, wait,
And that's a
what?
better opinion.
Wait,
That's a better
what?
opinion,
So she can
right?
get
I'm
blown
supposed
up,
to
but-
feel-
Okay, I gotta pause that. What this guy's been calling Myron a bigot the whole fucking night, and then he says to this random woman that she needs to be deported to Gaza. We can rewind it if you want, like about the testosterone thing, because she 100% said that. Okay, where are we? We're at 145. She literally told him.
feel like a the men.
Quiet and let me be
Comfortable and
Where'd she
gay.
say this?
You have a
She
testosterone. The biggest problems
Okay, here we go.
have in our society
I'll
right
show you that
now
this bitch is retarded.
testosterone.
Okay.
Yes.
Encourage the men in here. If you
It
have
is,
not
yeah.
had your testosterone levels checked, you should.
Yeah, Myron.
And the
take
problem
note.
is that as women, as men are
You're a
losing
circle.
testosterone.
You're literally a fucking circle.
Come on. Hold on.
No. So, Myron,
What
you
the
know,
fuck
you know
afterwards,
I
Myron?
love
We
you,
can't, dude.
and I support everything you say and do. I'm.
So you believe women are second-class citizens?
Let her finish.
Yeah, my problem
Okay,
is
well, that's
that
absurd.
men are not stepping up. Their testosterone
it's
levels
coming.
are low.
It's coming.
Like Brian.
All right, come on down. Come on down here real quick.
There we go. Testosterone levels are low, like Brian. And then this dumb bitch forgets that she said it. And look, I hate Brian as much as she does. I'm just saying Brian is right on this, and she like somehow forgets this. Like, this is 2.5 minutes later. Crazy. How are you still traveling, Ag? What the fuck? You're just like you're indigent right now. You're just like you have no home. You're just like you've been like traveling for the past like week. Debate con, isn't it done? How are you not home right now, brother? But yeah, when you're in your hotel and you're feeling a little lonely and you want to react with confluence to some insanity, then you know what link to hit. It's pinned at the top, okay? I'm just saying.
Being a queer and being able to live their life they lives. If you think that women are a second-class citizen, then you're a fucking asshole, and I want you deported to Gaza.
Why
and that's a
Gaza?
better opinion.
Wait, why
That's a
Gaza?
better
So
opinion,
she can
right?
get blown
I'm
up
supposed to
by
feel
Israel?
that's a better opinion.
It's a very Jewish thing to say.
I may not agree, but I was
Clearly, I hit a nerve.
Here's the thing. Here's the
Little
thing.
emotional.
Let me be clear here. When we're talking
Here
about
comes the misogynist. Here
when
we
we're
go.
talking about women as human beings, we're not saying that they're lower from a human being.
You said
standpoint. If
second-class
anything,
citizen.
As a matter
Yeah.
of fact, I would say women are very important because they carry on the next lineage of children, so we must protect them. However, when it comes to the confinements of a relationship, men and women are absolutely not equal. And she understands this because she has a long-term relationship and it's
Equal as-
successful.
Something.
As how?
There you
Mentally or
are.
physically?
Something.
As a
Why
leader,
are you
how are
not
they
on my
equal?
panel
Mentally,
right now,
physically,
Topanga?
mentally, what-
Let me explain.
be specific.
All the parameters that
'Cause
women
that's,
look
like,
for
crazy.
in a man,
That's
typically
crazy.
based off the guy having higher status
Crazy.
and higher strength, income, capacity, everything than her. Women don't seek their equals when it comes to a relationship.
That is
You
smoking.
make
I will
egalitarianism
agree.
you're
That
talking
is
about,
100%
you make
cope
assumptions
because I
about
couldn't
every
flip the
woman.
con. That is cope.
I
I'll agree. When the guy's right, he's right. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
plus per year.
Okay, wait.
I'll cope, but I won't lie.
Guys, I got a question for Myron and for Brian. Why do you think it is that there has never been a female chess world champion?
Well, I mean, there's also never been a female president. There's a lot of things.
Thank God.
Oh my god. What a fucking retard, okay? He stepped into my territory, okay? Ag, you know, you and me, you know, we're into the chess, right? That's retarded, okay? Obviously, chess is like a meritocracy, right? It's not about votes. It's not about. So I don't know what Brian is possibly punting at by saying there's never been a female president. How does that relate to chess? If you beat a person in chess, your elo goes up. If you beat enough people in chess in enough competitions, your elo goes up enough that you get invited to the candidates or you get invited to the world championship, and then you can become the world champion. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. And yes, Smoking Spaceman, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Males, statistically, if you study IQ, right, and all that stuff, right, like males tend to bottom out more than females and to go to the top more, and females are more clustered in the middle. This is just psychometrics 101. This is just what happens. And so obviously the best chess players are going to be men. You know, just on that level alone. There could also be like biological things too, or autism being more like prevalent, Asperger's being more prevalent in men. But like to say to ask about the president thing is just like fucking insane. Okay, that's just like God damn it. I hate that guy so much. I hate all these people except Alex Stein. I love you, Alex Stein. Look at him. Look at him right now. Look at him looking down at his phone. What a little cutie.
I asked you about chess, which any woman could enter the competition, and there's never been a world champ.
Sure.
Tim
So I'll be the
Timple's
first one to
cooking.
admit
The
I'm
first
not
time
a
in his
chess player.
fucking
I
life.
don't know anything about chess. I would
Brain
imagine
game.
it's a
Doesn't surprise me.
I would imagine it's a brain game. You would say, Tim, you could relate to this. You're a poker player. You would admit that, you know, poker's a mental game, right?
Women never raise; they always call.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, you've never played against Annie Duke like I have. But anyway.
Oh,
That's
look
one
who
woman.
we
Hold on,
have
hold on. So,
in the studio. It's Frankie in the house.
Yo.
07's Frankie. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, Confluence?
I'm doing fantastic, Frankie. Fantastic.
Oh man, what? See, what's with Myron's gay ass? Like that. See, the whole thing with the women second-class citizens thing. It's the same thing like in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, women are considered sixth-class citizens in Saudi Arabia. No, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
That's fucked up.
Saudi Arabia do be fucked up. I agree.
No, like, do you believe that women shouldn't drive?
Are you asking rhetorically or asking me this?
Well, I'm asking you a real question.
I think they would drive. I think they should drive, but I think there would be less accidents if they didn't. Is that fair?
I mean, that's fair, but what I'm saying is this: like in Saudi Arabia, it's only now women are allowed to drive. Only now.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's like they can't go walk around the street without a man. It's like there's no autonomy there, right? It's like what you think a fucking man needs to fucking get her on a fucking leash like a dog and walk her?
Yeah, I don't disagree.
That's fucking stupid.
But okay. Wait, counterpoint possibly. Well, actually, not really counterpoint. But I was watching, DebateCon just happened, and I was watching Andrew Wilson debate this like Muslim guy.
No,
Okay?
I saw that too. I saw that too. Yeah, no, like don't get me wrong. I have my own gripes with the Muslims, as you know.
I do very much know that, Frankie. Yes.
as you know, but I see this is one of my gripes. I do not believe women should be second or third or fourth or fifth class citizens. No, because for my faith, God had made Eve from the rib of Adam.
Yeah, but then Eve fucked it up by eating that fucking fruit.
Because she was fucking coerced by evil. She was coerced by evil.
Oh,
of all
you
things.
can't say evil without saying Eve. Is that a coincidence? I'm just saying.
Oh no, dude. That's no.
I'm just
dude.
saying.
No.
I'm just saying. Just phonetically. I mean, hell.
She was coerced by an evil entity way before that she ever existed.
Yeah, but what does Paul say in the Bible? Paul says, first Eve ate the fruit and then Adam. That's what Paul says in I don't know. It's some epistle. I can't remember. He says
I understand Paul, right? But I'd rather go by the words of a carpenter than by a dude who was renamed.
Well, I mean, it's all Bible though, right? Like it's all in the Bible.
Yeah, it's all in the Bible. But then Paul also said that if you're uncircumcised. Paul said, if you're circumcised, you're a debtor to the law of Moses. That's in the book of Galatians.
Yeah, fuck Paul. Fuck his bad views on circumcision.
Yeah,
He's
because,
a fucking Philistine.
he made the point was this. He made the point that if you're not circumcised, it bids Christ nothing. It's only by faith you are saved, right? That's what Paul said. But he also said, know this, if you are circumcised, you are not a debtor to the law. So all these dudes who are all like, oh, Paul this, Paul that. Well, are you circumcised? Because if you are, then you got to follow the law of Moses according to Paul.
Okay, counterpoint. I think Paul was speaking of people who think they have to be circumcised to get into God's good graces.
Well, that's a possibility,
but all the other bajillion reasons why every male should be circumcised.
He didn't say that though.
I know, but
he didn't say that though.
Yeah, but I feel like you have to look at the historical context. Like why back in the day, no one was doing circumcision for just cleanliness reasons. They were doing it he was talking to the Jews, and the Jews were doing it for the law reasons. And then Paul talked about the circumcision of the heart. Which I don't think I want my heart to be literally circumcised, because I think that would do some aortic damage, to be honest, brother. But
that's a spiritual sense. That's a spiritual sense. But what I'm saying is this: Paul's pretty clear on that. If you are circumcised, there's no if you're circumcised and you're the Jewish faith, and you're circumcised because of this or that. Notice that if you are, that's across board.
Yeah, but we have to interpret that, right? I feel like you have to. It's what percent of males are circumcised in the U.S.? It's I don't know, 50, 60%. It's like,
I
first of all,
I
you
don't
don't
know.
choose if you're circumcised. So are you saying if you were talking about Paul's words literally, then they all have to follow the law? Or are you saying then fuck everything Paul says because he's a retard? Like, what direction are you going in?
Well, then you got to ask yourself this question too: is like, do you take the Bible in a literal sense? If you take a Bible in a literal sense, then what he's saying is literal.
I take the Bible literally when it's meant to be literal.
It was meant to be literal. So I'll put it like this: I take the Bible in a literal sense that King David, that when the Ark of the Covenant returned back to Israel, King David took his clothes off and started dancing through the streets of Jerusalem naked. I take that literally. I believe that he literally did that.
I do too. Yeah, I think it's meant to be taken literally. Yeah,
and that to me says that King David is the most humblest king that ever existed. The reason why, because they name me a king that would do that.
I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly.
I could probably name you like 2 kings, brother. So I don't know.
No. So, like, do you think King Charles right now would do that?
No.
There's
also no cameras back in King David's, time. So like,
no, dude, I understand. No, dude, I understand that. No, do you think Napoleon would have done that?
Napoleon strikes me as kind of gay coded, so he might have done
gay coded. I mean, there was no gay coding with David. It was like he felt the necessary to do it in the eyes of the Lord, and he did it for the Lord. And I remember his wife. His first wife, the daughter of Saul, was saying that you disgrace yourself for doing that in the street. You disgrace yourself, and he's like, "No, bitch, the fuck you mean? I did it for God."
You did put her in her place. Okay, I want to read Smoking Spaceman's chat. We're going, Frankie. We're going to your favorite territory, which is the Muslims. Okay, Smoking Spaceman says,
right.
"I have no informed opinion on this, but this question. Oh, sorry, I can't read right now." Of this, but question the state law enforcement of these places, presumably Saudi Arabia, in that do they have an adequate presence of law enforcement to ensure the safety of women alone in public? So he's saying presumably that's why that law is in place, because they don't have adequate resources to guarantee women's safety, and so therefore a woman should be with a man. Your thoughts, Frankie?
But here's the thing: they don't, and the thing is that these so-called law enforcement will actually turn on the women.
Yeah, that's a fair counterpoint. I don't know if I trust Saudi Arabia law enforcement very well.
And here's one of the fucked up things about Muslims, about Islam too. They promote female circumcision.
Yeah, I was just in a debate with someone literally yesterday about that. He said it's the same as male circumcision.
It is not. It is not. It is not.
I agree with you. I think this guy was a little, a little off his rocker in a couple ways.
Female circumcision is harm to the body.
Yeah.
It's mutilation to the body.
Yeah,
a male circumcision, you're just taking a piece of the skin off, and it's like, he's fine. But female circumcision, you're taking the clitoris out of the woman.
Yeah, although it depends on the type. I mean, they're all bad, but there is some types that just like, I think, trim the labia. I mean, it's all bad, I think. But
I believe that's true mutilation of the woman's body.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too.
Now, I know this is also an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to say it. Like, I believe, but like, see, a bit of a duality with this too, because like, if a woman has a tattoo on her face, I find her instantly ugly.
What if it's like a super beautiful tattoo?
No, I find it ugly. Like,
what if it's a teardrop because she had to like kill someone, but like in like a justified way?
No, it's ugly. It's, for me, it robs a woman of her beauty.
How many women do you see with face tattoos? I think I've seen maybe like 2 ever, like in real life.
I've seen a shitload, dude. I've seen a shitload, like right across the face, right here, or like right there and shit. It's like that shit's like, I remember I used to work at the courthouse, at the county courthouse, right? And I was doing security, and me and this one officer, we were talking about tattoos. I was like, yeah, man, I like, women with face tattoos, I don't find them attractive. And lo and behold, a fucking female with a face tattoo came right behind me, and she was all like, well, what you say? I say, women with face tattoos, I don't find them attractive. And then she was like, I don't find you attractive. And then she walked off, and I'm like, the fuck? I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, Mr.
but
Mister.
then here's
Good
my
to see
duality.
you.
But
Good to see you. Just a sec. I have to shout out Mr. Mister, who's in my chat, and he says he's talking about Frankie. He's talking about the Muslims again. He says Iran has a law that a rumor of removing hijab is enough for arrest. Just the rumor. Yes, that speaks to Iran's what do they call them? The morality police, right? Which is crazy.
yeah, the morality police.
And I think we'd all agree that's nuts. Iran's a strange case where I think the average person in Iran is not as extreme as the government of Iran. Like, at least we have a lot of Iranians in Canada, where I am unfortunately, temporarily located in. And it's like, yeah, I've never met an Iranian in real life that likes the Iranian government. So I don't know like how like universalized that is to Iran, but
Which works better, this one or this one? I think this one works. This one is dead, I think.
I don't know
This
what you're talking
one-
about, Frankie. I don't know what
The
you're talking
microphone
about.
I'm using.
Oh, I feel like
Okay, yeah. So this one died. Okay, no. So remember Iran Contra. Remember Iran Contra?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's what it is. It's like before the Iran Contra, Iran was actually pretty modern, pretty modernized.
So do you blame America for that?
No, I blame the dudes who wanted to be backed by America.
Yeah, but didn't America fund the Contra?
You could say that America fund the Contra or whatever, but then also remember, it has to be America's interest. And somebody can say, yeah, we're for the West, we can do Western things, and then like fucking stab them in the back, or or fucking like pull the rug out from under them. And I think that's what happened.
Right, but I guess I'm wondering, is this because there's kind of that theory that America, goes into these, and I am like kind of hawkish on foreign policy, to be clear, but there is the opinion that America goes into these like, Middle Eastern countries and then kind of like destroys the semblance of democracy they have, and same with like South America and stuff. I don't know. I feel like that kind of happened back in the day, but like, what do you think? Do you think that's like an intentional thing? Like, if you look at Iran, if you look at Afghanistan, if you look at Iraq, a lot of these places seem like maybe they're worse. Like Libya, for example, with Hillary Clinton, right? Like that definitely seems worse.
I remember that. We saw he died.
Right.
I remember that.
Yeah, and that's fucking creepy, man. That gives
very
me chills. That fucking quote. What a fucking lizard person she is.
No, it's like Hillary. Yeah, nah. Like the problem is with foreign policy and shit. Is like we have to do what we have to do that's best in our interest. If that means that we're doing something that in the rug gets pulled out from under us, well, we'll just deal with it another day. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is. We deal with it another day, because what I've noticed is that the United States and the West think 20 to 30 years out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But our competitor, China, thinks 40 to 50 years out. So that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, they're gaining
and the fact
on us.
Here's this. What happened in the Philippines was so better in our favor because of the Philippine election. Because the Philippines have a prime minister who's pro-West. And now the United States is building a military installation inside the Philippines.
What are we talking, like Duterte?
Yeah, I think he's the current prime minister in the Philippines. He is pro-West. And they're building a United States military installation in the Philippines.
I think there's two. I think they might have the same name. There's the one Duterte that was like in power a couple years ago. That guy's a crazy motherfucker though. Like, I don't know, maybe you like him. And I think now I think one of his children is in charge now. I could be wrong about that. But he's been indicted on like war crimes. Like, I think he's like fucked now. Like the Duterte from like a couple of years back.
Well, like what I'm saying is because I was seeing this on the news, and I saw this a couple of, on some other shit, also some military channels, but then his competitor was pro-China.
Right.
And if he would have won, China would have had an open line. See, because China wants a Asia-free America. That's what China wants. China wants to be the player in Asia only.
Sure.
And Myron is gay.
And Myron's gay. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point to continue the video on, you know. I actually, you know, you weren't here for the beginning, but I actually might agree with you. Myron has said some stuff that is like a little bit gay.
Yeah, no, I guarantee you probably after this, went behind a dumpster, so it's like suck some dick behind a dumpster.
It's possible. It's a possibility.
There are a lot of great female poker players. Of course.
Yes.
Now, a woman has never won the main event, so here's the reason, in my opinion. There's a much smaller percentage of professional chess players and poker players than there are male. So I think you have to look at the percentage of it and say to yourself, if you have 300 female poker players and 8,000 male players in the World Series of Poker, the chances of a woman winning are far less.
Agreed. Now, the question then becomes, why won't women play chess?
Well, I don't speak.
Okay, I have to pause. This is just something I know about because I've looked at these stats. Okay, even if you account for the number of female chess players, they don't have the Grandmaster title in the same ratio that men have it. So as you go up into ELO, I don't know, Frankie. I don't know I don't know if you play chess or not. Do you play chess?
I play little chess. I know what he's talking about because I remember the Russian champion was facing up against Big Blue.
Yeah, Kasparov. Yeah.
Kasparov was facing against Big Blue. But like this is a very simple answer. Women don't want to play chess. Duh.
No, but I guess to counter that, to be like ultra red pilled, even when women do play chess at the lower elos, right, which is like the measure of your strength, like it's a mathematical formula to determine like how likely you are to beat an opponent at like the 1500 level. So that's like a normal club level of chess, right? There's like let's say there's like 20% women, but then when you go into like international master, then even though the chess players at the lower elos is kind of the let's say, I don't know what I said, 10%, 20%. Now it's like 2%. You go to Grandmaster, it's like 1%. You go to like Super Grandmaster, it's like 0%. So the higher up the chain you go, even though in theory you would think it would be the same amount, right? If it's 10% of women are chess players, 10% of chess players are women, then you think it would continue into the higher echelons of chess, but it doesn't. It drops off precipitously the higher you go. I think it was Smoking Spaceman that said, I think it was, he said women occupy the middle, but at a lower percentile than men.
But like that's I think it's true. But like to me, that doesn't mean shit to me. That doesn't mean shit to me because it's like they just don't want to. Like I'll tell you, they just don't want to.
But what do you mean don't want to? Because at a club level, they're 10%, let's say, hypothetically. It's around that. It's something like that. But at a Grandmaster level, it's like, what? So why does it precipitously drop? Because that means they're doing it. That means they're not as good.
Or maybe they're just like, oh, you know, I just like doing this. Like, let's say a chess club with 100 people, like 10 of them are women, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then 90 of them are dudes. Like, the dudes are just going to sit there and just play chess all day. Like, the females will be like, we'll play chess and then we'll go off and do something else.
Yeah, like, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
It's like if a dude wants to sit there and just play chess all day, he's just going to play chess all day. If a female just wants to sit there and just play chess, and then she's like, "Oh, okay, hold on, let me go do something real quick," and then she'll do something.
So, do you agree that men are more predisposed to do that? Because I think that's my argument. I think men
are
more predisposed to have that like hyper fixation on chess and be like, you know, like as people say, women like people, guys like concepts as a general rule.
I wouldn't say a hyperfixation on chess. I would say a hyperfixation. Like, let's take this for example, right? I like doing tabletop games. You know, I like doing tabletop games, and you know, like I saw like there'll be like a Match of the Gathering tournament or whatever the fuck, right? Like, how many women are there? Barely none. Why? Because you're hyper focused on the damn game.
Right.
Women are like,
but I guess so. I'm gonna kind of feed off of Agrillapolis, who says, you know, it means the ones that aren't playing aren't as good, and I guess like that's kind of low key a bit true, right? Like, okay, so Anna Kramling is a famous chess player. She is my spirit animal. I love Anna Kramling, but she is not.
I've never heard of her. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. She's the daughter of Pia Kramling, who was, I think, maybe the first grandmaster in chess, female grandmaster, or one of the first, and Anna Kramling, that's her whole life is chess, but she's not GM. And there's a lot of there's a lot of women GMs that are, or there's a lot of women playing chess that even if when they pour all that energy into it, is it not possible that there is some like biological difference in the woman to the male brain where men playing chess maybe they hyperfixate more, maybe they like put more stock in it. Is there something there, or do you think that that's just not possible? They have to be equal.
No, I think it's a possibility, but like you can also say the same thing for Muhammad Ali, the greatest boxer of all time, right? His daughter was a multi-time world champion, but was she as good as her father? No.
Well, right. And why? It's because she's a woman, right?
I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so? What do you?
No,
what,
I don't
what do you
think
mean?
so. I think Muhammad Ali was just different.
No,
He
but
was
but if you
different.
take the best female boxer in the world and you put them against like any competent male boxer, the male boxer is going to destroy them, right?
But see, that's the whole notion of like, oh, men can outpower women all day, every day. I said, well, you know what? If you take the current world champion in boxing and put, let's just say you in there with her, she'll just start your dumb ass.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. But that's because I boxed like twice in my life, and so I've no boxing experience.
It's not even that. It's not even that. It's the innateness of one, training, right? One, training and knowledge of training. Two, a mind for it. A mind for it, right?
Look, I don't know. Okay, like I don't want to be like a tired conservative trope, but if we look at tennis, right? Like there's a famous case where I think it was like Serena Williams played against
she said she would never face off against a male tennis player. She would never face off against a male tennis player.
Did either her or Venus played against someone who was like number 500, and they got destroyed. I don't think they won a single game, let alone a set, let alone a game. They got like completely destroyed. I mean, that's not about your mental
I know that.
on it. That's just a biological difference, right?
You can say that's a biological difference and all that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember Serena Williams said she'll never do it. Like,
know,
because
one of them did, and they got their.
It probably was Venus. It probably was Venus.
Okay, but
was Venus.
You don't think Venus has that tennis dog in her? I think she probably does. I don't think there's any like mental ability you can do to like combat. If we're talking like chess is different, I agree. Like it's because it's less the mental is less clear than the physical. But I'm saying in that physical sphere, there's nothing that like Muhammad Ali's daughter could do that could make her the best boxer in an open competition, men versus women. There's nothing she could conceivably do in her mind where she would be beating the best male boxers, right?
Well, I don't. Well, you probably are right, because if you put Muhammad Ali's daughter, I forgot her first name. I think it was like Bashira Ali or something like that. Like in her prime against like Floyd Mayweather in his prime, I think Floyd Mayweather would just starch her, or even Cotto, There is the physical difference. The testosterone difference, the physical difference. I'm not discounting none of that. I'm not saying, women are this, women are that. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that a lot of these red pillars, they just discard women completely.
Right, and I think that's going like too far.
I think that's stupid.
Right, but I don't think we should go the other way. Like, I think it's fine. Like, this is just my personal point of view. I think it's okay to say that maybe it's possible that men are inherently better at chess. And I don't think that means men are superior to women. It could just be that men are better at chess than women. Like, that doesn't sound like something like so terrible to say.
I don't think it is either. But like, but then we'll put it in this aspect, right? We'll talk world leaders, right? We'll put it like this: Tsarina Catherine the Great, the Empress of Russia. I can't think of another woman, maybe one, that's called the Great. You know what I'm saying? Like Tsarina Catherine stands on head and shoulders above a lot of people. She's in a class of Alexander.
Right.
Of Tsar Peter. Tsar Ivan.
I should be clear. It's like, because obviously when I say what I'm speaking in generalities, obviously, because the
whole generality thing.
Anna Kramling, the one I mentioned before, she's like a 2200 elo or something. She would beat me 10 games to 0 out of chess. So obviously I'm not saying like every man is better than every woman. I'm just saying that I'm speaking in general. In general, I
Yeah,
think
but
it
like
could
a
be
lot of
true
these
that men are
wrestlers
better.
think that though. Yeah, but a lot of these wrestlers do think that.
Yeah,
That that,
no, I
that
agree.
every man is better than women. It's like, well, then have you ever seen women lift stones in Scotland?
Yeah. I mean, look, I agree. There's definitely women that could lift more weight than me, that could like beat me up in an MMA fight. But it's like, but that's not what we mean. I think. I mean, that might be what some red pillars mean. I agree with you.
Yeah, no, I think this was a lot of red pillars mean. Like, I'll put it for example, right? What I am totally against is men and women's sports. I'm totally against it. Like, for example, the one in the Olympics about that trans boxer that literally stole the gold medal from that Italian girl.
Oh wait, are you talking about Khalif or whatever her name is?
Whatever the fuck that dude's name is a dude.
Well, no, okay.
Like,
no.
Like he punched that poor girl right in the fucking nose.
But I think the conclusion of that is that they're
He's a dude.
intersex. But I don't think it was trans though.
It doesn't matter. He had a penis.
No, I don't know if we know that. Because they if we look at the Russian Federation of Boxing, they failed the chromosome test. If you look at the report, they didn't fail any genital test or anything. At least it doesn't say that. They failed a chromosome test, so I think it's probably like an XXY intersex case.
No, dude had a penis.
I don't think they had a penis. I really don't.
Dude had a penis that Myron probably sucked on.
Yeah, okay, that could be true. That could be true. But no, yeah, I think Imam Khalif, is that her, am I saying that wrong? I don't know. I'm not gonna look it up. It's something like that.
He fucking punched that poor girl right in the fucking nose, and she dropped.
Yeah, it was terrible to watch. But that's the Olympics' fault, which the Olympics has, I think, changed course on from a news article I saw that the Olympics now is like a lot more strict on trans and intersex athletes as of like pretty
because we know this for a fact. We saw it firsthand. Track and field, a dude will starch a woman in track and field. There's no question about it. I saw it with my own eyes. A dude will starch a woman in track. It was like,
okay, Mister says, dude, she was a man, baby. I just have to say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's obviously distinctions between the sexes. I think we both agree on that, right?
Yeah. And I believe that women's sports should be exclusively only for women.
Yeah, you're not going to get a disagreement out of me on that one for sure. Like that I think that's. Although we might, to go back to the video, we might get a disagreement from this little fucking loser who I can't stand here. But we'll see. We'll see, because they're talking about chess and maybe physical
for all
sports.
Women, like apparently Myron does. But I will tell you that I don't know a lot about chess. I know that poker's also a mind game, and there's plenty of women that play poker. Maybe not as much as men.
Let me just say this: in most of these sporting events, or even strategy, that's
a physical thing. That's different.
But so in poker, chess, and all things similar, even if we're talking about Pokemon or whatever.
Right.
The proportion of women who play is substantially lower, and it's comparable across the board in every one of these fields.
Yeah, I think that's probably
Why is
fair. Well, first of all, I'm not one of those lefty people that thinks that WNBA players should be getting paid as much as men. That's absurd. I also have always said this. I said this on your show. I've said this on plenty of other shows. I do not believe that transgender women should be in women's sports. I know I'm kind of expanding here, but the point I'm trying to make to your original question is there's a smaller percentage of women professional chess players.
I'm asking why. Why won't women play chess?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to
Oh my god, the answer's so simple.
Driven by different motives.
All right, guys,
Pause
we only
it.
have 10 minutes left.
I don't know the answer to that, Tim.
The answer is so simple. It's they don't want to.
But it's not, and I don't know if Tim Pool knows this, it's not just that, though. It's that when they do play, they end up being in a lower ELO bracket as well. But you'd have to know chess.
Lower brackets and all day, but like what it stems down to it, the foundation of it is they just don't want to. Babe, do you want to play chess all damn day?
No.
Thank you.
I know, but my point is, even when they do, like, again, Anna Kramling, who I absolutely adore, okay? She's not a GM, okay? And yeah, she probably is not going to be. That's one example, but it's even the women that try, it is very difficult. I don't know why that is.
But
I think men are just more autistic on average than females.
Well,
and so they can,
let me ask you this question, though.
Even not chess, but like women, we sit there and like do shit for fucking hours on end. Maybe it's not some kind of sport or chess or some kind of game.
Right. Well, okay. I could agree with that. I think the women can have the same amount of hyperfixation, but I think men, there's something about chess. I mean, even I feel it, and I at least I've never been, classified as autistic, but I mean, who knows, but
the reason why for
I feel
chess,
that tug toward chess, the pieces, the way they move, the 64 squares. I mean, it just gets me all excited,
well, the reason why for chess, because the chess is a war game.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe it just
It's a war game, but then,
brings the primordial factor out of me,
Yeah, but it's hilarious. The strongest piece in the board is the queen.
That's true.
The weakest piece on the board is the king.
That's not true. That's not true.
He's the weakest piece on the board. He only moves one space at a time.
That's better than a pawn, brother. The king is worth like +3 if you were to evaluate it, and the pawn is worth 1. So like a king in the end game, that's worth like 3 pawns.
Is it bad that I don't know how to play chess?
That is insanely bad, but I will blame Frankie for not teaching you. Maybe that's misogynistic on my part, but I actually don't blame you, Topanga. I do actually blame Frankie for not teaching you.
I never got into it. Never played it.
You don't even know. Do you know how a knight moves?
Nope.
Oh, Frankie, brother.
Are you doing that to me?
That's how a knight moves.
Oh, to the left?
L.
It moves in an L shape. It moves 2 spaces in one direction
3.
and 1 space adjacent.
Okay, then maybe we need to
3
get
spaces and 1 adjacent.
And play some
No,
chess.
Frankie, it doesn't. What the fuck are you saying, brother?
It moves 3. It moves 3 and 1 adjacent.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Brother.
Babe, Google it.
It does not. Are we gonna really go about how a knight moves?
Yeah, I'm right, motherfucker.
You, Frankie, I swear, I promise you're not. It moves 2 spaces in one direction, unless like we're talking
so
past
the
each other.
In an
goes like
L
bump,
shape,
bump,
2 squares in one direction, or 2
Well, I didn't
squares
hear
in
it.
one
What?
direction. 2 squares in one direction, then 1 square perpendicular to the direction.
See, Frankie? So
I thought it was 3.
So Topanga, I guess that's why Frankie's not teaching about chess, because he himself does not know about chess.
No.
Frankie, what the fuck? I thought you were like all male coded and stuff. I'm just
No, fuck it. I know, and I know what en passant means as well. I know what en passant means.
Okay, that's more than the vast majority of people who play chess, so I'll give you props on that one.
I like crossword.
I like crossword too. Maybe that's my female side coming out. My anima.
Your female side.
Okay,
your anima? Wait.
Not
You said
anima,
your anima?
not anima. Anima as in like the Jungian concept. Like Carl Jung.
Mm.
I did not say enema. To be
okay,
very clear.
Okay, so now you're going to quote. Now you're going to quote Carl Jung. You're going to quote Carl Jung.
I love Carl
but then
Jung.
you're actually saying enema because you had an enema the other day, didn't you?
I did not. I've never had an enema
When
in my
you
entire
have to
life.
shit, you have to shit, right?
Yeah, if I had to have one, maybe I mean, I'm not going to say never. I'm just saying I haven't had one up to this present moment. Okay, let's keep going. We're like 12 minutes until the end. We've come so far. Okay, all of us.
I know you were live for like what, almost 8 hours yesterday.
Yeah, and I only made 30 minutes of progress in those 8 hours.
Mhm.
But like now I can see the end goal. Every video is like a struggle to complete, but we're making it. We're making it today.
Clayton, come on. What do you have for us, Clayton? Come on, get on the mic. Clayton's right there. He's right there. What do you got for us?
He looks
Clayton?
like a groiper.
He is. I don't know. Is he a groiper? Are you a groiper?
Oh, he actually does kind of
Are
look
you a
like a
groiper,
groiper.
Clayton?
And guys, men are better than
You don't
women
have
at
to hold
almost
it.
everything.
He holds it, Clayton. He holds it.
We're better than women at almost everything, so that's why.
Oh my
I
god.
bet you're definitely better at blowing men than women are. I'm sure.
Start
I'm
over because
sure.
he was being very rude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It was a rude comment. I'm sorry.
Not a groiper. I do like big booty Latinas, and I think we need more of them. And I think sorry, I'm
He's an Alex Steiner.
That dude's autistic.
Alex was wrong when he said that.
No,
AOC is
has
not
a
big.
perfect
No,
view.
forget your
I love
question.
AOC.
She's big.
She has big other things.
Wait, hold on.
But men should be in more of a position,
Right.
and women should I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Yeah, I'm sure. Stay with your chest.
What do you think
dude.
about men and women? Say it. What do you
Yeah, a lot of men
guy with his
nowadays
braids
don't have a
in
lot of
his suit.
testosterone. Look at Pete
Right.
Buttigieg. Imagine having Pete Buttigieg as your governor or something, or your mayor.
I'm shocked.
I agree with him. We love to get it for Clayton.
I'm shocked that a homophobe would be a Myron fan. I'm
Hang on.
shocked.
Let the boy speak. Go ahead.
The boy.
Well, how do we fix that, Clayton?
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
man. I'm a
Women
man in
are
a
second
suit.
class. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
Talk
But
louder.
I think that men should be more like leaders, and I think
Uh-huh.
that they should stand up more and do more for women.
You want to
And-
start?
That chick annoys me.
I
She
hate
annoys
her.
me.
I can't stand her. I hate her, I think, more
She's
than
hitting on you.
anyone else. on the
Trying to be
show.
like manly like them.
Yeah.
You want to fuck, dude?
Yeah, I'm actually 30. I know I look like a kid. but I'm
Free.
Wait, Clayton, wait, shut up, Clayton. Do you want to go out with her?
Yeah.
I'm sure
Mr.
Jessica
Mr.
would.
says
Yeah,
his
do you wanna
ears
go
are
on a date
massive.
later?
Yeah, dude. I love
He
your
can
side
hear
sweat
you,
bangs.
Mr. Mr. Don't say that so
So they're
loud.
going on a date. Give it up for Clayton and Jessica.
He's autistic. They're talking about
We're gonna
autism.
set that up. After here, they're going
Yeah,
on a date.
possibly.
We'll give you guys a date recap. This is not just a debate show. It is also a dating show. So I know Jess wants to get laid.
All
And
right,
I know he
pause.
needs to get laid.
One of the things that
The whole thing with the red pill. With the red pill and these fucking idiots. Leadership. I fucking doubt in my fucking heart that these idiots understand what leadership really is.
I think they're talking about like leadership within like a relationship as well.
No. Leadership is leadership across the board, no matter what. Because leadership is an art, not a science. I wrote a fucking paper on this. I wrote a fucking paper on this when I was in leadership school, basic leadership course in the United States Army.
Let me ask you something. What gender is quicker to make a decision without an emotion behind it?
Like what, men?
Exactly, men. So I think men make a better
Yeah, but
leadership.
that doesn't mean anything because I was under plenty of women
Decision,
leaders
it
who were
goes to the
decent
man,
leaders.
and that's a big role in a leadership.
Okay, no, look.
You have emotion behind it.
Yeah, I agree with thumping. You guys keep it going. I have to pee real quick, okay? No TOS, Frankie. I'm looking at you, Frankie. No talking about the Muslims, okay? Keep talking about what you guys are talking about. I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I believe that it comes down to like quick, fast decisions, no.
That's the aspect of leadership. That's not leadership. If I make a quick, fast decision, I made a quick, fast decision. That doesn't mean that everything I'm going to do is quick and fast.
No, but a lot of women put a lot of emotion behind what they do too. And that kind of fucks shit up.
Well, shit. The women that I was under, their leadership I was under, they barely made any quick, fast fucking decisions. Their decisions were clear and concise, and they moved forward. Wait, I don't know what to tell you. Because I saw it firsthand. I saw it with my own eyes. And these idiots are talking about leadership. It's like, do you even know what leadership truly is? Like, it's like, matter of fact, it's like, what people would follow your leadership? How good are you as a leader? Or like because leaders are either good or they're fucking shit leaders. And the shit leaders are the one that get you killed.
Well, yeah, no shit.
So you gotta sit there and ask yourselves, like, okay, so then what? Why should I follow you? Why do you say you're so alpha, so leader, so this? Why the fuck should I follow you? Well, because of this and that, I know what I'm doing. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. There was plenty of dudes that were leaders, and I'm like, bro, I would not follow this dude into a Foot Locker.
Into a Foot Locker.
I'm not yelling.
You're yelling.
I'm not yelling.
I can hear you clear as day in this other room.
Should I go to the garage?
No.
The fuck are you guys talking about?
Frankie yelling over here.
I'm not yelling.
Frankie, I told you not to yell about the Muslims. I had I gave you one job, Frankie.
Look,
job.
Look. Confluence.
Oh, Kieran in the chat. Kieran.
I understand, Confluence, that you like going to the dentist to get your teeth pulled and your taint tickled at the same time.
My dentist doesn't do that. I don't know what dentist you're seeing, brother. My dentist won't. I've asked him, but he just says no. He says there's like an extra charge for that, and I can't pay it.
Find a new dentist.
Yeah, apparently.
like the talk about leadership, right? Confluence, like what I really understand, one aspect of leadership is that treat your subordinates as you're better than yourself. Treat your subordinates as better than yourself. Keep them alive. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, like soldiers who were under me, they ate first, they slept first, they got dressed first, they shaved first. They did shit before I did. If we were like on mission and it was time to the chill, hey man, we do a work rest cycle, we need to get some sleep, whatever. I will be up and have my soldiers sleep. Y'all guys go to sleep, I'll be up.
Right, but do you think? Look, I don't.
Dudes like Myron won't do that. Dudes like Myron won't do that. And here's a great example. Here's a great example.
Do you not think so? Wait, do you not think? Because I wouldn't let myself in with the red pill, but I would think that most of the people that call themselves red pill would probably put their woman first. I would think.
No, not at all. No, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all because they view women as under them, just to be fucked and used as a bitch. Make me a fucking sandwich before I knock you the fuck out. That's what I fucking.
Yeah, actually, I think I might agree. I guess it depends on the level of red pill. Like Myron, probably. I don't think Myron puts his ladies first. That is true.
And here's a perfect example. I just recently learned this. Alexander the Great and his army were traveling through the deserts of Pakistan into North India.
I'm sorry to hear that for Alexander the Great.
And one of his soldiers stepped on a soft surface in the sand, which was a spring. A spring of water came out. He filled his helmet with the water. Remember, they're running low on water and, they're in the desert. All right? He went to Alexander, gave him the helmet, and says, "My king, here, you drink it." Alexander the Great took the helmet and dumped the water. He said that if you're thirsty,
retard shit. That's some
some
retard shit.
No,
why would you dump the water?
No, it's not. It's excellent leadership. The reason why it's excellent leadership. Yeah, the reason why, because he said, if you're thirsty, then I'm thirsty. I'm no better than you. That is leadership right there.
No, but then why not give the helmet full of water to someone who needs the water? Why would you just dump it?
They're all dying of thirst. They're all dying of thirst.
So you're not going to give it? That's a fucking waste of water. That is honestly retarded. I'm not saying he should drink it, but then give it to your subordinate, right?
Hey, Frankie, there's a question from the chat. From Mr. What if the dude had rainbow hair and a nose ring? Is he a good leader?
A rainbow hair and a nose ring. Is he a good leader? Based on what? Let's take this for example. Like rainbow haired nose ring dude that had two people under him and he was treating him like shit. I think he's a horrible fucking leader. But if rainbow hair and nose ring dude was like, hey, have you guys ate? Have you guys got some sleep? Checking on the soldier. Hey, how's your family doing?
Okay, so Frankie, to press it could be a trans person, right?
It could be a fucking trans person. It could be a trans person. Oh my god, I'm trans.
Right?
It's like, oh my god, I'm trans. How's your family doing?
Is that a good leader? Would you say?
It's like, oh my god, I'm trans. How's your family doing?
Is that an answer? Are they a good leader? Is that a good leader?
I care less what they are. It's like if they treat their subordinates better than themselves, I consider that good leadership. And leadership is taught. And leadership, you have to learn leadership, dude. It's like you have to go through bad leadership to learn what good leadership is. So what if that rainbow-haired, nose-ring trans person is a shit leader? Well, then all that shit that person is doing, disregard it completely because he's a bad fucking leader. Because that person is a bad fucking leader. But if this person doing everything that person needs to do in order to keep his subordinates alive, and his subordinates well intact and in a sense in good spirits, I think that's a good leader.
I think you keep misgendering the rainbow-haired nose ring trans person, Frankie. So I don't appreciate that.
I don't know what to tell you. It's a fucking cat.
Yeah, they do identify as a cat. So thank you for
They identify as a
properly
cat.
speciesing them.
Identify as a honey badger.
Honey badger.
Yeah, that's
the
fair.
honey badger named Stoffel.
We're almost there, you guys.
We're almost there. We're gonna plow through. We got like 10 minutes left, okay? And then we can talk about Frankie. Then I promise, if you want to talk about the Muslims, we can talk about the Muslims, okay? I'm just kidding. I mean, we can though, but I'm just kidding. But we can.
One of the things that women
We can,
absolutely love are these TV shows where strangers get married. I'm for it. So let's
Yes. All right. Thank you, Clayton. All right, go sit down. Now, last person, I think, or maybe one if they're quick. Dave talking about Melania Trump. Some shit. Dave, are you here? Your question about Melania? It sounds stupid. You have 5.
Why is he saying Melania?
2. Dave, are you here?
No, this is a good one.
I know.
I gotta ask this to Brian. Let me. I gotta
Wait, is
ask
he
it.
coming, Dave? I mean, you don't have to walk slow, dude. Come on, Dave.
Take your time.
I want to ask Brian this question.
After, let him go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, ask Brian.
Brian, I gotta. Okay, wait, Dave's
And
here.
then he can give his answer. You can ask a question.
Wait, Dave. I gotta ask Brian first, and then you can give your thoughts on it.
No, I won't take my hat off unless you take off yours.
Where would you take? Wait, hold on. Hold
Shut
up. Brian, where
Oh
would you
my
take
God.
Melania Trump on a date?
Wait, was I wrong? I thought he had a second hat underneath his first hat.
Yeah, you were wrong.
Am I
said he was
wrong?
bald. I said he was bald.
Okay, let me.
I thought he had a toupee.
No, I don't think he's pulling it up high enough. I think if he had a yarmulke on, I don't know if you'd see it because the yarmulke kind of sits at like the top back of the head, right?
Who cares about a fucking yarmulke?
Well, look, this was just like a guess I had that he had a second hat underneath, you know. So not that would be a bad thing or anything. That's like a totally normal
Brian,
thing.
Where would you take Melania Trump on a date? Explain where you would take her.
I'd probably take her to Alligator Alcatraz, and I would lock up the key and throw it away.
Oh, you gotta say something nice like
And I would leave her with her book, and I would also play Taylor Swift 24/7, and I would say, "Have a nice day." I wouldn't buy her shitty Christmas ornaments because she's a grifter, just like Myron is.
He would take her to a Holocaust memorial museum.
All right, Dave, what do you got?
Nice comeback, dickhead.
Boy, 6 million.
I
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I wanna give a shout out to this guy in the hat. I'm sorry, your name.
You can call me Brian. I've been called worse.
Okay.
I'm going to get rushed.
He said something very profound.
What's that?
He said that you said you don't respect anybody who has been accused of sexual assault.
I didn't say that. I never said I don't. No, let me.
No, he literally said this. Okay, this is yesterday. So I understand if the panel, Frankie and Thumping, and the audience don't know this, Brian literally said this. He said verbatim, and because I paused on this and I went back and I was like, there's no way. He said, I don't respect anyone who's been accused of sexual assault, which I said was absolutely a mental thing to say. Maybe he misspoke because like accused, like anyone, literally anyone could be accused of a crime. And
anyone can be accused of anything. That's
So I just want to highlight that because I feel like this like hatted man is gonna like try to dodge it, but he literally did say that. He absolutely said
I said
that.
I don't respect somebody who has committed sexual assault.
Yes,
That's not what he said. That's not. I went back. This happened yesterday. Y'all have to trust Confluence. That is not what Brian Shapiro said. Okay.
Exactly what you said.
Okay.
I
thought
can
it was
there's
recording.
recording.
Okay,
Well, we have it on tape. Let him finish, Brian.
And I also
I just don't like to be misquoted. But go ahead.
That's exactly.
You're not misquoted.
I also want to say that
That is what he literally said.
Wait, what was that last?
Whatever, Dave.
We saw that coming a
Yeah,
mile away.
let me go back. Sorry, I'm talking over
That's
that.
exactly what you said. I can. There's a recording.
Okay,
Well, we have it on tape. Let him finish, Brian.
And I also.
I just don't like to be misquoted. But go ahead.
That's exact quote. And I also want to say that this guy sexually assaulted me.
Yeah, fair point.
Give it up for
That's
Dave.
an accusation.
coming
I
a
guess
mile
we
away,
shouldn't
though.
expect
that's an
Brian
accusation.
Shapiro.
Sexual assault in a courtroom?
Keep it up.
Katie
I
Lowe.
have
Katie
25
Lowe. Is
women
Katie
that have
Lowe
accused-
here?
Did my ex-wife say
Katie
that I
Lowe,
raped her
come
in a
on
court
down.
document? Fucking idiot.
Is Katie Lowe
Brian,
here?
you're the
Okay,
fucking
I don't know
idiot.
if they
Holy
are.
shit.
Okay, no, they're not. All right. All right. Okay, get your dumb ass up. You won't shut the fuck up. No, yeah, go get on the mic. You won't shut the fuck up, dude. You're drunk. I don't know what you are. I know you're gonna say something
Fucking
retarded. No,
weirdo.
go get on the mic. Yes, put the mic and put a camera on him right now.
By the way, I would take Melania to Mar-a-Lago. I think
Okay.
that'd be a good date. Yeah.
And he holds the mic. He holds the mic. Just speak into it. Just you don't need to hold it.
Mr. Shapiro, your brother Ben is a fucking dweeb.
I agree.
And you are as well.
Well, he's a bigger dweeb. That's a horrible impersonation.
Is that it?
Is that it?
Let me work on it. But hey,
Ben Shapiro is
sincere
the worst.
question, when it does come to modern dating,
Yeah.
I benefit if I become a superficial, lying human being. I can get quicker if I don't talk about my personal morals.
The fuck is
and if
wrong
I
with
don't
his
talk
eyes?
about the
I don't know
woman
what he's
that I want
saying
to,
right now.
Raise a family.
Neither do I.
So,
Are you still on the Trump impersonation? I can't tell.
No.
well, Mr. Shapiro,
This
you're
guy
out.
is very drunk, I
All
think.
right.
Yeah, very drunk.
So, you know, the reason why I was so dedicated to come up to talk to the mic is because of you, Alex Stein.
Yes.
I have a proposal to make.
Oh, here we go.
Can I hit my knees?
You're gonna kiss him.
Get on your knees. Get on your knees right now. Get on your knees, y'all. What is
hold
it?
on, hold on.
What is
What
it?
is he gonna do?
Okay.
We have like 3 minutes left.
This has gone gay now.
So,
Okay.
Dontarius got a lot of trouble recently.
Yes.
Mr. Alex Stein.
My wife's boyfriend.
Yes. So I would like to propose to be your new wife's
No,
boyfriend.
get the fuck out. Kick him out. Security, no. You kick him out. All right, you're gone. No, Jack. Okay, we got time for one more. Joe Cowman, and I love that guy.
that
Give
the
it up for
worst?
him. Give it up for the drunk guy. I love that guy. I'll post that. I'll let you go viral.
afternoon
That was
drunk.
great. I love you, dude. Seriously. Okay, Joe.
Alex, I'm here for you, brother.
I will. I love you, dude. Seriously, I mean that.
A lot of
You're the
Alex
most fun
Stein
today.
fans in this
all
building right
Joe,
now.
you're our last guy. Give us your opinion, whatever it is. Say something crazy, because I don't think this has been crazy enough.
I don't think this is controversial, but I feel like if men acted more like Myron, they would have a lot more success with women than Shapiro.
All right, come up here.
Like men, if they didn't have his
Guess who has a
haircut,
girlfriend and guess who
you
doesn't?
would have a little bit more
I gotta say
success,
this.
probably.
Not
If
to endorse
men would act
Myron's
more
views or
like
anything, but I
Myron,
do
they'll be
think it's a
gay.
fair point. Guys who act more
Frankie,
like
you have
Myron
to
are more likely
agree.
to find general success.
I'd rather
agree.
act
Success
like
in what?
Myron than act
Dating
like
in general.
Shapiro.
So like, if they
I'd
wanna get
rather
fit,
act
they're more
like
likely to get fit. If they wanna make
Frankie
money, they're more
too
likely to
sweet
be
than
like,
act
You
like
don't answer.
Myron.
Let Fair answer. God,
That's
please
fair.
say something fair.
That's not the question, no.
Myron is gay.
So
I don't want to be gay.
Would you rather be this Brian Shapiro character?
I mean, Myron's talked about this, but women like men that other women like. Am I wrong?
Oh, John knows someone in the
Women
background.
like men that other women like.
His haircut bothers me.
In
It
some
looks like a
cases, sure.
tool.
It's why they say that wedding rings make women attracted to guys.
It's
Who,
why
Myron?
you're wrong when you're trying to
Or-
make
or
the
no,
double
this
standard
guy.
of body count.
That guy.
Because men aren't attracted to, don't also have mimetic desire. They also like love girls that other guys find hot too.
I don't care if another guy likes you, but if every girl in this room wanted to date me, it's more likely that other girls want to date me.
I'm saying the same thing, but apply in reverse. Like guys would
It's
also
not.
look more at a girl who has every guy's attention, of course.
But let me say this.
true.
I don't think it's necessarily just about women. I think it's about social
Yeah, I don't know.
status.
I don't know if that actually
So
is true.
If there's a guy on stage,
No, that
and
sounds
all the
stupid.
guys
That
are
sounds very
cheering
egotistical.
for him,
If
women will
every
be
girl
attracted
wants
to
to
him
date
all the
me,
same.
He's a
more
leader
girls
of
want to
men.
date me.
Women
Yeah.
like that. They're
No, but do you agree? Okay, I know I'm pausing like 4 minutes from the end, but Frankie and Topanga, do you guys agree that I think if a guy is the attraction of all the girls, more girls are willing to like him because the social kind of like clout, but it doesn't necessarily work the other way. I don't think that just because all the guys are chasing a woman, that if there's like a super attractive and like great girl in the corner,
That's where the ego and the shitty personality comes in as well.
Yeah,
Right.
like no. I think it will be more with guys. More with guys because like remember, like a hot chick at a bar, all the guys are trying to fuck her.
yeah, but that's because she's hot. That's because
the point.
No, that's not the point. The point would be because all the guys are trying to fuck her, then another guy wants to fuck her too. That's not what's happening. The guys are trying to fuck her because she's hot, whereas the argument with men is that if you're a guy and you have like a lot of women around you, then other women see that as like a social status signal, and then they're like, oh, that guy's like a high value man, and so they want to go with that guy.
See, but here, okay, so then it works both ways. The door swings both ways because for a guy, it's competition. Oh no, I'm better than him. Oh no, I'm better than him. Oh no, I'm better than him. That's competition. For the girls is, oh my God, I would look so much better with him than her. Like that all stands for competition. And in all honesty, competition sucks.
Right, but I don't know. I'm not sure if we're disagreeing. I guess what I'm saying is like if I was in a bar and let's say all the guys are going after this like one chick, and then I see this hot chick in the corner and she's like hot and no one's giving her any attention and she seems cool, I'm going to her. Like I'm not like, oh wait, I want to be a part of this competitive thing. Like that to a guy, I don't think that registers.
Though.
No, but I think that's most guys. I don't think most guys are trying to like compete.
I like that mindset a little bit better than everybody just going to one person just because everybody wants that person.
It's the whole monkey see, monkey do thing. It's like, oh, one monkey sees, and all the other monkeys are going to do.
I know.
So why not break? Why not break that off? Why not break off of the monkey link?
And because it's hardwired into our brains.
I don't think for men. I don't think it is.
It is.
I think with women, I think it can be. Like I think like someone like Myron. I know you think he's gay, but if he has if he goes to a club and let's say just hypothetically there's like a lot of women swooning after him, I think other women are more likely to see that and be like, oh, that guy is like obviously high status. Maybe I should be interested in him. Whereas I think if you reverse the genders, I don't think that happens. I think if you have a bunch of people going after one hot chick, but then there's like an equally hot chick in the corner that no one's talking to, I think a lot of guys would be like, well, I'll go talk to her. Because why would I compete with all these people for the same thing?
Well, you can say that though, but like Myron's gay, so it won't work on him. He can pretend he's straight all he wants, but he's fucking gay.
Okay, disregard his gayness or lack thereof.
No, I won't. No, I won't. He's fucking gay. The dude sucks dick behind of a dumpster.
I mean, he might not. I mean, we don't know. The point is, there's a gender divide there. Do you not think that's true? Topanga, what do you agree that there's a gender divide there?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe I kind of see your point as male being like competitive in a sense.
Because like I think women. I don't want to speak on women, but I think women do care more about like status and stuff. Whereas like I don't. As a guy, I don't care if a woman has like status.
I can say personally, I don't. Even if I was like, if I wasn't married to Frankie, I never went towards those guys that like had more. Because it's not worth it. Because that kind of stuff becomes a lot of drama.
Okay, here's the perfect example. Here's a perfect example, right? All right, I'll give you two scenarios, right? I'll give you a scenario, right? Marilyn Monroe will have every fucking dude in a bar gravitate towards her, and a fucking hot ass bitch will be in the fucking corner. She'll be invisible because it's Marilyn Monroe. Am I right or am I wrong?
Wait, say it again?
All right. You're in a bar.
Okay.
Marilyn Monroe shows up. You know, like the height of her prime. The height of her prime and everything. She sits in the bar. Every fucking dude in that bar will gravitate towards her. And then lo and behold, here goes a hot female. Let's say, name a hot celebrity that you like.
Audrey Hepburn in her prime, right there in the back.
All right, Audrey Hepburn. All right, Audrey Hepburn in her prime. Audrey Hepburn is invisible. She's invisible. You know why? Because of Marilyn Monroe.
Not to me. That's what I'm saying. I think not to most guys. If most guys
it's the
walk
monkey
into
see,
that,
monkey do thing.
I don't think that's a thing with guys. I don't think that's a thing.
It's the primal sexual urges. It's the primal sexual urges of the man, and it will click on. So that's all the
but you're
lizard
saying
brain
every
click
man.
on.
Okay, then Frankie, then you're saying every man is just thinking with their fucking junk at that point. You're saying no man can think for himself.
At that point, every single dude in that bar is looking to fuck Marilyn Monroe. They're not looking to. They're not looking to be
not everybody.
They're not looking to buy her a house. They're just looking to put their dick in her pussy. That's what they're looking to do.
So why would a man stand there and wait just to have a chance? If all these men are there, why is a man going to waste his time on that?
It's called competition.
I'd rather
There's
go
not
to
a-
Audrey Hepburn in the fucking corner and
I just
and
don't
have
agree.
someone
She's
who's
invisible. I'm telling
not
you,
like.
she's fucking visible.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree either.
Because what if Marilyn Monroe isn't a lot of the guys' types?
It doesn't matter.
Just because she's Marilyn Monroe doesn't mean everybody like wanted her, even in her prime, even when she was alive. You know, there were people that just didn't like her.
The reason why I'm giving Marilyn Monroe the example. The
Who's
reason
the
why I'm giving
hottest
Marilyn.
today? I don't even know what celebrity could compare to Marilyn Monroe in today's world.
The reason why I said Marilyn Monroe because she's the most iconic. Because she's extremely iconic. Because everybody thinks Marilyn Monroe. Oh, her. Yes, I know her. Everybody knows her.
Well, yeah, everybody knows her because of the shit she done too.
Maybe I'm biased because I'd rather fuck the shit out of Audrey Hepburn and Marilyn
You-
Monroe
you
any day of the fucking
okay.
week. Okay, any day.
You understand that John F. Kennedy fucked any woman he saw. You understand that, right?
Okay, sure.
Like he fucked a lot of women, even though he was married to Jackie. He fucked Marilyn Monroe in the White House, in the Oval Office.
Everybody knows that.
Like, if he was in that bar, he would have just grabbed Marilyn Monroe. Audrey Hepburn would have been invisible.
But the point is, I think to kind of break it down, I think the point is like, are you more attracted in the Marilyn Monroe scene? Are you more attracted to Marilyn because a bunch of guys are flocking to her? I would say as a guy, no. Whatever my attraction is to her, it has no bearing on how many guys are around her. Whereas I think to flip the genders, I think there is something about if you have like one guy and there's a bunch of women vying for him, then I think females in general see him as high status. Not every female, but a lot of females will see him as high status and will be like, oh, he obviously has a lot of social clout, he has a lot of power, and that's something I want to get with. And I don't know
And
if
I
that
would
like
say that
translates
about dudes.
to the genders.
I will say that about dudes. The reason why, because of competition, the testosterone will spike high, and it's like, no, get away from her. She's mine. No, she's mine. That kind of, and then a fight ensues. That's competition. That's testosterone level competition.
No, but you're saying, just to be clear, you're saying like, okay, so actually, to be clear, okay, so you're saying Marilyn Monroe, let's say, surrounded by 5 guys, a twin of Marilyn Monroe walks in, and no guys are with her. Do some guys go to the Marilyn Monroe on the wall? They look exactly the same. They're both just as fertile. You know, you could make as many babies with either of them. Are you saying the guys are like, no, I have to compete for the one that everyone's competing for? Because I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Here, then this is my counter to that. Marilyn Monroe is enticing them, bringing them closer in. So then she is in a sense enticing the testosterone level. She is exacerbating the testosterone. She's fanning the flames. The girl in the fucking corner that's just invisible is not fanning the flame.
I know, but to be clear, the girl that's invisible looks identical to Marilyn Monroe.
I put Audrey Hepburn in the scenario.
I know, but I'm trying to simplify it. I'm saying it's a twin of Marilyn Monroe. They look identical. And so as a guy, I walk in and I see 10 guys clouding one Marilyn Monroe, and I see Marilyn Monroe's identical twin.
I say she's not fanning the fucking flame.
So
Marilyn Monroe that's sitting in the bar is fanning the flames to get these guys fucking enticed.
So Frankie, to make it personal, you walk into a bar. There is Marilyn Monroe with 20 guys surrounding her. There is her twin duplicate clone in the corner that no one's talking to. You're saying you're more enticed by the Marilyn Monroe with 20 guys around her just because 20 guys are around her? Like you're just like, oh, my testosterone. Oh my God, the competition. I just have to go and be number 21 in that like group of people trying to fuck Marilyn Monroe, even though her literal clone is behind you.
I will turn around, walk away from the bar, go back home to my wife.
I'm saying if you didn't have a wife, obviously.
I don't go to bars anyway, so that doesn't make any difference. Or it will be that I walk in the bar, I see those 20 dudes, and I start beating the shit out of them and says, I'm number 1.
So that's what you'd do. You'd go and fight the 21 instead of going to the exact clone. So you'd be that like I don't know, testosterone brained, competition brained, that you'd be like, I just want to fight the guys. That sounds a little gay in a way. You want to go with 20 guys.
Am I like tickling their buttholes or something? Am I like tickling their buttholes or something?
I mean, I don't know. There's 20 guys. I mean, there's probably a lot of gesticulation trying to like get to Marilyn Monroe, right?
Is there like finger pointing and finger banging?
Hey, that's up to you, brother. That's up to you. Whatever you do with your like finger and butthole, that's on you.
He likes his butthole touch.
Why do you like the finger banging though, Confluence?
I don't think I brought up finger banging. I think you brought that up. You know.
I mean, why do you like Confluence? I'm asking you. Why do you like the finger banging?
Okay, I just want to say, Abby, good to see you. I don't think you've been in my chat before. Abby, unfortunately, says that Frankie has a point. Abby, I don't know what the fuck you're I don't know what you're smoking. You're smoking whatever Frankie is smoking if you think Frankie has a point. But I don't acknowledge you as a chatter, okay? You know? I'm just saying, if all things are equal, I'm not excited by more guys being attracted to a woman. That's not what influences how much I like a woman, is how many guys are surrounding her. I'm looking at the woman, and I'm like, which one is better?
It's not about liking the woman, Confluence. It's about, I beat all these dudes, now I have the woman. Ha ha.
No, I know.
I'm more man than you.
I understand, and I'm saying
that's where I'm coming from with that.
That doesn't appeal to me.
All right, Confluence, shut up. That's where I'm coming with that. Is that I walk to a bar, I fight the 20 dudes, and I take the woman. Ha ha! I win.
No, I understand. Look,
until the night come on and that woman is a man. I'm just kidding.
oh, that happened to one dude I know.
Okay, Abby clarifies Frank has a point about the natural attraction of men in general. I don't know. I don't think. Again, I don't think me. I'm trying to be honest. I think if I see two equally attractive females and one of them has a bunch of men swarming around her and the other one doesn't, I don't think I see the one with 20 men as like more appealing. I'm not judging the attractiveness of the woman based on like how many men are around her. Whereas I think if we swap the genders, I think that can happen because women obviously are more attracted to like status and stuff for like very biological reasons. That just kind of makes sense. So like most women would be like, oh, that guy has a bunch of attention, so he must be like important and he can maybe protect me and provide me resources and all that stuff. Men, I don't think they're looking for that. If I see a fertile Audrey Hepburn, my biology is like, go with Audrey Hepburn.
We're saying the same fucking thing, Confluence. I'm saying it in a time-old fashion where it's a competition of men for women. That goes on in the entirety of the animal kingdom. It's the entirety of the animal kingdom.
I think it's sex-based.
Males will compete with other males for female attention for mating rights.
Yes, but more importantly, males in the animal kingdom will do that for what they consider to be the best female. In my example, it's a Marilyn Monroe and it's a Marilyn Monroe clone. And
okay,
so in the animal kingdom, no, I don't think
how can you tell two lionesses from each other?
Well, I can't because I'm not a lion. I'm not a lion. But if I was a lion, I'd be
no,
like, oh, that lion.
You're saying the same thing. You're saying Marilyn Monroe A, Marilyn Monroe B, Lion A, Lion B. You're saying Marilyn Monroe A and her exact clone, everything about Marilyn Monroe A is the same as Marilyn Monroe B.
Right.
So then I'm asking you is this, how can you tell the difference between Lioness A and Lioness B? What's the difference?
There is no difference. That's what I'm telling you.
There is no difference between the other from Marilyn Monroe A and B either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no difference. So if there's 20 lions trying to fuck the lioness Marilyn Monroe, I don't care more about
something different than Marilyn Monroe B.
I don't care about that. I don't. Do you, as a guy, you care about that? You care if you see an identical hot chick and a bunch of guys are around her, and you see an identically hot chick with no guys.
Apparently, they are seeing something else than the other identical hot chick that's alone in the fucking bar in the seat.
Right,
they're
but
seeing something else.
That's true, but you don't trust your own judgment to be like, hey, these two women, they're clones. So all those people chasing Marilyn Monroe Lioness A. As an alpha lion, I'm not like I don't play those games. There's no difference between these two.
You don't play those games.
You guys, we have 4 minutes left.
Okay, that's true. Okay, that's true. Okay, fine. Thank you, Thumping. It's brought us back. Okay, W Topanga. W Topanga.
Yeah, but
Thumping Topanga.
Look. So a lot of guys, they have problems dating right now because they're using these apps, and apps are really fucking bad because women have all these options and guys don't. So they come off desperate as fuck.
The guys
You have
in
a
high
really
school
big
who were
gaydar.
popular, who were on the football team. Most of those guys, see where they're at today.
High school's a small sample size, but he's right. Forget about high school. He is right. Women get like 95% more messages
those guys
than
get scholarships
men.
at
Oh my
college.
God, women get this, women get that.
45, overweight, unemployed. What I'm trying
do.
to say, sir, is again, it's a case-by-case basis. I agree with you to an extent.
Women are
but-
very similar to each other in how they think, and it's really easy for a guy that gets lots of girls.
What is your definition of
I don't agree with
success?
that.
Having lots of girls or being in a great relationship with one person?
Women typically are easy to. They're the ones withholding sex. Men withhold commitment.
What is your definition?
Oh my God! Enough with the Westfield bullshit talking points.
The man who withholds commitment, it's really easy for him to get into
He
the
does
relationship
enunciate
once
his
it starts
S's,
it.
Mr.
Okay,
It's
but
true.
again, it goes back to my original question. What do you think is more successful? What's your definition?
Students with ADHD.
Oh my God! Sorry, guys. My YouTube
You
premium
know-
is bugging. My YouTube premium, it's like something is like glitched with it. Sorry about
success.
that.
Whatever you want.
It's very simple. The definition of
There is
success
a
being
dono
attractive
goal to
where
fix
women
that. I'm
want
just
you
gonna
and
say
then
that
you
there's a
choose who you're
dono
gonna
goal to
commit
fix
Men
that
are the
for everyone
gatekeepers of the
watching.
relationship, women are
Just
the
saying.
Myron,
gatekeepers
you're
of sex.
gay. Fuck
So
off.
The goal here is to be as attractive as possible, attract as many women, then you take the
How
best
about just
of
be
them.
yourself? Is that
Well,
right?
doesn't work.
Here's the problem. See, shit like that is the problem. Just
shit.
be yourself. That doesn't fucking
That's not
work.
shit.
That does not fucking work. Guys need to be fucking assholes to get bitches. That's how it works.
You're single.
Guys,
Because if you're asked whether you're gonna get bitches.
So it's better to be an asshole to get bitches, huh?
Who broke up with who?
That's how
What,
you're
so
gonna
you
get
put
bitches.
makeup
You're gonna
on,
get
Myron?
women.
Did you think
You're
you gotta
gonna
be hot as
get
possible?
bitches.
So you put makeup on, Myron?
She broke up with
Fucking-
you, motherfucker. She broke up with you, motherfucker. Yeah.
Are you fucking dumb?
All your shit didn't work.
I
You're a
broke up
single
with
motherfucker.
Myron, 'cause she wants a family,
She
and
broke
I
up
don't
with
wanna-
you.
No, that's not true.
All right, go get your bitches.
I have to read this chat message. Jesus is coming soon, the Indian Jesus. Look, I don't know if you are the Indian Jesus, but I hope the Indian Jesus is coming soon because he should join my panel. Okay, if anyone knows who that is, he should absolutely.
I know
join
who it
my
is, yeah.
Broke up with her.
Go get
Oh
your
yeah,
tits
yeah.
on social
Tango, you know who that
Yeah,
is.
everybody, thank you guys
Can I
so
say-
much, Tim. Give it
Oh, look who we have. Wait, should I? If I add him now, K2, you
This
can't
was a
derail it. We're
dumpster
so
fire.
close to the end,
Yeah,
K2.
we're done now.
We have
This
to
was a
let it
fucking
finish.
dumpster fire.
I'm not pausing for
Well,
the next 2
I
minutes.
heard he was calling people gay, and I'm
One of
wondering
the most
why he
fun
didn't
shows
call
we've
you
had so
gay.
far, so it's been amazing having you
What,
guys
Myron's
here.
gay?
These live shows, I feel they're getting better every time, and I'm
No,
excited.
Tim,
We
it's a
got
dumpster
more
fire.
plans.
Yeah, we do need to be 3 hours, man.
So we're working on it. We've actually
Abby,
got
how do you and
sponsorship
Death
interest
Poet know each other?
and,
What am I
big things in
missing
the
here?
works, more
Someone
shows,
fill
more
me
people, more
no.
Brian yelling at Myron and fun. So thank you all so much. Make sure you subscribe to this the show. Share it if you liked it. But let's go through everybody. Give your shout outs. Say whatever you want to say as we wrap up.
Hi, Jessica Misitano. I'm on the White Privilege Comedy Tour coming in January, dude. That's what's up. Yep. Hell yeah. Thanks.
Well, okay,
Brian
HR,
Shapiro,
tell Indian
I wanna
Jesus
say
to
this
join the
genuinely.
panel. I fucking love Indian Jesus.
I took
And
a
I
lot of
also,
shit
you know who I
doing
also
Tim's show. I
love?
want to say this right now.
Fucking
Tim and the people that
Marilyn.
work for him,
Fucking Marilyn
Tim
in the
and people
chat.
that work for him could
07s
not
to
have been nicer
Marilyn.
to me.
Marilyn, hop on the panel if you
they're good
want.
people.
You know, I'm just
That's
saying.
the bottom line. I think Tim's a good dude, and I actually love Alex too.
I made
Brian's a good
for
guy. Tim's a good guy.
Speakeasy's
And
Halloween
regardless
thing.
of
I
what
made
said about Myron,
Indian
I think
Jesus
I only
look
said
like
it
he
for
was part of
clicks.
Al Qaeda.
No, but
Indian Jesus already looks like he's part of Al Qaeda.
Myron, you're
I
gay.
made him
Fuck off.
look. I made him look even more.
You know, he's a fucking ass, Myron. Fuck
Okay.
off.
Video over. Video over because it's like 2 minutes left. And look who we have in the studio.
Indian
It is
Jesus,
the
look
one,
at that.
the only Indian Jesus. Ba-ba-ba-bam.
Hey,
Great
it's the
to
guy
see
that.
you.
Welcome to the party.
Great
Welcome
to see you.
the party.
I feel like we
It's
haven't
the
talked
only
in like
guy-
a hot minute.
It's-
Holy shit.
it's-
Crazy.
It's the only guy who got the prop of is holding hands gay.
Yeah, that is true. That is how me and Indian
He's the only
Jesus
one
met.
who listened.
So real quick, I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm using you. So I've had some issues, some audio
I've
issues
never heard
recently.
that before.
I've had some audio issues recently. How is my audio on a scale of 1 to 10?
Wait, are you about to leave after you do an audio
No.
check?
No.
Are you about
We
to-
chill.
You're about to leave as soon as
I'll
you
put you at a 9.
I'm not leaving.
I'll put you at a 9. I'll put you at a 9.
I'll put you at like a 9.1 just to fuck K2. A 9.1, I'd say.
At worst, I have to finish all of that. So.
Okay, good. You're
What do you think of my Photoshop?
I was about to spend.
What do you think of my Photoshop of you from Speakeasies Halloween?
Oh, is it you the one that did that?
Yes.
Yo, that was awesome. That was brilliant. I love it. Oh man. But yeah, I was this close. I was this close to buying a whole new mic, and this is a USB mic. And I was gonna buy, like the Shure SM-V7 whatever, and get the interface and everything. It's like, we gotta invest in blah 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 blah. But I just switched the USB ports. And turns out that the USB port isn't working as well. So now this one's better, and the other one's good enough that my mouse still works. So as long as we're good, we're good.
Yeah, you're sounding crisp and clear.
Crispy.
Beautiful.
Oh, shout out to Box, who became a member. That's probably from you, Indian Jesus. I don't know who Box is, but good to see you, Box.
I unsubbed again.
That's okay, K2.
Yeah,
K2,
Morty,
you can only unsub once, okay, brother? Indian Jesus, I need the like like I need like a soundboard. I'm jealous of your soundboard.
Stream Deck is one of my favorite purchases in terms of all of this stuff. Like, because I use this one, and so it's super simple to just you go to you just Google sound bites. And it'll give you a million different things. Right now, I'm a little bit frustrated because my well, actually, I don't know if it will. No, it won't show up. But the ones in StreamYard, they don't freaking work for me. But yeah, it's very easy to just upload it, and you pick a little a picture. I've got some pictures to help me, and then really quickly, you kind of it's like a reflex where it's like if I know I'm gonna say something a little bit like whoa. I'm there. You know what I mean?
No, you're honestly, even in our debates, you're tight with the sound bites. You have it on lock. Okay, I will say that. I'll give you that attaboy. You do.
Thank you. It really is a reflex because I try not to use it on other people's platforms or that stuff. But it's
you can use it on the Confluence stream. You can use it as much as you want, brother.
Let's go. And so then we will say. Dilly dilly to that.
You have not seen my Photoshop photo of Confluence proposing to Lily Phillips.
No, I don't like that. I do not like that.
I need to see that one.
And I think it's
Bonnie Blue.
Yeah, it's Bonnie.
Bonnie
You can't
Blue.
even get your horrors right, brother. You can't get them right.
Bonnie Blue.
How about you have to send it to me?
There's a joke there. There's a joke there about the opposite of blue balls. But I don't have it.
Okay, Lach, actually, while you're here, while we're talking about Bonnie Blue, you're like pro sex work, right? Not to like drag you into like a debate, but just like just curious,
Wait,
So,
hold on.
I'm not.
Are you pro Bonnie Blue or like?
No.
Why not though?
What I am
pro sex
because she's a degenerate whore. What I am against is the government being the arbiter of our morality. I don't need daddy government to tell me that Bonnie Blue is a whore. So I don't need the government to be like, oh, that's bad. The rest of us should be like, oh, 100 guys or 1,000 guys in one day.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, so
Okay, Confluence proposed to her. Like, there's a picture of Confluence proposing to her.
Let's not look at whatever Photoshop nonsense.
Let's look at it. I need to see this.
K2, I just want to let
I believe
you know.
I put it in Abe's.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, K2, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to let you know that I farted.
Yeah, okay, I guess. Okay, wait.
I can smell it.
Okay, Lux. So Bonnie Blue, but is not doing anything illegal, right? So that kind of is your optimal situation, right? Because all of us go,
froze.
I think he's just being very still.
No, he froze. He was glitching at the beginning too.
I'm pretty sure he's just like being incredibly still. That's what, He's like, that's crazy. He's got like some like static apnea going. Like he's just like
Even his
holding his
dog's
breath
playing with
for
him.
like a long period of time. It's very impressive. Very impressive. The Death Poet says prostitution is decriminalized in New York City to the best of my knowledge. Is that true? Oh, Indian Jesus dropped
you scared
off.
him away.
Oh
You scared
man.
him away.
He just
You
couldn't
scared
handle
him.
the
And
heat.
he left.
Except
Rage quit.
Wait, he's back, and he might be back with a soundbite. Who's to say? I mean, I can't. I don't know.
Coming back to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there. Sorry, your question was about, what about Bonnie Blue?
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah, she's
Bonnie
a whore.
Blue, you're saying like we should be like yuck Bonnie Blue, but that is the legal situation, right?
Yes.
Like Bonnie Blue is not doing anything illegal.
Correct.
And so I guess so like what is your stance on that? So that kind of is what your optimal standpoint is.
Yeah, she's a gross whore, and we should all be able to easily say, oh, that's a gross whore. And some people are going to be like, hey, I like gross whores. And then, okay, then I don't want to associate with you because you like gross whores or you are a gross whore.
Okay.
And that's the type of segregation that we definitely need in America.
Do you think every prostitute should be seen that way?
I think to a certain extent, yes, but there's levels to the game, bro. I think like the shame level of being, we'll say an S worker is up here. But being Bonnie Blue is like,
Yeah, I think Bonnie Blue just skipped everything. She skipped all the steps, and she just wanted to be the biggest and the grossest.
She is speedrunning, but you got to give her that attaboy. She do be speedrunning degeneracy, you know.
And she's gonna speed right back down that hill soon.
Thumpleweevil, to answer your question, if you want to see that Photoshop photo, go to Abe's Funny Bones, and then it's the second
Disavow.
photo
I don't have his
harping on this. He's harping on this.
I have his Discord.
He really wants people to see that. Disavow.
Maybe.
Okay, wait. So Lutch. So maybe I misunderstood your position. So you think sex work is degenerate, but you just think it should be legal.
Yes.
But you do think? Do you think OnlyFans degenerate?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. Holy shit. I have to like
Again. I don't look to
my friend thinks the same way too.
Yeah, I don't look to the government to say what is right or wrong, and it's confusing to me as Christians that you would look to the government instead of your
it's not
faith.
okay. I can answer that. I don't need the government to tell me it's right or wrong, but I do want the government to legislate certain parts of morality in the same way that I think murder and stealing is wrong, and I also want the government to legislate on that. It doesn't mean I need the government to tell me murder is wrong. I want the government to act on that, right? Just like with if we go to the examples of teaching kids like trans stuff, which I think you and me agree on. I don't need the government to tell me that's wrong, but I want the government to enforce it because I don't want kids exposed to that, right? Like at a young age.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody in this panel wants kids exposed to that shit. But like the whole notion of legalizing prostitution, but let's just be real. There's just someone out there that are just whores. There's nothing, and they have nothing in their life better than anything else. They're just whores, and it's just a fact of life.
Right, but I guess I would say I want the government to legislate on what I think is good for society.
Okay, if you think so, then it's good for society that they continue to break the law, or is it good for society that they actually follow the law?
No, I think that's insane. That's like I don't want like fentanyl to be sold on street corners, and some people will sell it anyway. But I want the law to be that it's illegal to sell fentanyl on street corners because I think it's bad for society.
But if a chick wants to sell her pussy on a street corner,
I think that's bad for society. She might do it anyway.
But then if a bitch wants to sell her pussy on the street corner, then the government says it's okay.
It's illegal, like in almost all states.
Yeah, but that's kind of the question. That's the kind of question me and Letch are talking about. Is should it be illegal?
Yeah, so to your point, if you, again, we have to understand that the ways that I was talking about this was in a specific debate context. And so I can take the position that tuition should be legalized. That doesn't necessarily mean I would fight for that. That doesn't necessarily mean that's at the top of my list. That, oh, we've got to make sure that these whores are like that. I just don't care. But at the end of the day, if you ask my principles, they do not align with making that illegal. Is that the end of the world to me because of how much, excuse me, how much I agree with the moral and cultural aspects of what you guys are saying? Yes, because to me, laws come down to harm. And so when you talk about, yeah, well, we don't just want to say that, we don't need the government for murder, so you can just murder anybody you want. No, I wouldn't say that, because then there's clear harm. And the argument, at least, is on the table that if there's two consenting adults engaging in trade, then that's just the economy.
So you don't think prostitution causes harm? That's your stance?
Not to the point where I think it should be illegal.
Okay, what about like drug decriminalization? Do you think that
causes it all, baby?
Right, but that I agree with you, to be clear, but like but also that causes harm, right? Like that is something that if you're selling drugs, there is like measurable harm to that, right? Like cocaine is cardiotoxic and fentanyl kills a bunch of people every year, right? Like
sure, but then okay, if we're going to say that anything that is harmful, well then that broadens it way bigger. I think the focus of this is harmful, it has to be paired with there is there's real harm, and also there is I don't know, some type of contradiction with the basis of our culture or something. I don't know how to word it properly, but the idea that if two consenting adults are doing the do and there's no money, then you don't have a problem with that. It's the money that changes that.
Right. And so I would say that then introduces harm into the situation more so than if there was no money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you disagree?
Okay, so if there's harm there just because there's money exchanged, what harm is that giving? Because that person is consenting to give that other individual money. Who is that harming in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I feel harmed when I got to drive to.
Harming is like the government isn't getting their cut. You know, like they get their cut with everything else that's legal.
No, I think my response would be if you're meeting someone on Tinder. Okay, you're both agreeing to a sexual experience, and yeah, I don't want the government to legislate that, even though I think it's degenerate to like do hookup culture. But both people are getting an equal trade. They're both just a part of the sexual experience. But with prostitution, it's definitionally not that. It's someone who's exchanging some type of resource for some type of sexual favor. So that, to me, that puts it in a different category now, because that prostitute isn't doing it for the sheer thrill of the sexual endeavor like that in the previous Tinder example would be doing it for. They're doing it for monetary gain. They might hate what they're doing, but they're just trying to make ends meet. That fundamentally, in my mind, changes the morality of the whole situation.
She's just stripping her.
You can explain my job exactly that way.
Wait, wait. Okay, Lutch, say more. What are you saying? How's that your job?
So
are you saying by like being a streamer, you're like a prostitute?
No,
like,
well, first of all, okay. So no. First of all, I'm a dog trainer. That is my job. But the fact that I have to spend time going out of my, I got to get ready to go out. I got to make sure Morty isn't going to eat anything in the house. Then I got to use my own gas money and time to drive to these people's houses. And a lot of dogs are going to jump on me. I'm not a big dude. They jump all over me, teeth all over me. That's harm. So the question then becomes, what level of harm is justified for the government to step in?
That's fair.
To be honest,
okay, wait. I have to shout out. Wait, K2, hold up. Box has donated $2. I have to prioritize. I always be grifting. Okay, I have to prioritize it. Box says we act like women have no self-agency. I feel like self-agency is a bit of a redundant term, but I appreciate your super chat nonetheless. But I think agency includes kind of self in it, like definitionally. But okay, sorry, K2, go ahead.
I was gonna say, on his way to the go train the dogs. Raj on the highway could not stop when he sees stoplights, and then just rear end everybody, like take out 5 cars on his way to the house. He could be stuck in traffic.
So wait,
So
I actually use
hack this for me. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's harm. That could be a potential harm for him right there.
Yeah, but wait, what was the harm? Sorry, I just
I was saying Raj could be behind.
Who's Raj? Is that Indian Jesus?
No.
Is he Raj now? Are we just like throwing?
No,
can I call him?
Hello,
Can we
come
call him
again.
can we call him like any Indian adjacent name, or like what's good?
No, I'm just from the last 2 people that caused potential harm on the highway, who did a U-turn and then slammed into 8 people.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Those truckers.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so like,
on his way,
but they came out of California. They were licensed in California, I believe, both of them.
Yes, he could be just sitting in traffic, and then guy doesn't paying attention, and then just boom, take out 8 cars.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see the relation.
That's his potential harm. The potential harm.
I know, but prostitution.
To their house.
The whole argument with like prostitution or selling
I'm here to derail.
cocaine is. I know you are, K2. I'm still going to respond sincerely. The difference with prostitution is, I would argue, that is direct harm 100% of the time that you are doing it. You're talking about a potentiality of harm. You're saying that if you're like a trucker or if you're driving on the road,
no,
you
I'm
could
saying
potentially be into harm.
On his way to those dog people's houses, he could be potentially harmed on the highway.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, but it's not a part of his
Yeah,
job.
it's a potential.
His job is not to get rear-ended.
It's his job.
He's a prostitute. In which case,
his job is to drive to other people's houses. So that's a potential harm. Boom.
But potential is different than
I'm derailing.
Normal
I'm winning
harm.
right now.
No, I'm
winning
totally
right now.
fine
Derailing.
with sticking with the actual harm and not the potential, because I think that is strong enough to say that, well, you have the right to choose to potentially harm yourself. You don't have the right to harm others. But when you're harming yourself, then the line must be drawn. And so, like, if we're gonna say that tuition is too much harm, that we should be that it should be legal. Well, then what about massage parlors? Where, like, and I'm not saying that specifically, but okay, where do you draw that line?
Well, I would draw the line at, like, I guess to kind of punt back, or to kind of do a juxtaposition between, like, let's say the decriminalization of drugs. It's like, I would say, yeah, if I buy drugs, I'm not harming the dealer, I'm just harming myself. But with prostitution, I think that's an industry that it's harming both parties. If you're prostituting yourself,
both are consenting.
harming yourself. I know they're both consenting, but you're both.
So why is that bad?
Because you're both doing harm. Do you not agree that you can consent to something that's like harmful?
Absolutely. I've got plenty of tattoos. I'm tatted up. Yeah. But when both things, harm is not bad. Harm is not inherently bad when there's consent.
Wait, what? Wait.
Harm is not inherently bad when there is consent.
Okay.
If I consent for you to take a needle and drag it across my arm and my leg and my chest.
Dominatrix.
Hey, let's
there you
get
go.
Alpha back here.
So that's a better example. So if I want to be some, I don't even know what they call it, but I want to be some dude that gets stepped on and whatever. That's harm. But I'm consenting to that. And so you and I personally may think that's fucking weird.
Oh man,
but
he's
legally,
with Alpha from yesterday. Sorry.
But legally, what justification based on harm do we have to say that you can't do that? Well, it's harming you. Okay, so does sugar. So does working out too hard. So does fucking, all these things. So the point is that harm in and of itself cannot be a reason to make laws.
Okay, Lutch, I'm gonna run something by you. I can't remember if this was K2 or Big Soda that said this yesterday. So this is a hackneyed example. It is an extreme example, okay? But I just wanna see where you're at, okay? So someone yesterday said on my stream, they said, let's say a grandson and a grandma are together and a grandma is about to die, and they sign a contract saying the grandson can have sex with the grandma's corpse
Totally
after
fair.
she's gone.
Your feelings that
You
it's
think
icky
that's
does
fine.
not make that unfair. Your feelings that it's icky, that I also share that it's icky, does not change the legal status of what you're talking
But
about.
not okay. Well, first of all,
Or the
that is
philosophical
that
status
isn't-
either. The point is, there is consent to the harm.
Wait, okay, but that's you.
And then maybe you
you're
would-
conflating two things. Like we should separate that, right? Like because legally it is illegal to have sex with a corpse, right? Like that is illegal. But like, so we are
Man,
talking
it shouldn't
philosophically.
Shouldn't be. Oh my
Sorry,
god.
go
Okay,
ahead.
but philosophically, you don't think there's anything wrong with that. You think
I didn't
consent is
say
the
that.
ultimate?
Now you're
Check,
conflating. I
check
never
one, two,
said there was
check one,
nothing
two.
wrong with it. I said it shouldn't be illegal.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, but you said harm. You said harm doesn't necessitate that something is bad.
Correct.
Check 1, 2.
Right. So
check
I'm
1, 2.
asking. So
All
what's
right.
bad about my situation? What's bad about the hypothetical? Because it.
Nothing.
That's what I
So
mean. So
legally, it should
philosophically,
be
you think
allowed.
I know, but-
Legally, it should be allowed. I think it's the grossest fucking thing and very weird that you would even your brain would even
But
go
if-
there. But
but
I
if
get
you-
philosophically it makes sense. But if you're
I know,
dragging
but-
me into this fucking weird ass place where a man wants to fuck his grandma,
I am dragging
then
you into that
then I
exact
will
place.
stick to my principles. That yes, as long
Fuck
as the
that.
harm is consented, then who am I to say no? You can't do that.
So
This
is
is
it
America,
Fuck that.
Jack?
But
if your
is it-
grandma said, "Yeah, fuck my dead corpse,"
Is
then
it
who the fuck am
bad?
I?
Is it bad though?
This-
Lutch, is
yes.
it bad?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
what
So then it's
Alpha
bad.
was
What do you
talking
mean by
about
bad?
yesterday.
Obviously,
Confluence.
legally isn't bad. So if you're saying bad, you probably mean philosophically, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you do think it's philosophically bad?
Check 1, 2.
Yes.
Check 1, 2.
Yes.
We can hear you, Frankie.
I've never said anything
Yeah.
different.
Okay.
But you were
It's
saying
gross
that
and
like
nasty.
you were saying harm and bad. There's no like connection between those things.
I don't think
There's an
I
echo.
There's
Yeah.
an echo now.
I think it's Frankie.
Check 1, 2.
Frankie, you're lighting up when I speak, so I think it's you.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, there's
it's
an echo
definitely
here.
Frankie.
All right, how about now? Check it. Check 1, 2.
Yeah, okay.
Jack,
Indian
Jack.
Jesus says, Lutch himself, why is Bucks the only one dropping donuts? That is a good question, Lutch. This is why I love Lutch. He always asks the most important philosophically, epistemologically, ontologically based questions. Okay.
Well,
Hey,
dead
yeah.
ass though.
Confluence.
Well, if I may,
Confluence.
I've been live for 3.5 hours, and the overwhelming majority of that time was
How'd
trying
you
to
get your
figure out
mustache like
this
that?
audio issue, and the fact that people were willing to help and people were willing to donate means so much because we've spent so much time and. If I was doing this on my own, I would have already spent money on shit that I didn't need instead of just switching the fucking USB ports. And so the point is that it looks like it's so easy to just sit. You're just talking. I talk all the time. That's not what the fuck this is. That's not what the fuck this is. Like, yes, it is talking, obviously. But it's more than that. And so if you feel like you're watching somebody that isn't working hard when they're streaming, it's because they're a good streamer. That's it. And it's
Any Jesus, can I say
99
something?
cents.
W's
Any
in the
Jesus.
chat. And
Any
also,
Jesus, can I say something real quick?
Box, wait, I have to shout out Box, who did donate, okay? He says, why is the harm so bad that it requires law enforcement and prions? I think that's a auto mistype of prison. I would say that, yeah, when the harm is so bad, we do require prison for that. And I think Lutch would agree with me. If a harm reaches a certain level, we probably should have to legislate on that, right?
Yes.
And we might
Hey,
disagree
well,
where that harm level
well,
is, but
yeah, so yes, I would say that there's a certain level of harm that consent does not matter. That like chopping off a limb. It doesn't matter if you think that you want your arm chopped off. And that you're consenting to
check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
I can hear you, Frankie.
Confluence. Frank has a question for Indian Jesus.
Go for
He's been trying to say it.
Okay, sorry.
Hey.
You go ahead. I have to pee super quick, so you ask your question, Frankie.
How'd you get your mustache like that, dude? I want my mustache just like yours.
First, you just gotta grow it and let it get all prickly, because it like grows up to here, and then you just take a little sides out and just
Like I'm gonna do that. Like I'm gonna trim my mustache back down again.
I got the little
No,
goatee as well.
Like Frankie can grow a whole ass beard and everything, but he like wants his thin like a whole Spanish like fucking Miami thing.
Because I'm Hispanic. Because I'm Spanish.
It doesn't look good, okay? It doesn't look good.
Derailing so hard right now. I'm proud of everybody here.
The funny thing is that does anybody know? Put a one in the chat. Either chat. If you know what trichotillomania is. I'm gonna take a nice little sip and give you a minute.
I've never heard of that.
Hey, Confluence, I think Indian Jesus would agree with Alpha from yesterday.
But, okay, hold on. Indian Jesus.
Well, hold on, wait, real quick. So, okay, trichotillomania is the compulsion to pull out your own hair. It usually comes from like stress or some weird shit like that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, people typically have it like with their hair, but I got it with my beard. If you look, there's like a bald spot, and it just like it comes from a weird compulsion is the right word, because it's always like, oh well, this one's out of place. If I just pull that one out, then everything else will be perfect. Well, I know that's not how it works.
I left when you were talking about your mustache, and I come back and you're still talking about facial hair. Crazy.
I do sometimes like when my little hairs up here. It's like the texture. If the texture is different than the rest, you like want to pull it.
Yes, exactly. It's like
hold on, Indian Jesus. Though. But like, what do you think would be better though? Masturbating with sandpaper or going to the dentist, getting your teeth pulled and getting your taint tickled by a feather?
So
that's the most insane question I've heard in like 3 days, which is insane because like Alpha said so many insane things yesterday, which is nuts.
Warhammer, it's not as crazy.
Wait, okay, before we go to that, Marilyn W with the 5, and Marilyn said, thank you for the sound bite, Indian Jesus. Marilyn said, because Jesus told me to, and that's why you should all donate. Marilyn is obviously W-goated. Marilyn is God. Hashtag Marilyn is God.
She ain't talking about me.
Yeah, she's talking about the big guy up in the sky, you know?
But Indian Jesus, you have to answer my question though.
Yeah, go back to the sandpaper and dental pulling. I don't know what kink that is, Frankie, but
would you rather masturbate with sandpaper, or would you rather masturbate with sandpaper, or get your teeth pulled by a dentist while getting your butthole tickled by a feather?
I'll go with the second. I've had I actually have had 9 teeth removed. I had a whole second layer of baby teeth.
I thought you were going to go completely different with that answer. From the start.
I definitely don't want sandpaper on my dick. I definitely don't want that. And I've never experienced that, but I would imagine that it's not.
No, what did Confluence say yesterday? I think Frankie asked Confluence, and he's like, well, what about it depends on the grain of the sandpaper.
It does depend on the grain. It does. Because if it's like super fine, it might not be that bad.
No,
but if it's like super coarse, then that's going to be like incredibly painful. So
I don't think either of those would have a difference in sensation. That you'd be like, oh well, this is better. I think
you don't think so. You don't think it was the harshest, coarse grain versus the finest? You know?
Are you thinking of like the buffer pads?
Yeah, I'm thinking of like buffering my dick. That is what I'm thinking about. And I'm like, that's it's suboptimal to be sure, but like it depends if the teeth are being pulled in an essential way. Because like from Indian Jesus, what he's saying, right? It's like his teeth had to be pulled. But if you want to pull teeth that, let's say, don't need to be pulled, and then your butthole's also being tickled by a feather, which that sounds like a redundant point compared to teeth being pulled. But like, I mean, it changes it.
I happen not to be somebody who has done a lot of experimenting or anything with my butthole. But I am aware that a lot of people, or I'll say a lot of men, I know a lot of women, but a lot of men like their butthole toy with. Now, I am not jumping.
That's because that's where the man's G-spot is.
Sure, yeah, that's what they all say. I'm not jumping at the opportunity. And I'm gonna be 36 this month, so we'll see what happens with the fucking what the fuck do you call it? The doctor with the prostate exam. But
never say never, Lutch. Never say never.
Exactly. There are men who like it, And I'm boring as shit. I'm vanilla as shit when it comes to sex stuff. But, you never know.
Box says teeth can feel good. Box, do you mean teeth
Ah!
on the butthole? Or like what? I don't know how else to take that. Or like, what are we talking about? Because we're talking about feathers. If you want to rub your teeth against someone's butt, I mean, that's like a, hey, you do you. You know, that's...
You're giving a little bite.
A bite on the butthole? Is that what we're talking about?
Wait, I need some backup here. Someone in my chat is saying, we know Lutch is a virgin because I don't want my butthole, or I've never had my butthole tickled.
Yeah.
Can I get one?
You fucking incel, Lutch. You don't want your
What
butthole tickled.
a fucking loser that I don't want to be pegged. What?
I think, pegging is like a whole, that's like you said, P-work, Bonnie Blue. Tickling the butthole, pegging.
That's true. There's levels. There's levels to this shit.
Levels.
Literally.
All I am looking for is a woman who, if she knows better than I do, that I will enjoy some butthole play, that she takes her time and exposes me on a appropriate timeline.
So
and then we can do whatever.
So you want her to start with the feather? Understandable.
I'm just gonna say,
if you
maybe just give one of these to start.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't get inside.
Right, yeah,
maybe just see how that feels.
It's a little tickle from the orthodontist or whatever, you know.
Yeah. And then either I'm into it or I'm not into it. I've never had the desire. I don't think I'd be into it, but there's a lot of things.
And then you could consent, and you can decide if it causes you harm or not, right?
Exactly.
I get that.
The first just got like super gay.
This is your husband, Topanga. This is your husband that did it. He was the one that brought that, but he wanted so badly to ask Lutch about this like strange hypothetical about teeth pulling and butthole feathering and all that stuff. Completely derailed the harm conversation about, what constitutes harm.
You know what? That is harm in a sense with the sandpaper.
The what?
I said that is harm in a sense with the sandpaper.
There you go.
Yes, technically. Okay, Lutch. Okay, I don't know if you still have time, but like, what is harm in your mind? I want to get to the bottom of this. Not the bottom. Not as like the butt. Like, I don't mean bottom in that way, brother. I just mean like, let's get to the root.
You said
of it.
I did. You said it. I did it. Okay. So, harm, I think, is the opposite of what's the right word? I want to use not progress, but well-being. And so it is. It's not necessarily. It's not necessarily an individual thing for every person. So this is based on Aristotelian virtue ethics with Aristotle. If you heard of him. And his idea is based on human flourishing. But he doesn't clearly define that. And so it allows us to as time goes on, as we better understand how humanity works and what people like and what people do and so on and so forth, then we can get better at approaching what human flourishing actually means. But for right now, I think we can see that whether it is physical harm, mental harm, emotional harm, it is a negative experience. Now, It's not all negative experiences, but that's where harm is is identified by a negative experience.
Okay, and just maybe you've said this, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating the same question. So I know prostitution you think should be legally not regulated, but do you think prostitution is harm? Or
Yes.
do you think, so you do think it is?
Yep. Yeah.
So I guess why? Because I agree with you, but like under your Aristotelian logic, why
Because I
doesn't
believe-
it contribute to human flourishing?
To go back to Box's super chat about agency, that I don't feel that I am justified in telling some whore and some whacked out John, if they want to do what they want to do, I don't feel justified that I can tell them they can't engage in those behaviors.
Wait, wait, sorry. I thought you said prostitution is harm.
It is. But if you
then-
consent to it, then who am I to tell you you can't harm yourself?
No, I know, but like let's throw away the legal, but just like from a philosophical point of view, you're saying it's harm.
Yeah.
But then again, to ask, I guess what you just said back, who are you to tell them it's harm? If someone is consenting, are you to judge their agency?
No,
I'm playing devil's advocate because like I think it is harm as well, but just to test your logic.
I think that it is, empirically, we've seen, things about pair bonding, dopamine levels, oxytocin. These are that is the harm. The harm is that you are not able to pair bond. The harm is that when you meet somebody that you actually do love and want to be with, that you can't commit to them because you're thinking about Tyrone that dicked you down 6 years ago. I mean, we just saw with Akash Singh. Did you guys hear? You guys know what I'm talking about with Akash Singh, the guy from Flagrant?
No, no idea.
I have no idea who that is.
Let me just take a sip.
Okay, Box says, donate. Thanks for the dono. Box says lots of things are harm that are not illegal. Well, that's true. I'd agree with that.
Like tickling buttholes.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know if I'd say that's harm. Probably depends on the guy, but
fair enough. But yeah, Akash Singh is the co-host of the Flagrant podcast with Andrew Schultz, and like his whole thing was that his marriage was in like a very he's a short Indian dude, so no relation. But he got married in a situation where both he and his girl supposedly were virgins, and then they went on podcasts and talked about how this made us closer and da 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 da. And then I don't know if he was lied to. I don't know if she was lying. I don't know what happened, but now she's all over the internet like, oh, I miss college. I used to pop my pussy and I can't forget about da 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 da. My husband is great. She has a podcast with her friend. And there's clips after clip after clip. Be like, oh my God, your husband is so hot. Like, seriously? I'm not joking. Like, I want an orgy because like Akash, like he's good and like men can't really measure up, but like, your husband is like something different, and bad luck.
Wow.
Okay, so why?
Well, it just sounds like a bunch of liars.
So why'd you bring that up? Like, what's the connecting point of that?
That sounds boring. I thought it was something better.
It sounds degenerate, but are you saying that's an example of harm? Are you saying like what? How do we get into that?
I'll be honest, I don't fully remember. I did have a point.
You sound like me, brother. You sound like me. That's what I do all the time.
Sometimes I'll be like, yo, put ones in the chat if da-da-da-da. And by the time people start putting ones in the chat, I'm like, wait, what did I ask you guys about?
You gotta think about it. Like everybody has their low points in life and their high points in life. And if your low point in life and you like got with a prostitution at a low point and you get to that high point, that low point's always going to be in your brain thinking like, why did I do that? Like in that sense, you're kind of harming yourself because you dug yourself in this hole that you're stuck in because you did that, even if you're in a better place in your life in the future.
Okay. I wanna ask a question. Okay. So crazy hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, okay, two people, because Lutch had brought up like pair bonding and dopamine levels and all this stuff. Okay, so let's say we take two people.
Oh, that was the relevance. That's the harm. Sorry, really quick, but the harm is that they can't have a great marriage because she's ran through and she doesn't have those abilities. That was what I was talking about.
Okay. So So then let me test this. Lutch. Okay, I'm testing you.
Test me.
I will. Not in a gay way, just like in a totally normal way. Okay.
Hey, yo! Everything you 6 out of every 10 words you say, you're like, well, that might be gay. I think that's something you need to look at yourself. Anyway.
Always in a gay way.
Okay.
It's always.
Imagine a man and a woman, okay? A primordial Adam and Eve, okay? On an island, okay? And so there's no society, there's no pair bonding, it's just the two of them on an island, okay? No one else is around, man and a woman, okay? Man, he's accumulated a large amount of coconuts, okay? The woman has acquired a lesser amount of coconuts, and the guy says, hey, I will give you 5 coconuts if you sleep with me. So now there's no pair bonding, there's no societal repercussions. None of this matters. But he is doing prostitution coconutting, right? He's paying an amount of coconuts for her to have sex. Is that harm? I guess is my question. Because now we've taken away all the societal repercussions. We've taken away pair bonding. There's no one else to pair bond to. Is it still harm?
I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a cop out, but then I will buy into this, or I will play into this situation. I don't know, because that is such a unique position or situation that we don't really have the counterfactuals to see. What is it like when men typically trade coconuts for sex? But
you're right, that is a cop out. But you did.
But I said I will. I will engage.
Fair enough.
So
fair enough.
I think that at that point, I still am at the point. I'm still at the point of questioning what is the detriment. And so in normal society, the detriment of going to a toot is the relation to other potentially normal relationships. If you ain't got any normal relationships and the only thing available is either celibacy or 5 coconuts and some pussy, then I mean, I don't really see an issue.
Okay, so
like, why not knock her down to 3 coconuts? Why not knock her down to 3 coconuts, and you still made out the winner because you made a deal. You knocked her down to 3 coconuts. You still got her pussy, and you got more coconuts to her.
There you go. Okay. There you go. That's just the free market, baby.
Say this. Are they the only 2 people on the island?
They're the only 2 people.
Who's to say
Adam's gay though?
Who's to say they weren't going to fornicate at the end of the day, anyways?
Well, the woman is saying no, not unless you give me those 5 coconuts. She's not down with the 3 coconut Frankie. She's not haggling like that. She's not a fucking whore. She wants 5 coconuts.
She's not a whore. She's just giving it away for 5 coconuts.
Yeah, 5.
You can knock her down to 3 with some persuasion.
She has standards,
and you raise the question of what is a whore?
Yeah, what's a whore?
Well, I think I mean, if you're giving it away for some amount of coconuts, X amount of coconuts, okay, it doesn't really matter the number. Then you are a whore.
Show his dick, and then he can knock down 3 coconuts by showing his dick.
But the point of this there is a real point. The point is asking is prostitution always, because Lutch, you said prostitution is harm. But then on my island with the coconuts, would you say it's not harm? So I guess, is prostitution always harm? Are you saying no, it's not always harm?
Even without the coconuts island, I still think it's not inherently, because
I thought I swear to God, 20 minutes ago you said prostitution is harmful. That it shouldn't be illegal, but it is harmful.
In general, yes, prostitution is harmful to society. But I don't know that every instance of a John meeting a toot is inherently harmful. Is that fair?
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
So in that case, then I think when we take all the other societal factors out of it, then again, it just goes back to free trade. And when we're talking about the harm aspect, then the harm aspect only. Oh yeah, I was gonna bring up like these rich dudes that I don't know if Andrew Tate is one of them, or they try to pretend to be Andrew Tate or whatever. But I don't pay her to be here, I'll pay her to leave. That kind of thing. I don't necessarily think there's any harm there. She's getting what she wants, he gets what he wants, and everybody's happy.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the institution of prostitution is a negative on our society.
Okay, can you, I guess I'm trying to think, because even in my example, I would say there is harm in the coconut example, because I don't think the woman who wants 5 coconuts has agency. She's probably like dying of like starvation, so that's why she needs 5 coconuts. So I would say there is harm being done, at least to her.
Dying of starvation, then why the fuck is she giving away her coconuts? What are you talking about? If she's dying of starvation, guess what she can do?
No, she's not giving away. No, she's giving away her
the coconut
parts because she wants 5 coconuts.
Oh, okay.
She's not. She's not giving away. She wants the coconuts because she's like.
I thought I had you.
I don't think she has like agency in that example because I think she's on an island. I mean, where else is she gonna get
Is
those
there only
coconuts?
coconuts on the island? Make a net, like make some kind of.
No, there's
your
only
shirt.
on my
Make them
island.
fit.
There's
So,
only coconuts. You can't eat
Okay, and
anything
then
else.
okay, fair. But then that has to be the situation where that she cannot get coconuts. Not that she has chosen not to, or he has chosen to get more.
She's trying her darndest, but she just can't get as many coconuts.
That's
she can't
life,
climb
baby.
the trees.
That's life, baby.
But
there's
I would
no
say
money.
that's hard.
There's no housing. There's
But
no
that's-
nothing. There's nothing
That
to
might be-
trade.
that is
but
life,
that
and that is-
punani.
That's
And
the free
coconuts.
market. I agree, but I would say that's still harm, right?
Maybe so, but I don't think that harm.
Wait, is it harming her
dictates
because she's
anything.
not starving anymore? She's not
Yeah,
starving.
I reject the
Yes.
notion that harm should be an arbiter for what we should and should not do. So again, maybe that is harmful to both of them. That doesn't mean that it should be legal, even though I personally believe, yes, it is wrong and it can be harmful when it comes down to the individual.
Right, but you're going back to
situation.
legal. I'm not saying legal.
No. But I'm going back. I'm hitting on both. So if we're going back to the harm aspect of it, then it is an individual situation. I would need to know the details of the situation. Is this some incel that is, about to end himself if he doesn't get some action? Well, even I think that would be pretty harmful, but
Confluence
also
is one of those
probably preferable. Would you rather?
Confluence is one of those simps.
Who?
Confluence is one of those
Yeah, who
simpy
that? I don't know who
intros.
the fuck that is. No. So would you prefer that an incel ends himself or goes to a tube?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In that binary, then well, actually, I don't know. I mean,
you don't know. You would be okay with somebody ending themselves because they didn't want to be a degenerate for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Really?
No, but it's like okay, what life are you leading after that, right? Like if
a live one.
That's a great question and an interesting conversation that is not relevant to what we're talking
No,
about.
but it is relevant. It is relevant because if you're going to a prostitute, are you just like prolonging your life in a bad way? Or are you like if this incel turns his life around and like leads a productive life?
Wait, I got it. Okay, Confluence. What he's saying is this: if the dude doesn't go to the prostitute, he loses a life. He loses a heart, like in a video game. So if he goes to the prostitute, he gains a heart. So is it better for him to gain the heart or to die?
I know, but it's kind of like asking, like at least in my opinion, it's kind of like asking.
You don't have the Konami code. You do not have the Konami code.
I'm saying it's kind of like it would be. I know this is not directly analogous, but if Lech asked me, would you rather like an incel go and punch a woman in the face or kill himself? It's a hard question to answer because it's like, well,
punch her in the
Lech,
face.
you're crossing your eyes. Do you not think that's a hard question to answer?
I don't think at all that that's a hard question. I think it's a completely different context because the in my question the harm is on the man, and in the example you're giving the harm is on the woman.
I
So
know
that's
it's
right
disanalogous, but I'm
You
saying
don't have the Konami code.
do you understand that? Do you think there's an obvious answer to the question I asked?
Yes.
What's the obvious answer?
Get pussy, don't die.
No, and the punching women. That was my question. Should he? should
with
an
the punching?
Yeah,
So,
punch a
yeah.
woman in the face or kill himself.
Yeah, punch a woman, which is bad, and get arrested and deal with the consequences of committing assault instead of ending yourself.
Yeah.
Both
Okay,
are
Ending yourself
bad.
was not the answer.
Both
It
are
would never
bad.
be the answer.
One is worse.
Okay.
I forgot my vape upstairs. I'll be back in 20 seconds.
Okay, so wait, Thumping, you said you agree with Lech?
Yeah, I'm gonna punch a broad in her face.
Okay, what if it's like punching 5 women in the face?
Yeah, I would do it.
Punching 1,000.
Yep.
But do you think that's the morally better action?
Yeah.
It's better than ending yourself.
Yeah.
Punching
Morally, okay.
punching
Hey,
6 million people in the face.
Let me say this. Because morally, my morals stand with my religion, and my religion is the worst sin to off oneself in my religion. So I rather punch 1,000. I'd rather punch 1,000,000 women in the face and repent that sin than to off myself and never be able to repent that sin that I've chosen.
I'll put it straight out. I guarantee you, I'm the only one in this panel that actually physically saved people from ending themselves, and I have. So I would rather, if it was given that situation, I'd rather punch a bitch in the face and then off myself.
Yep.
Yeah, but how? My point is how many would you? Do you
It
think
doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter, dude. Have you ever seen it? No, have you seen it? Have you seen somebody try?
What did I miss? What are we trying?
No, have you ever seen somebody try to off themselves?
Like directly see them in the
Directly
act?
see it.
No, I've never directly seen someone try to off themselves.
I saw it too many times and I saved their life.
Did your vape guy Indian Jesus?
Yep. And I'm pissed because I'm out. It's empty. God damn it.
Oh, that make me pissed too.
Is that a jewel?
No, this is a View. Actually, no brand names unless you pay me. But no, it's a Views.
It's a Views. I have the Geek Star version.
You know what that is, and that's what it is. And trying to go minimal.
Are those better than these?
No, but they are
Are they less expensive in the end?
Probably not.
Probably
way more expensive because it's the individual pods. And in the 1.8, they only make the 2-pack. They don't make the 4 or the 6-pack. But I refuse to just
I go
jump
through
up.
one of these, it's like you charge it up until the juice is out and you throw it away.
Yeah.
I go through it within like 4 or 5 days. But you can like recharge it. It's like when the juice is out, because it shows you the juice and the battery percentage on it. But yeah.
Yeah, I used to have one of those, and it just these like this or Juul or one of those, they replicate I was never really a big cigarette smoker, which is here we are now. But definitely a canna smoker, and this is much more similar to that thing. And I think the nicotine is low enough where it's
Can you smoke canna?
What did you just say?
Lutch, didn't you say you were a canna smoker?
Yes.
Like canna or cannabis?
Cannabis. What is canna?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Canna is a different. It's an herb. Sorry, I misheard you.
No, I mean I said that. I didn't know that was a different thing. But yeah,
canna is something that I thought
was implied.
You can only like snort. It's a strange substance. But yeah. Okay, never mind. Keep going.
I like that.
Drugs that you do.
I miss the biggest thing I miss about being an addict is insufflation. If you know, you know.
Yeah, I can't smoke that anymore. I can't do it anymore.
I don't even like uppers, but like I would do if there was blow there, I would do it just because I just love. 5 minutes later, I'm like, oh, why did I do this to myself? Give me another fucking line. Yeah, I was. I've got a question. Addicted to what? I was a painkiller, bro. Those blues, oxys, whatever you got, bro. And
so you like
I would mix it. Yeah, I'd mix it with Xanax and a little canna bis.
Man, Xans and painkillers. You're playing with fate right there.
We went hard, bro. I'm very proud of not living that life anymore, but we done some shit.
Yep. My thing was like mushrooms. I loved mushrooms because I'm from the West Coast, like the foresty parts. I used to like frolic through like the forest and gather my stuff.
Oh, you were getting the natural stuff. See, in Jersey, somebody's got to get it from somewhere over there.
From Oregon, I was born and raised in Oregon, so like the forest over there by the Pacific Ocean, like those forests out there, mint.
So you would pick your own psilocybin mushrooms?
Yes, and what I did with them after the fact, after I picked them, that's a different story. But yeah.
Papa's you simp.
How am I a simp?
You're a simp.
I'm a simp for you, yeah.
Gay.
Beta.
Well, I'm a simp for my wife. Like, yeah.
Based.
Oh, you got me thinking about mushrooms.
I love some mushrooms.
You just think about my dick.
I do.
Jesus. Not that Jesus.
Dumping, tell us
What I was
more.
gonna say.
I want to hear
Yeah, what I was gonna say.
Hold on. You want to know more about what? I hope you're not talking about his dick.
No, obviously about your mushroom experience. Why do you not do it now? What did you find
Well,
value in it then?
Stop fucking around. You want her to know? You want to know about my dick?
No, disavow.
Obviously, I'm a mom now. I'm older, and when I was a kid, like from the age of like 15 to like 18, I did it an incredible amount, and I used to contribute to. I'll say I used to contribute to other people's experience as well, with the amount that I would get, and it's like every time I gave somebody something, they're like, "Ooh, let's do it together." And it's like, what I'm doing it to this person, and then this person, listen, it kind of got overboard to the point where I took way too much, and it turned into like great experiences to bad experiences. So I had to really shut it down and just.
I've never had that with shrooms because, like, I prefer LSD because I think the acid.
Well, yeah, I did that too, and I did. Okay, so, I also tried this one time. The worst experience I had was, I don't know if you've ever heard of like synthetic, what is it, MSD, something like that. It's like synthetic lab-made hallucinogen, and that was the worst experience. That's what kind of cut me from hallucinogens, and I was like, I am just done.
Yep. I mean, salvia. Oh man, salvia.
Oh my God, that was the only time I had no control over like any state of mind. I literally went into a different realm, and I couldn't control a damn thing. Like,
Wait, I want to hear more about this, but hold up. I hit the wrong button. I tried to I have to give a shout out to Abby who donated $20. Yeah, Jesus, hit that fucking boom, just like hit it multiple times.
I don't know if you guys remember, but if I'm on a stream, if I'm on someone's channel and you donate, Morty gets a treat. So give him your money.
Oh, good, yeah.
Or me.
I'm sorry, I'm listening. I'm eating right now, so that's why I have my cam off. But thank you so much.
Cams on top. Come on, professionalism. Let's go.
Yeah.
And Thumping, tell me about your salvia experience. I want to hear about this shit.
Okay, well, let's just say, like, when I was younger, obviously I didn't have responsibility, but I got a job very young, and I spent all my money on, like, when I used to smoke cannabis, I used to buy a lot of glass. I was a glass collector, like bongs, pipes. I had a whole shelf, like, shelves in my room. I spent thousands of dollars on pieces of smoke out of. And I remember sitting on like my little fold-out couch or whatever, my bed or in my room, and I took some salvia, and everything in my room just turned to blocks. And my pieces in front of me started talking to me, and they said, "You're the key to get out of here." And they kept talking to me, and I'm like, I was freaking out, and my friends took a video of me. I got up and I tried to break all of my glass in my room because in my mind, they were talking to me, telling me that I had to get out and I had to go through them some way. And I was the only way that I can get myself out of this. And like in my mind, I was nowhere where I was actually like where my physical body was. Like it's an experience that I did maybe twice and I will never do again.
Yeah, I mean, salvia is I think I've only done it like 3 or 4 times, but the one time I definitely remember, I was in college and there was like 5 or so people around. There was 2 of us at a time that would go. Like you'd go and everybody else would watch and whatever. And I remember, so I was sitting, like imagine this chair is one of the beds. You know, like you have a dorm room, a bed on this side, bed on this side. So I'm sitting on the bed, right? take the 3 hits, blow them out, blah 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 blah, and then you start to see your eyes, and you're ready to go. So I sit down on the bed. So the door to the dorm room was over here, and there was a poster. I think it was Christina Aguilera, but it was some Rolling Stone cover that was like some girl wrapping her legs around a guitar. So I start looking at that, right? And I'm focused on that. And then that starts kind of just like floating up. And I'm like, what's going on here? And then I felt like I was in the sky, falling from the sky, and then had got underwater. So now I'm underwater in my mind, obviously, going down, and like I could still see like, oh, what's good? I want to be up there. And I got in my mind, because I was underwater, I could not breathe. But obviously I was not underwater, so I could breathe. And the only thing I figured out that, like, obviously if you can talk, then you can get air out and back and so I was just trying to think of things to say just so that I could breathe, but I couldn't think of anything. So it was like, I can only breathe. I can only breathe when I talk. I can only breathe when I talk. And so I did that for a good. I ended, and so then I saw at the bottom of the ocean there was this treasure chest, and I was about to like reach to the treasure chest, and then my friends fucking ruined it and were like throwing paper balls or everything. And what had happened was, in reality, over a course of 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever.
Yeah, it only lasts like maybe 5 minutes.
Yep. I was sitting here, and then I kind of did this. And so I had moved. I didn't realize that I was moving. And so and moving over that way, I was looking at the poster, and then I'd gone all the way onto the ground like this, and I was looking under the dude's bed at this chest that he had of stuff. I don't know. It was college, and it was scary as fuck. But it was amazing.
Like I remember this buddy of mine, because we all did it. Like it was me and like 4 other people, and we all took it in like sections, so we all like could be conscious for each other in a sense. And I remember my friend, he was on my couch, like my futon thing, and he was spinning. He was like laying on his side, and he was like turning in place, like his whole body. And he kept saying that he had to turn because he was almost going through a tunnel, and this tunnel was rolling his body. Like, and we were trying to get him to stop rolling and stop him, and his body just kept forcing him to turn over and over and over again in place on my couch. Like this shit, it's just, I don't get how it was legal for so long in smoke shops. I don't know if it still is.
No. Well, at least not in New Jersey, but
no, I don't think it's legal kind of anywhere. But
I think salvia. I think that's still legal where I am.
Really?
I think so.
Salvia party! 5K party! Come on, we all doing salvia. Let's fucking go!
Please don't do it alone. Just don't.
No, you don't.
Okay, wait. I want to ask both of you. Do you guys like? Because I haven't done like these hallucinogens. Okay, so I'm curious. Like, do you think at all? I mean, I attempted to do salvia one time. But
I'm such a square. I don't do none of that. I'm such a square.
I don't think I smoked enough of it. Like I felt some effects, but like no hallucinogens. Like I just like.
No, you have to. I ripped a whole bowl. My whole thing was like when I was a cannabis smoker, I could load a fat bowl and like rip it all, like and even suck it through like in one hit.
See, I don't know if the product I was using like a pipe. I don't know if that would make a difference. I didn't do it of a bong, and I couldn't. I didn't. I just like I felt like. Kind of like drunk-ish effects, but definitely like no like visuals. Like I felt like I was like heavily intoxicated.
Like Jesus, though, like Indian Jesus, when you were in your adventure, right? Like, did a priest touch you or no?
What?
That'd be a wild
did a
adventure.
Priest touch you or no?
Are you asking me if there was a real person that is a priest who touched me, or are you asking me during my salvia trip did I think that a priest was touching me?
Yeah,
In either case, no. I don't know why I need to clarify. In both cases, no.
So a priest never touched you.
Okay, but in an appropriate way.
But
I know that is very, 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 very popular in the Catholic Church. But luckily, no.
Death Poet, salvia is a type of sage. It's called diviner's sage, but it's different than the sage that we eat in our food. It is in the same species as sage. It's It's Salvinorum God, I can't remember.
You got it.
Salvia divinorum. Salvia divinorum. That's what it's called. I'm pretty sure. Lech, is that right? Yeah, that's what it's called. So it's a type of stage.
It was like taking leaves from outside, like that staleness, that like it was like a dirtiness, like stale taste.
I used to grow salvia. I don't know why, but I used to grow it.
Bro, I would have had if I knew what it was going to, how illegal it was going to be, I would have stockpiled. Oh man, I would have stockpiled.
I never ate my own plants though. I always intended to, but I never did. I just grew them.
Out of all the hallucinogens I've taken, because like the one that I said, like I took a synthetic, like I can't remember exactly what it was called. It was like synthetic synthetic mescaline, but it was like some kind of weird name. But it was pretty much synthetic mescaline. And I remember I tripped for probably like 18 hours straight. I remember sitting in my shower crying, thinking that like I was never going to be normal again. But like it wasn't like salvia. Like I could like walk and talk and do everything, but like everything around me was just fucking, like colors were different. Like my emotions were heightened or some shit. It was different. Like
I've had that from cannabis. That's why I don't do that.
Well, cannabis never made me like. I hate the movies that when people smoke in movies and then they give them like all these illusions. Like,
I'm freaking out, man.
Colors are like changed. Like fuck that. Like that's not how.
My worst experience was my worst drug experience ever, and I've tried a sample of stuff has been on cannabis. Okay, got too high, and it was not good.
That's why I can't do it now. I cannot do cannabis now because it gives me anxiety. Like no matter what I do, I'll sit there in silence. Like even Frankie has seen me when I tried doing it the last time a while ago. I just sat there and he's like, "It's weird, you're not saying anything." I'm like, "Yeah, because I have really bad anxiety right now."
You gotta face your demons. There's a reason that anxiety is there. When it comes to LSD, like I've gotten to the point where it's like, if I'm not gonna get a bad trip, then it's not really. Well, it can be fun, and
it's not worth it. You're like taking them to face them.
Yes, that's exactly. Like I want to be faced with the demons that my sober mind can't handle. That's what acid is to me.
I emphatically do not want that.
Yeah, because you're a fucking pussy.
Man up. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Man up, bro. You're not going to die. What's the worst thing that happens? Oh, I'm scared. And then I don't
think that's the worst thing that can happen.
I had this friend when I was around 17, and he never tried mushrooms, and I gave him mushrooms one time, and he was feeling it because he's like, "Can you take videos of me walking in circles?" I'm like, "Okay, like sure, why not?" So I was taking a video. And my buddy, like the guy is like the person's house that we were at, they had a dog and the dog attacked him. The dog straight up attacked him, like in the backyard. Like people had to manhandle this dog and get him off of him. And this is his first time ever doing mushrooms.
Well, and I don't. That has nothing to do with the shrooms or the.
No, but it's just like the matter of fact that the place and the time, like the time and place.
Yeah, there's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things.
But I'm like, I'll videotape you doing, walking in circles. Because I was his, what do they call that? I didn't do any that night because I wanted to give him a better experience to, I wanted to be his coach.
Okay, Thumping, this is what I wanted to ask you before. Because you're a Christian, yeah?
Yes.
So then how do you look back at your psychedelic experiences from someone who's religious? Do you think you got value out of them, or do you see it all as like a waste of time, you shouldn't have done it, or do you think you gain like spiritual insight from them?
I think it was a waste of time, honestly. I could have done a lot better with my time back in the day. It wasn't like a waste of time, but because I wasn't very religious at the time of doing them. But like I wasn't against God, I wasn't with God. I just was I was a fucking teen. I was a fucking, I was a young adult, doing them. But
I mean,
I don't know. I want to say it's a waste of time because I could have been doing a lot better things at that time, like building career, like the career that I was in, but
I'm saying you didn't have like any mystical experiences that like kind of opened your mind in any way? Nothing like that?
I didn't have any spiritual walks or anything like that, no. That like led me down a different path than I am today, no. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like I guess like now, do you see it? Because I'm sure Lutch sees it as valuable, right?
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
Everything that I did as a child, everything in my life led me up to where I'm at today. And if I was to go back in time, I wouldn't change a damn thing. I would do everything that I did as a kid. I would take all those like hallucinogen experiences. I would do everything the same if it was going to get to me where I am right now.
Okay, so I want to read what the Death Poet said, because I think this is relevant. Death Poet says, I've ran through my shadows. I've acquired a peace from knowing I'm not afraid of anything. Like, to me, that sounds like a useful revelation to have.
Yes! Fucking spot on! So I'll give you a quick story of just no, it was the second time I did acid. So the first time, it was mostly, all fun and rainbows and stuff and whatever. And then I was like, oh, everybody should do this. The second time, though, because I was around my high school friends, I was a freshman in college, but still really close to my high school friends. Then it was about 6 or so months later, and I was living at, no, I lied about that. I don't know, it was some time later, and I was living in a house with my college friends, but it was like maybe 3 weeks into moving in. And so I went to Rider University, and it just so happens that there was like 2 years before I went there was like a drinking issue.
Like, Jesus.
All right, welcome back. So there was like an issue with drinking and whatever. So all the frat houses had to get like an unofficial off-campus house, and I just happened to be friends with some of the people. So I'm living in the master bedroom of the biggest frat on or off campus, but I'm not actually in the frat. So then everybody's like, we should trip balls. We called it the funny farm because
they do weird gay stuff? Do those fraternities do weird gay stuff?
Well, I don't know. They kept that shit away from me. I wasn't allowed in the basement where they were doing that weird shit. So I don't know. Maybe, probably. But they, we were all like, yeah, let's go. Let's fucking funny farm. So there's 20 people in the house. Everybody was doing at least 1 tab of acid. That's all I did. 1 tab of acid. I was a newbie. I was, coming off of being straight edge and so on and so forth. And everybody else did at least 2 tabs and 1 tab of ecstasy. And some people were also doing coke on top of that. So if you know anything about drugs, then there's a timeline where you're gonna, you have your, especially with acid, you have your laughing, your laughing phase and you're stupefied, like, oh, look at that, I can't do. And then you hit that point, and then you get to that intellectual phase, like, yay, man, I want to talk about the universe and whatever. Okay. But obviously, if you take more, then the timeline is gonna be longer. So I only took the 1 tab, and everybody else is on like everything. So I'm already peaking, and I'm already coming down and like, guys, we should think about life or whatever. And everybody else is like, colors and again, I only knew these people for a couple weeks. And so I had to go to the basement and call my high school friend and be like, dude, I think I'm on a different planet. I don't know who any of these people are. I think they're all robots. And he goes, bro, shut the fuck up. This is what you signed up for. You put that shit in your mouth. Go upstairs and dance. If you need to call me back, just go upstairs and dance. Best advice I've ever gotten in my life. And it's not about
confused.
It's not about the direct experience. It's about the experience of overcoming what you think, at least in that moment, is the scariest thing that you didn't even imagine. So take the scariest thing that you imagine and then imagine something scarier, and then you're experiencing it, and then you beat it.
Yep.
That is what acid does.
I have to ask you something. Okay, so I did mushrooms a lot. Like, obviously, growing up. Like, I did them very young. I didn't do them in college or whatever. I did them, like, from 15, like, 14 even, like, to, 18, maybe 19. But when I took mushrooms, I always felt, even, like, acid, I could feel it before you even start getting, like, the head, before it hits your head. You feel it in your body. Like, I've only met one other person in my whole entire life that experienced this. When I take mushrooms, I know when it's hitting me because I tell people I feel it in my arms. I feel it in my arms. Like your arms almost feel like they're like you could just like leave your arms and they could just like float or something. I feel it in my arms, my legs before anything else. Did you ever experience that?
Definitely. Like I mean, it's been a while, so I don't specifically remember, but I want to say that it is in in my back. Like I always feel like it's hard to explain, but just like, we're in there, and it's like
in your face hurts. When you're off of it too, the next day, my face hurt from smiling. If you ever smile so much, your cheeks and your jaw just hurt. Like it's sore from work. It's like you worked out your face from smiling so much.
I can appreciate that from MDMA. Okay, I will say.
Oh yeah.
Your jaw, your face.
No, like, well, because you're clenching on like even cocaine. You're clenching your fucking
tip.
Jaw whatever. But like no, you're where you feel your lines when you smile in your face, even up here. It hurts. Like it's sore from, smiling or giggling or laughing so much when you're on hallucinogens.
Oh yeah. Well, with uppers specifically, because I mean, there's the upper aspect. There's the uppers aspect to shrooms or LSD. But like if you're doing
because I didn't do a lot of uppers. I just took,
and so what? Because of the fact that like I would clench my back, and again going back to my back, I would just be like, and by the end of the night, I'd be like, oh my god, this is like running a fucking marathon. But I learned that if you pay attention to it and notice it, and like, oh, I'm starting to clench my jaw. Let me consciously try to loosen that muscle. It's almost like there's a certain point of how much you've I'll talk specifically about blow. There's a point where it's like if you control it and then you hit that point, then you're good. But if you don't control it and you're clenching, then you're just gonna clench and clench and clench and clench.
Hey, Confluence, I'm gonna call it a night.
All right, Frankie. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, see you. Fucking this, that, and your thing. Y'all have a good night.
Death Poet is talking about using strychnine. I don't know. Is that a recreational drug? Because as they clarified, that is a rat poison. But then they quoted Smashing Pumpkins, so I think they might be on strychnine right now. That's possible.
Yeah, I've never gone that hard. I mean, I went pretty hard on the things that I went hard on, but I tried to be more or less a normal person. I was definitely a functional addict throughout all of my whatever you want to call it. I don't know. But I got to a point where it's like, we're pushing the limits of what can be done here. And also because like I was in school at the time and then I got out of school and I was still on it and like working. There's a certain point where it's like either you're doing this or you're not. And I got to that crossroads, and it was really more about money than anything else. Like, I can't afford to be this person. So, am I going to keep doing these things, or am I going to go broke and just every cent is going to be spent on that? And I was like, I don't want to be that person.
So do you do none of the stuff anymore? Like, what's kind of your psychotropic profile right now?
I'm relatively clean on that stuff. I have I may or may not have certain tabs or shroom products available to me.
It's called microdosing.
I like doing that, but then I just want more. So it's like I gotta buy in and be like, no, fuck it, we ain't doing anything today. I probably haven't tripped on anything. I probably haven't tripped on shrooms or acid in 3-5 years, somewhere in there.
Wow.
I would love to do it again, but between like my job and streaming, I don't have time to like put 16 hours plus the next day where I sleep it off. I don't have that anymore.
No.
And, but I would.
I think the last time, because I did there was probably 3 years ago, I was getting mushrooms, but I was like microdosing, like a little bit where you don't really hallucinate on it, but it's supposed to like make you feel better. It's supposed to I don't know, do something to you. But actually, like, tripping on mushrooms, I think it's been 14 years. No. Over a decade.
If I hit a decade, I'm just gonna go and trip. Just be like, you can't live a whole decade without tripping.
Okay, I have 3 children. I can't get 2 days off at a time. So, like you said, like, I can't do it for a night and then have the next whole day to sleep. It's like
That's when you go, hubby, I'm taking 2 days. I'm going to get a room at the Marriott, and I'm just going to bug the fuck out.
I'd rather just go to my mom's house and do it with her.
There you go.
Because my mom, I did it like when I got married and moved in with my husband a little over a year ago, and I still had, I think, a little bit over 1/8 of mushrooms that were up in like a shelf in my room, like high up. And I found them. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do these. And I just ended up giving them to my mom, and I tried to get them back. She's like, oh, I ate those. I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah, it ain't soft, but so compliments. I'm not in the position of trying to convince you of anything. This is a mere question.
Sure.
What would it take for you to believe that some type of hallucinogenic, whether it was shrooms, acid, ayahuasca, something else, what would it take? What would you need to see to be like, oh, this is not what I thought it was? And if I may just add on to a little bit, going back to what we were talking about, we were talking about TV and like people on weed, like, oh, whoa. It's even worse with acid, because I used to think from movies that when you took acid, your entire field of vision was just shapes and stuff. And it's just like, wait, that's not like that. So if you've never understood, I forget what it's called, the Dimitri Martin movie about Woodstock 99 or something like that, whatever it is, that is the best depiction of an acid trip. But I digress. Confluence. What would it take? What would you need to see that would change your mind?
I'm not anti hallucinogens or anything. I think that if I took them, I probably would have a life-changing experience. So I'm not like anti them. I haven't done them.
Okay.
And I've had bad enough experiences like on what I'm not a weed smoker. What's that shit that like you scrape off the bottom? That's like the oil. It's like the res. Yeah, the res.
Them resins kept me alive in college, right?
Yeah, and I was not. I didn't have a good tolerance, and I took like a couple of the biggest bong hits I ever took, and then I tripped for like honestly like 2 days, which feels impossible based on like cannabis's half-life. And it like fucked me. I had like severe time dilation. I was looking at a clock, and it's like the second hand was like moving one at a time, and I was like, and it fucked me. So then I was like, I don't think I could handle, if this is what cannabis did to me from resin, I don't think I could handle like like LSD or mushrooms.
I would definitely take somebody sober with you to coach you.
Yes.
I'm too prone to like anxiety and like panic and stuff. I think it would go bad.
I think what you should do is like find a safe nature area, like nothing with cliffs, nothing with water, but like a nature. No, nature, yes.
No, not for anxiety. Not for anxiety, because I am very similar. That like on the Funny Farm trip, we were all in the house, and every different room we'd have like different lighting and different music, and I was having a grand old time. And then somebody was like, you want to go out for a cigarette? When I was in college and everybody just smoked cigarettes because that's what we did. And I was like, yeah, sure. I go out on the back porch. We're in this tiny little backyard, and every little thing was like, oh, whoa, I think there's ninjas out here. So nature is what you take on when you understand what this stuff does to your brain. And so what I would do is get like two to three people. One or two of 2 to 3 people. One who has done it before and will do it with you. And then one person who is sober. So that way you have somebody who's there with you that you can see, oh, they're bugging out too. And it's not bad. Then you have the sober person that just in case you get into a weird place, then that sober person has to be understanding. Like if the most basic rule of being a guide or a chaperone is you never, ever, this sentence should never leave your mouth. Are you okay?
Yes. Never
You say,
that to somebody.
hey, you're fine. You're okay. You're just on drugs and you're bugging out.
Don't even say that. Do not even say that. Don't even say that.
Just
say,
yeah, you're fine. Go
Let's go
dance.
over here.
Just like my boy on the phone. You're fine. Go dance. Because you can get in that spiral and nothing bad is going to happen. But it's not necessarily as good of a time. But I do stay on the notion that having that bad trip and being able to come out of it is absolutely, at least from my personal experience, was life-changing. He's Guamish!
Hey, good to see you, brother.
Guamini!
Guamling has arrived. How's it going, guys? I'm enjoying this conversation so far.
He's tripping balls, man.
No, I couldn't even trip right now if I wanted to.
Yeah.
So okay, all of you sounds like you've all used more psychedelics than I have. What's the, if you had to recommend the beginner one, least likely to make me like just have a fucking panic attack and have a horrible experience? Which one would it be?
Shrooms.
Shrooms?
Mushrooms.
Because for me, and again, it hits people differently.
Amount better with mushrooms than like even a tab.
Yes.
Even people say, "Oh, take a half a tab." No, you can control it better with mushrooms because, like when you get mushrooms too, a cap and a stem are completely like there's different potencies to them as well.
But in the same way, like with cannabis, that you can you can pack a bowl and you smoke a tiny little bowl and then see how you feel and then take a little bit more. Like
And,
the timeline isn't exactly the same.
Honestly, in my sense, like if you're a beginner, I would take maybe a stem because the spores on a cap is spores.
I would say take an eighth, but
no, do not listen to him. Do not listen to him.
If you're gonna do it, you gotta do it. All right, no. But if you're gonna microdose, then go in and microdose. So I think that's the difference. Don't take 3 grams and think that you're tripping balls, because then you're gonna get too confident, and the next time you're gonna take, I got this. So either microdose and take a little bit and see what it feels like, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, or just be like, fuck it, I'm going in. And the difference for me is, and this is definitely just a personal thing because I've heard people say completely different things. But for me, there is almost no emotional aspect to doing shrooms. It's the physical tingles, like, ooh, it's coming on. And then, you have the funny thoughts of like the old days, the first time you smoked weed when it's like the stupidest thing was funny. And then you might get some visuals and stuff. But for me, there's never been like a either soul crushing or expanding moment because of the shrooms. Whereas with LSD, it's just like brings you in a different realm.
Yeah.
The thing that really kind of changes things when you're on hallucinogens is your like scale of ego, right? So the ego is the thing that's going to be, really keeping track of everything in your life. It's how you can even label everything. So when you do mushrooms, your ego will break just enough to where you can actually like start to question things and start to put things together, and you're still cognitive enough to be able to put things together from that ego breaking. Whereas with acid, it's like the entire system just reboots, and you're even questioning what language is. You're trying to like figure out the universe from like the smallest detail. And some people can handle it, but there have been times where even I couldn't handle it.
Don't say that. Are you dead? Are you dead? You handled it. What do you mean? What do you mean you didn't? What do you mean you couldn't handle it?
In the moment, I didn't handle it. In the moment.
Okay.
I mean, there's bad trips.
It's not just about like handling and it's not surviving. It's that you freak the fuck out. Your mind is just
That's what we do it for.
Yeah, but that's not always fun. You don't want to take it to just like you're gonna freak out and just not have a good time.
with my again, just with cannabis, with my resin experience, I think that harmed me for like months after. I think I had like depersonalization and dereality for like months after, and that's from fucking cannabis resin.
Okay.
So then I'm like, well, maybe
that was the level. That was the level.
The person that you got the resin from, like the person, did they ever do any hallucinogens? Did they ever do anything? Because that resin couldn't have just like there could have been other stuff in that resin other than just
no. If you don't smoke regularly, then res already is super compacted, and so. Tiny little hit. So that is an issue of, I did too much. In the same way that if you drank an entire bottle of tequila, then you'd be like, I don't like alcohol. No, you don't not like alcohol. You just don't like.
Right. That's fair.
And I think Bob Marley said it the best. The drugs show you to yourself. You know, if you're having like an issue and having a bad trip off of something, there's probably something in you that needs to be resolved. And sometimes those trips can help you do it, but you kind of have to fight through it a little more.
Yeah.
And drugs can't do anything to your brain that your brain can't already do.
I believe that fully, but my brain can do a lot of fucking shit. That's the problem.
So is that a problem of it occurring, or is that a problem of you personally in your own mind, not according to anybody else, not being comfortable enough to be able to deal with what your own mind can do?
Yeah, the latter. Absolutely.
So where is Christianity with this fucking bullshit?
Wait, what does that have to do with Christianity?
You can't handle your own mind, but yet you have the answers to the fucking universe?
The mind
Get the fuck out of here!
The mind is infinite, brother. The mind is infinite. Like
exactly. So maybe we shouldn't claim that we know certain things about X, Y, and Z when you haven't gotten to A, B, C. Just say it.
You're acting
if you want to take some paths, be like,
Christian.
That was the devil. I know for sure that was the devil.
I think you have misidentified me. I'm like an esoteric Christian, okay? Like I'm all about the Kabbalah and like Western esotericism and mysticism. So I understand my mind and the spiritual consciousness far beyond what I can grasp. And that's what scares me about hallucinogens, because I think
maybe your subconscious holds a lot more than what you think.
Sorry, Thumper. I've got to stop you because that is the point. I understand that I can't handle this. It is a statement of lack of understanding. You absolutely can handle it. You would not die. You would have strong feelings about it, and it would change. It possibly would change the course of your life. But to say you can't handle it is just an inaccurate statement.
Well, it depends. This is a bit of this is obviously not my story, but it's similar in some ways. So, everyone knows streamer Destiny, right? He says he did Destiny. He did too many shrooms one time from what he says. And he said the next 6 months of his life, he had like panic attacks like daily. He did shrooms one time and he took way too much and he had panic attacks daily for 6 months. That sounds like you could say he handled it. He's still alive, but I don't want to go through 6 months of fucking hell to have one experience.
This actually goes into what I was saying about it shows you to yourself. Mm-hmm. Destiny is already probably a panicky, angry person who can't
and a fucking degenerate who has demons to fucking face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And something too that you can keep in mind, if it is something that you're going to try out, go into it with a mission and also have somebody with you who is going to be like safe for you, right? Who can point you in the right direction, that you trust and that you listen to, even if you're inebriated. So that way, going into it, you already know I'm going to try to do this. I'm also going to be on a drug. So no matter what I feel, I know that it will wear off, Most bad trips happen from people who are just doing it as a fun thing. They get into it and then they're like, whoa, this is way too much, right? So go into it with a mission. Maybe even go into it trying to figure out why am I so, worried about this? Or why am I so anxious about these kind of things? It might be able to help you out. Maybe.
Or kind of like Indian Jesus, like you said, like you were with these people that you barely knew and you had to call your friend. It was... you didn't know these people, and I feel like maybe you felt something from them because you're all taking it, like everything kind of combines in some kind of sense. You guys are going off of each other at that point. If you're taking the same kind of hallucinogen, you're all going off of each other.
They were taking a lot more, so they were still hard in the stupefied phase.
And more. And so you barely knew them, so you weren't like, something inside of you wasn't completely comfortable.
Yeah.
Around them, in a sense.
And so to that exact point, that is a real issue that I had in my life in general, that I wasn't comfortable around people who didn't already accept me. And this, again, this was junior year in college, but I mean, I'd gotten comfortable living on campus and being in that world. And then I moved out and I was living with this frat that I wasn't a part of the frat. And like all of that stuff, and the ability to understand, like, oh, okay, the importance of my individuality here in this, putting the drugs aside, but just not becoming one of these frat boys because that's what all they're doing. And I mean, they were the ones that got me into drugs and everything. I mean, I'd made the decisions, but like I never would have done it. Anyway.
They introduced you.
They introduced it, yeah. But that's definitely not putting blame, but just how life plays out. But the point is that I arguably would have been much deeper in that world. Every single one of those people that I was doing stuff with eventually graduated to the big H, whether they were shooting or not.
Yep.
They all did. And for me, my understanding of, hey, I've told this story before, but I don't know if you guys have seen the first Saw movie. Spoilers for the first Saw movie. But at the end, there's the doctor and then there's the photographer and they're in the room with the guy. And the doctor's trying to figure things out. And the other guy's like, it sounds like you think this, I don't know how we called it, but it sounds like you think this Jigsaw guy is like amazing. And the doctor's like, if you have to defeat a virus, you must understand what it's capable of doing. I mean, when did Saw come out? 2000? Something like that?
Yeah.
10 years later, I see a line of drugs in front of me, and that line comes to my head, and for the next 3 years, I knew to make sure I did 3 days on, 3 days off. 3 days on, 3 days off, because if you just do it for 6, 8, 10 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, every single day, you're fucked. Now, other things happen, and now I'm stuck on Kratom, and that's a whole other issue, but I never graduated to heroin because I had that mentality of understanding who I was and how different I was from the other people that were engaging in the same activity.
Okay, can I run something by all of you, actually?
No.
And I don't know if I probably shouldn't say this on stream, but I'm going to anyway, because like, what the fuck? But because I feel like maybe y'all could give me some advice, okay? Because like this deals with the worry of like taking substances and stuff. Because like, so I used to use a bit of, I used to do a couple of lines, okay, and so when I was doing them, it's like my mind always gets to a point where it's like I'm having fun, I'm having a good time, everything's good, but then all of a sudden, for some reason, something like a switch flicks in my head, and I start like thinking about like how fast my heart's going or like how much I'm breathing, and I get like really into my body, and then it's like then I start panicking, and it goes from a fun time to like, oh my god, am I dying? Am I having heart palpitations? What's going on? And so that's kind of like, I worry with like psychedelics, it would be like that, but to the extreme, where it's like as soon, and it's same with a lot of drugs where I do it and it's like it's good until all of a sudden there's like a point of introspection where I'm like, oh, I'm checking with my body, and then I'm all of a sudden like panicking, and I'm like, oh my god, oh, what did I do? Oh, why did I do this? And so like, is there any advice on that? To like, what does that mean about me? How do you stop that?
You're religious, right?
No, go ahead.
You're religious, right?
Yeah.
So I may not be able to tell you exactly what that means precisely for you, but what I can say is I may have some tools that may be able to help you in those moments. So prayer might be a good thing to be able to bring your heart rate and your, panic down.
Sorry.
Being able to meditate and be able to get your breathing under control, or just being able to sit in a quiet room and just breathe. Don't focus on everything that's happening and wondering what it's doing. Just focus on one thing, which is your breath. And that's enough for your body to actually, you'll have a parasympathetic reaction where your body will follow your breath and your brain will follow your body. So now you're going to be able to be in a calmer state so that you don't have to worry about these things.
So Guamtech, can you expand on that in the context of you being a BJJ purple belt and the understanding, like what we're talking about is understanding ourselves mentally, but I'm hoping that you can apply the notion of learning to do jujitsu and learning to roll, about learning the physical limitations and abilities of yourself. Is there, you know where I'm going? Is there some overlap there?
So a lot of people think that things like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and martial arts and stuff is all physical. I would honestly say that 75 to 90% of it is mental. I actually have claustrophobia, and I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu where 250-pound men are sitting on my chest or squeezing me all day. So I had to quickly, if I wanted to get better at this, get over that fear and get over that physical problem that I had. So I personally had to like learn breathing techniques. I had to learn how to breathe. I had to learn how to calm myself in those moments. And when you actually can get a grasp on your own mentality and then have your body follow along, you're almost unstoppable. You can do almost whatever you want. So whether it be tripping your balls off, being in a really hard situation, being in an argument, being in a high pressure sales thing like what I have to do every single day, you are able to do that once you have gotten over it. For one thing, you can move it into others. That's why I always say everything for me relates back to jiu-jitsu, because as Miyamoto Musashi said it, once you learn the way, you see the way in all things.
Bars.
That was bars.
And I think
all that just to say, get a grasp on yourself first and then take on the challenge.
So I'm going to poke the bear.
I know you love to.
That's what I do, baby. So what does it say to you that some atheist heathen, I know that you wouldn't, I'm being facetious, but what would you say about this atheist who doesn't believe in God, who blah, 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 has this understanding of himself and enough about what you're asking to maybe not give you the exact answers that you're looking for, but being able to engage in what you're saying? Does that have any effect on how you think about the notion that one may not be a believer in God specifically?
Yeah, I would say I'm going to use a Joe Rogan quote and then I'm going to add to it. As the great street poet Joe Rogan once said, there is no one way. There are ways. And then I go one further and say, most of those ways are more similar than they are different. So maybe you have found a different way to come to the same conclusion. Different, but same.
Yeah. So compliments. And again, I don't want to be in the position to be like, bro, you should trip, bro. You should trip. Like, hey, if that's not you.
If you're comfortable with it, then do it. If you're not, then don't do it.
Yeah, I personally feel like after the first time I tripped, I was like, wow, everybody should try this. After the second time I tripped at the Funny Farm, I was like, oh, you don't really know what this life is, because you're viewing it through a very narrow scope. And then when you take this drug, it enables, again, what your brain can already do and just breaks that wide open.
Listen to this, too. Just like cannabis, everybody's trip is different. Every single individual, everybody's different. Even if you see people vibing on the same level, even if me and Indian Jesus have like experienced somewhat of the same, everybody's trip is different, and we can't predict. Even he can't predict how you're going to feel the first time or the 10th time. We can't predict that. You can only do that yourself if you try that. So, as I would say, I don't want to say like try at your own risk, but try it if you're comfortable.
Yeah, and I think the one of the biggest factors that I think like people talk about a lot, but I don't know, like having somebody there who's done it before, who is going to be like, yo, I got you, and knows like in the little things like, oh, you're bugging out and you're feeling that anxiety. That's part of the game. It's not a bug; it's a feature. And so being able to show you, oh, okay, now we're going to switch the music. So maybe when you're coming up, we're going to put on some of your favorite music. So whether you like folk music or country music or electronic music or metal or whatever, just put on what you like. And then, as it starts hitting you more, then you're going to think about this in a different way and it might bug you out. And then we switch to some, just some basic minimal techno just for fucking 3 hours. And then you're on that, and the ability of your own mind to say I am in control of this is such an empowering thing that I just do not. I would pay money to be able to articulate what that feels like. And
I'll also add. Well, I was going to add to what you're saying.
I agree.
I
agree on Jesus 100%.
For all my believers in here, my religious folk and, God-fearing folk and maybe not so God-fearing folk, you probably went through a period in your life where you questioned, your spirituality and your connection with God, right? So don't you think that after coming through that now you have an even stronger connection with God?
No.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking
everybody,
believers here. So the way I look at that is that you can't actually truly appreciate something until you break it. You don't really know how good something is until you know how bad it can be.
So I would answer even as that. Yeah, even as the atheist, I would say
I did a lot. I did a lot in my youth. And honestly, like I said before, like I don't regret it. I would go through it again with where I stand today, even with God. I would go through it again just to get to where I am today.
Yeah. And I think there's an aspect of, again, going back to what am I capable of? And so if you are a Christian, if you are a believer, then I don't think any of this is incompatible with that. I mean, at least if we're talking about shrooms, that's just, it grows out of the goddamn ground. I mean, there's other, I mean, LSD is not an unnatural thing, but anyway, if we stick with just the shrooms, then it seems it doesn't seem to make sense that God would, if there is a God, that God would put these things that can do this thing that your brain can already do, and it just triggers that, and that has nothing to do with anything. Do you know what I mean?
Well, okay, think about this. Think about people taking DMT. Your brain already produces DMT, correct? Yep. We are just taking enough because our brains, we can only function, 7% of our brain is what people say. We can only,
that's a bit of a myth, but...
Yeah. But
okay,
there's definitely parts open.
Whatever. But our brain produces DMT. And when it's scientifically fact, DMT that we take for the hallucinogen is the same product that we produce in our brain. So if we take that, we're taking just a little bit extra dopamine of the DMT part of it, I guess.
I mean, from my point of view, I don't think any of these.
We're exaggerating our dopamine with extra DMT in it.
But my stance, I don't think any of this stuff is wrong. To be clear, think again, I'm going on Jesus. It's all natural, because when I used to take mushrooms, I would literally go out in the fields and I would pick it. I would dry it. I would, do all the things you would do, because people now, like you say, you grow it, or not you grow it, but people have to grow it in certain states, mushrooms. But I would go out in fields
and pick it out in like the wild. But you have to be very careful because there are certain fungi that will
That look very similar. That will end you.
There are ones that will kill you.
Smoking Spaceman, we're talking about hallucinogens, just to get you caught up. That's what we're talking about.
The natural side of it too,
So
there was a Buddhist monk that they ended up giving acid. I think it was back in the 70s or 80s. And he takes it and starts kicking in. They even set a timer because they were actually like doing it scientifically. And they just hear him go, "Oh," and then he smiles a little bit. He goes through the entire trip and everything. And he gets to the end. They're questioning him and they're asking, like, "What was it like? What did you enjoy it and stuff?" And he just smiles at them and he's like, "We've already been doing this for a long time. Maybe not as long, and it may take a little longer for us to get there, but we already know how to do this just with our breathing."
Yeah.
So
it's like almost it's kind of like a shock to our. It's like a shock to our brain. Like you could do it over time, over and over and over again, like that feeling. But when we take these in like a clump amount, we're just kind of shocking that part of our brain to release it faster and quicker in a period of time.
And Confluence, what I was saying earlier about like breaking it to actually appreciate it, that's kind of what happens when you take hallucinogens, is that like you break your reality just enough to where when you come back, and if you've done it right, you can have even more appreciation for how your consciousness actually goes through this reality, because you're seeing it you're seeing it from a different lens now. Does that kind of make sense? It's not necessarily like it stays with you or anything like that. It's just that you have an experience that you didn't have before. It's very hard to describe, but when you come back from it, it makes you feel like you accomplished something. Like, and it's not much to speak about. It's not like you won $1 million or anything, but I can say from experience that the experience itself was something worth going through just to have that and be able to look back and say, like, well, now I know just how fucked up reality can get.
Okay. A practical question, because you all said shrooms, right? So I think if I had to pick a strategy, it would be probably the microdose to like get. That's what I do with every drug. Like even with the lines I was mentioning before, I took an amount that couldn't possibly affect a human. That's just what I do, and then I take a bit more. I just like that's what I did with MDMA. But then the problem is what I noticed with MDMA. So I'm asking, I guess, if this happens with psychedelics. With MDMA, I started off with like 25 milligrams or something, like a dose that is not going to do anything. And I went a bit higher. But then you like cross a threshold, and it's like, oh my god, now I'm on like this plateau. And so it's like, even if you try to go slow, you're going to hit that point, and now you're like, now I'm in the shit right now. And MDMA was great, like, and I don't think many people have bad trips on it and stuff. So that was fine, but I guess I'm worried if I started microdosing shrooms and I'm like, okay, I feel good. I'm maybe seeing some closed-eyed visuals, right? But then let's say I do a little bit more the next night, a little bit more a week later. Is there going to be a plateau switching point where I'm like, now I'm fucking tripping balls?
Yes. So the thing is that that threshold is the reason that you should want to take the drugs. And so the microdosing should... if you want to go further down that road, the microdosing should be an introduction to, okay, I have an idea of what to expect when I get there. You're not going to be able to experience what it is to be there without being there. But if you get, and I'm very much like this, where like anything new that I take, I'm taking a tiny little bit and I'm segmenting it. And I'm like, okay, this is what 1 unit feels like. Maybe I'll try 3 units. I'm exactly like that. But the idea is that, again, because of the fact that it's not, it's not going to kill you, you're not going to overdose, you're not going to whatever, then you go into it feeling comfortable that this is a way that I can explore my brain without having to either spend years of learning the Kundalini yoga or whatever. You can just kind of cut the line, and it's scary, but that's why you're doing it, to see what happens when you get that scared. And then you come out the other side, and you're fucking fine. And you had, if even like the things that we're talking about with bad trips, that's like 20 minutes out of a 12-hour trip. So most of the time you're having a grand old time. So imagine you're on a stream for 6 hours in a debate. And for about an hour and a half of that, it gets really contentious. But at the end, it's like a really good debate where it's like really made you think, and it's challenged your ideas. I think that's the best comparison for that I could make.
But my mind then goes to someone like Destiny, and I know Destiny probably has a lot of internal problems, but
that's not him. That's not.
He did a Herculean dose, and then he had 6 months of panic attacks. It's like you have to. Then it makes me think of like
maybe
real world consequences.
Maybe if you're not grooming children, then that won't do that to you. Are you grooming children?
I'm not, but like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if my mind.
You don't know?
Well, no,
Wait, you don't know if you're grooming children?
I know if I'm not grooming children, but I'm saying I don't know if my mind will just like maybe break. Like with my cannabis thing, I honestly feel like I was like fucked for like months after that. Like nothing felt real for like 3 months after when I smoked the res. And I'd smoked cannabis maybe like a dozen, not a lot, but like a dozen times before. And then I did the res thing, and I felt like I was like in a different reality, time dilation. And it took like probably 3 months to feel like a semblance of a reality again. So I feel like it broke me for those 3 months. And that's just fucking THC.
Okay.
Well, then honestly, I wouldn't take I would highly recommend microdosing. I wouldn't take enough to get the full experience at first if you think that that's going to be the outcome. But you also got to think to yourself, you can't be taking these type of hallucinogens and like go in it with dark thoughts. You can't go in it with completely dark thoughts. Those thoughts, like if you have any kind of thoughts in your brain, they have to come out during it. You can't go in it with these dark thoughts, and your whole trip is only going to be on that. Like, okay, what Jesus says, like it could bring out your demons, but honestly, I didn't experience that. Like, I had a lot of fucked up shit inside of me, but I didn't always have demons come out every time. But when you're going into it, you want to have somewhat of a thought, like a positive thought. You can't go into it thinking this is what's going to happen. It's going to bring out the worst in me, because it's going to bring out the worst in you at that point.
Right.
That's actually part of why I said go into it with a mission, Yeah,
you kind of have to go into it with a vision, and you don't want that vision to be completely dark. Like, if it brings out the dark side of you, that's when you have to sit back. You control your breath. What I do personally is I start from my head, I take a breath, I imagine like an inner circle inside of my body, and I take a breath, like one breath in goes down, and my breath that comes in, go like in and out, in and out. I like have a circle inside of my whole body, like from my head to my toe. That's how I focus my breathing. And it helps not to have those dark thoughts like this could happen, this could happen. If you really have to be in somewhat of a right state of mind to take these and take enough to feel the effects, because if not, if you're just having these dark thoughts, then you aren't going to have a good experience, and you're never going to want to do it again. And it's going to be a bad experience for you.
Another thing on that too is that if you are going into it to deal with like darker thoughts or issues that you have for yourself, being able to like let go and not fight it so hard is one of the biggest helps. You have to accept what's coming to you.
I'm so bad at that.
You an example.
So bad at that.
If I may, that is a frustrating aspect, not of Christians, but the notion that, oh, I am a Christian, and so I have this understanding of myself, the universe, that, but yet you go into your own mind and a slight shift over, and it's like, how does that fit in? How could you possibly?
I think you think I'm like more fundamentalist Christian than I am. Again, well, I have a Kabbalah poster behind me. Okay, so like I'm all about mysticism. I'm all about knowing thyself. Like I don't think I have everything figured out.
fun, but I'm not asking about figuring, not implying that you would think that everything is figured out, but a trust in the purpose, the journey. That would God let you do X, Y, and Z, and maybe that's a little bit.
I think the answer to what you're asking right now is the fact that there are a lot of Christians out there who use their religion as a boundary, who use it as the thing that holds their life together. So that once things start getting a little iffy and weird, and they don't have the answers that they could actually, use in that situation, that's when they turn away and they're like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't like it.
They back out of it, yeah.
Which is fine. There's all kinds of different people, and maybe they aren't the people who should be taking hallucinogens. But for people who want to see outside those bounds a little bit and be able to have a little bit wider perspective than just these narrow blinders that's on you, it's worth trying out and being able to look into it and just see what happens. But you have to also accept some shit's going to happen, and you're probably not going to like some of it.
But that's life, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you know it's not going to kill you, when you know it's not, it just, that aspect of letting go. That's kind of what I was tapping into when I was asking you, Guamtech, about the physical aspect of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and just letting go. Like if you're rolling with some dude that is clearly better than you, like, yeah, you're going to put up your defenses, but at a certain point, there's no, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I did 2 weeks before COVID shut down, but there's no, when you get there, you no longer think like, oh, okay, I can do this to win. It switches to, okay, I'm here now. How do I deal with this right now?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a very similar thing.
And just being able to, accept what's happening. Try to work out of it the best that you can, the way that you've been trained. And if you can't, know to tap. It's the same thing in your mind. Know when to tap and just sit back and learn.
Fair, but there's no tapping an acid. There ain't no tapping an acid. Fair enough, but
yeah, I would consider tapping with a hallucinogen to just relinquish your control. Sit back and just let it happen.
Yeah, 100%. And again, even if it's not specifically about the drugs, even if it's not about the hallucinogenics, I think that is a message. Is message the right word? That is a mentality that I think goes broader than oh, I did this thing and now I think this way. I do genuinely think it is a fundamental part of understanding that we don't understand ourselves as much as we might think we do, which then plays into the Christianity part. But even leaving that aside, that the acceptance, okay, there's more to this. Let's see that aspect. I would guarantee that the majority of people who are pushing Christianity, Christian nationalism, that kind of stuff in this space, the crucible type people, I highly doubt any of them have had a real trip. And what does that say?
I agree with that.
I actually, I think it was Rage in your chat, Lutch, that was talking about, the brain damage side of things, and could you get brain damage from this stuff and whatnot? And one thing that I just thought about this, actually, I've never really put it together this way, and why I appreciate hallucinogens the way that I do is because it gives you an appreciation for your consciousness. It gives you an appreciation for the fact that you can actually put things together and live in this reality the way that you do. Because when you are on hallucinogens, it shows you that one small switch in your brain could make it so that you see the entire world differently.
Yep.
And it really gives you an appreciation for just the fact that, like, when I'm sober, or maybe just a little high, I can actually deal in this fucking weird ocean of reality that's going on around me.
Yeah, you can actually see things. I feel like you can see things from different perspectives. It's not just one perspective from one person. You kind of see it from everything in a sense.
Yep.
That's how I feel.
But Thumping, would you do it again though? I know you don't regret
yeah.
it, but would you
You
do it
offer it?
again?
Let's go. Are we tripping right now? Are we tripping right now? Let's do it.
We should do a
will.
stream trip. Actually, that's a terrible idea.
That's a terrible idea. Do not do that.
That's a horrible
I'll
idea.
give you a good example as to why you don't want to do that.
I might do it again if I had the chance. Like I said, I have 3 kids. I don't have a lot of, I don't have a whole after day recovery type shit, Like I've paused this already a couple of times earlier to go deal with my 8-month-old, that's waking up from teething. So
congrats. I'm right there too.
yeah, I got 3 boys. I got lucky with the boys. But yeah, if I could, maybe if I had the chance, but like I said, I don't get a night off. I never get a night off. And you know
That's
what?
actually something on what I was going to say too, is that like once my wife and I are in a place where we can just like pawn the kids off to the grandparents and have a night to be able to like enjoy ourselves and stuff like that. And they're a little bit older, so we don't have to worry so much about them.
Yeah.
I think it would be good to be able to get back
Yeah.
and maybe at least once or twice a year, just to like remind myself of like.
And I would love to do it. Like I was telling them, like I was microdosing like just 3 years ago, and like I stopped and like I hit it up. I gave it to my mom because my mom, she was doing it as well. But with my husband, he's about to become he's about to become a police officer too right now. So it's kind of I know he wouldn't judge me, or he's gonna like whatever. But still, if I was to get a night off, I would still, that being older as we are, I think we need a little bit more recovery as well. So it's not just having a night off, it's having a night off and then at least half of that day to like.
At least half.
Yeah, at least half of that day.
I got a client at 4. They're about 40 minutes away, so I got to leave the house a little after 3:30. And what time is it now?
I wouldn't even know where to get it right now. Like the last night, the last solid 4 hours I had to myself, like to me and my husband, to ourselves, no wars in the world for 4 hours, was back in June. So that's it tells you a lot. Like other than nighttime right now, like other than my kids being in bed, this is my me time, the only me time I have. But then I have to get some kind of sleep because I'm gonna wake up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm mad if I had to wake up before noon today, and I was fucking pissed about it. But also, I'll stream till 3 in the fucking morning. So
like when my 2 older boys are at school, when my 8-month-old takes a nap, I am down with him. I don't care if I'm in the middle of something. You're going to bed, I'm going to bed.
In Confluence, I can also mention to you that like tripping for me now is way different than tripping when I was, in my teens and stuff. Like the reason I say like once or twice a year is because I use tripping as a spiritual or deep diving experience. I feel like I'm more open to what the universe and God is trying to tell me from some of the messages that have been being sent to me in my conscious life that I'm not paying attention to because my ego's in the way. And the same thing with deep diving into your own problems. Like I can give you an example of the last time I did it. I was having a hard time with one of my family members. I was like always getting upset by the fact that they were calling me. And, I realized I was starting to have like anger issues in my day-to-day life. So I got some mushrooms, told my wife girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife, hey, I'm going to be doing these. I don't want to do like a party thing or anything. I want to do this to like get some answers. So she actually went to bed, but she's like, wake me up if you need anything. So I turned off all the lights, put on some like very chilled out, like meditative music, and just sat there and asked myself, why am I so angry? What is happening that is making me so angry? And it started off with, they're doing this. Okay, why am I angry about that? Well, because they don't realize that they're taking up my time. Well, why is that so important? Because I need time, because I don't have all the time in the world to do this or that and blah, blah, blah. I finally came to the conclusion, oh, I'm not angry at them. I'm angry at the fact that I don't have time for them. So this is why I use it as something to be able to get deeper into my own thoughts and get out of my own way to figure out what the real issues are. But I had to be open and accepting of the messages coming my way.
Okay, so I feel like that, yeah, hits on what you're talking about going in with a mission.
Yeah. That's the, yeah. And like, then when you confront so again, it's still your brain. It's still your mind. And fine, we don't have a clear answer to the hard problem of consciousness, whatever. But we are who we are as much as this matters for this conversation. And the if you go in with what thinking about a thing, whether it's positive or negative, then that's going to set the tone in a similar way that once I was a religious person, and you would kind of set your intentions of what you were praying about that day, what you were focusing on, and you would feel that was in line with, I'll say, what was supposed to happen. Whether you believe that there's a man in the sky and he's a plan, or that whatever exactly your beliefs are, but there was something going on and you were part of that. And for me personally, maybe I don't necessarily feel like when I trip that I'm bought into that, but I feel the again empowerment that, number one, I can do this or I can do that. I can be good or I can be bad. I can be helpful or I can be hurtful. And then when the choice is laid at my feet, what do you really want? There's all this talk about, oh, these atheists, heathens, blah, 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 blah. Why don't you just go RP and kill everyone? Because that's not what I want. It's that simple. That's not what I want. And some people do want that. Some of them are Christians and some of them are not. Some people don't want that. Some of those people are Christians and some of those are not. And so I'm trying to inject the Christianity here, because this is a rare opportunity where I can talk about the level of importance to my spiritual life that has come from outside of Christianity specifically, but also outside of moral philosophy, psychology, and that stuff. And just, it's the vibes, bro. That shit matters.
It does, for sure. Your intention is what's going to lead your way. So I also heard another saying that I'll repeat: set your mind and your ass will follow.
I like it. I like it.
That applies in a lot of things, let alone trips. So yeah, and I also wanted to bring up too, I have an idea of why this might be the case, but I can ask you first, Confluence, like, why do you think that maybe when you are on some kind of mind-altering substance, that you are so worried about, like, your breathing and your heart rate and all of that stuff? Why? And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Why do you think that you're so worried about it?
I think I have a preoccupation with death. That's what I would say. So any time that the substance makes my heart go a bit fast, or even in normal life, if my heart goes, then I'm prone to like focus on that and be like, am I about to die? Am I having a heart attack? Like, what's my blood pressure like? And then if I'm on a substance, then that gets, especially if it's like a stimulant, then sometimes once I focus on that, my mind will just like, you're gonna die, you're gonna die, you're gonna die. Yeah.
So would it be safe to say then that the reason that you have so much intention and mindset put on that is because you're trying to control the fact that you don't want to die?
Yeah, sure. I don't want to die. Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Too bad. Too bad, homie. We all die.
Actually ends up making it worse for you. Mm-hmm. Because now that you're trying to control it, it's only getting worse, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I say relinquish control. You have to accept the fact that your body
the illusion of control. The illusion of control.
Yeah. You have to accept the fact that your body will do things that you don't have control over. you can influence it in a bad way, or you can influence it in a good way. So thinking about it and trying to control it is probably not the best way to handle it. Being able to accept that it's happening and sit back and maybe focus on your breathing or say a prayer, that's a more intentional way of being able to control it by not controlling it. Getting yourself in a different space where you can focus on something else so that your body can just do what it's supposed to do in the first place. So just a lot of helpful hints, I would say. And if it really gets bad, I'll tell you this. Lutch doesn't agree with me. He doesn't think that you should go into bathrooms when you're tripping. But if it gets really bad, go into your bathroom, turn on the fan in the ceiling, and just lay there and listen to it.
Find a different fan.
Well, you can find a different
mirrors
fan.
are not good
in the bathroom. But the reason I say that is because
I like
when
mirrors.
you turn on that fan, and
yeah,
you
but when you can
focus on
handle it, when you know what to expect, just like compliments. If you decide at some point, which is totally up to you, that you're going to do acid, be prepared. Your dick's gonna shrink, and it's gonna look even smaller from the perspective. So the first time you go to pee, expect a tiny dick. Your dick is still the same. It's perception.
Where is it? I'm just kidding.
Literally.
But turn on that fan and just listen to the fan and tell me that you don't hear Led Zeppelin coming from that fan. This has worked on multiple
That's why I just
friends
put on
and
minimal
myself.
techno. That's gonna like stick in my head probably for the next 20 years. So yeah, that probably will happen now that you said that.
I was tripping my balls off. I was having a bad trip. And I turned on a fan and heard Led Zeppelin.
I got this when you actually like you can control yourself during like hallucinogens, like the what do they call it, like trap music or dub music. You know, I like that kind of music too. But like, if you ever get into a place of mind where you don't feel okay, like put on like if you have a favorite song that you listen to like at least daily, or you have a favorite song, play that song other than music that people want to play. If you're in a group of people,
And if you're with the right people and you're like, yo, I need to hear this song right now. Seriously? Then the people will be like, oh, okay. Yeah, this motherfucker needs to hear this song right now.
Be with people that let you do what you need to do. Don't be with people like, no, you can't do that. Like, it's just, like he said, like Jesus says,
3 is the max.
Be with somebody who's been experienced and be with somebody that's sober. Because if you are the only one feeling that way, it's going to put you in a different perspective. You need to kind of bounce off of somebody. You need to bounce off
who's going to be able to accept it.
Yeah,
with
and I've
you.
been around bad chaperones. You'd be like, hey man, are you tripping out? And like, luckily that was later in my career, so to speak. And I was like, bro, don't do that. Like, that's like, I'm good, but you're trying to fuck with me. Don't do that. Like, that's not what you're
I was a chaperone. I've been a chaperone while doing the hallucinogens with people. Like, that's how many times I've done it. Like, I've done it so much where I can control myself and I know how to be like, dude, you need to like sit down for a second and just, take a breath and then let's go back to what you want to do. And
that's not uncommon too, because like, again, all this stuff comes in waves. It's not like it's 12 constant hours of just like bzzz. It comes in waves. And so if you are somebody who knows somewhat to expect, again, you're not when you know what to expect, you're expecting the unexpected, but you know that like, okay, this can only do so much. I'm like, when I see the fucking chandelier looks like a spider crawling to me, then I know to remember in that moment that, oh yeah, I took a piece of paper, blotted with acid, so whoa! And so just that ability, and it's not a natural thing, but when you're with somebody who's done that, and again, I would say 3 people tripping at the same time, max. 20 people, it was bad. It was bad. But again, I made it through it, and it was one of the most empowering moments of my life.
Many times, but it's not horrible.
See, I think I could find a sitter that I trust, but at my age now, I don't think I could find someone who's done it before that would be willing to do it again. Like, I've lost contact with all those people.
Where are you at in the country?
I'm in Canada, brother.
Canada.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to get to.
Yeah. Because I don't, I mean, I'd have to like, maybe I could reach out to people from like 10 years ago and see if they're still, you know, but it's like,
you could do a Zoom call.
I'd have to be like over, yeah. Because I just,
we just gotta be in the same. Well, here's the thing. I'm hoping that my channel hits 5K by my birthday on the 28th of this month. So if you're not subscribed, please go to the show.
I subscribed to tonight.
And when we get to 10K, which should be, just another month or so, right? Then we're going to have a fucking blast in AC. And I will bring everything that you need and maybe some things that you don't even want. But it'll be there. 10K party in AC. Let's fucking go.
What's AC? What is that?
Sorry. Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Oh, okay. Atlantic City.
Where Trump got to start.
Yeah. Because that'd be the one thing I'm lacking. It's like all my friends now they're kind of like thumping in the way where they all have like kids. They're all like married. They have like other shit. Like there's
I'm so sorry. We're so lame.
Yeah.
Lame. Okay. I'm not lame at heart.
I struggle to find people to get drunk with me. Okay, at least people will still do that, but that's the extent, of people's substances around.
All I want to do is have a couple beers at night, like when I'm unwinding like this. And
I'm getting shit faced every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. So I mean,
I wish I could. Dude, if I woke up, if I got plastered and then had to wake up at 4:30, I would hate life, and I think I would be so mad at everybody that day. I don't think it's worth it.
It's all. I mean, I make my own schedule with the dog training, and which is why I schedule people at 4.
Is that what you do? Are you a dog trainer?
Yeah, I'm a dog trainer.
Oh my god! Because I just got a puppy, and he won't stop chewing my freaking shoes.
You gotta ignore. It's attention-seeking behavior. He's chewing the shoes.
He won't chew it. He'll take a shoe. He'll take a shoe and put it in my living room, and when I go in there, he'll look at me. I didn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Attention seeking.
I thought you said he was chewing the shrooms, and I'm like, man, your dog is tripping? Like, what the fuck? You guys are crazy.
Confluence, bro. Come on, you gotta do it.
You gotta do it with the best
Even the pets are doing it, man. Even Morty's like fucking on acid right now in the background.
He's just fucking tripping balls. He's like, give me some more fucking Kong shit, please. I just need more.
Don't just put in the Kong ball.
Guys, remember 99 cents to me or Confluence gets a refill. Look at this motherfucker.
Look at that.
He's like,
Morty needs a refill. Okay, look at him.
So you say I need to ignore it?
Yeah, so the any attention-seeking behavior. So when it's something that is like barking, jumping, nipping, something that is specifically trying to get your attention, which is signified by like, hey, we doing the thing now? You see me with the shoe, right? So you want some type of minimal contact timeout situation. So I don't know how big the dog is, but if you could do like a little pen or something, or if you have a bathroom, or
no, he's a little guy.
Yeah,
Are you talking
so just
about how to deal with a puppy or how to deal with your wife?
Either way, put them in the other room until they calm down.
Can you tell me how to deal with my husband?
That I cannot.
Real quick, actually, I
have very little experience of being in romantic relationships.
You can't
with
tame
men.
Frankie. Frankie is
No.
feral. He's untamable.
Oh my god!
I'm getting ready to actually peace out, go to bed. But it was a fun conversation, guys. I hope maybe there might be some info that you might be able to use Confluence. And
yeah, no, I appreciate the advice.
Know what's up? And I'm sorry, I actually can't see your name on here. What was your name, madam?
Mine?
Yes.
Oh, Thumping Weeble.
Okay. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you
And
too. You
thanks for stopping by. Stop by anytime, brother. For real. It was great talking to you.
Yeah.
Sure. Later, guys.
Later.
I'm going to jump off of here too, actually.
Yeah, I have to head off too. I have to unfortunately do what we just said we don't want to do, which is wake up early tomorrow after I've been drinking, which will be a terrible time. So
I know, me too. I gotta get up at like 3 p.m.
Yeah,
like
crazy.
God damn.
Oh man, imagine. But thank you, Lutch. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for bringing your chat. Who donated? There was a lot of your fans that provided me with sustenance.
I don't know why the fuck they don't give me that money, but hey, making me look good, I'm happy about it.
Subscribe to you, Indian Jesus. I didn't before. I've been on chats with you on like grids and speakeasies, I think.
Gerd was in the chat. He came out. He was like, "What the fuck did I?" We were talking about acid. He's like, "What the fuck did I walk into?"
Was that Gerd?
Yep. He's
Oh
like,
my
I've never done drugs. I've never drank. Like, hey, fair enough. But
Yeah, he's like been straight edge forever.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
okay. You know what? You can be straight edge.
Yeah. But thank you, Lutch, and thank you, Thumping, both of you. Great time, and thanks for all the advice. And maybe the next time, well, not the next time you see me, but one day you will see me, and I will tell you about my microdosing of shrooms. Okay, it will happen. And hopefully it's not terrible.
All right, brother. Always a pleasure. Guys, if you are not familiar, I am the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. You know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so don't just subscribe. Ring that goddamn bell and never miss the party ever. Once again, guys, that is the Overlord, a.k.a. Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, not your host, your guest, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus.
And sup, Indian Jesus? And buy Morty some fucking treats, everybody. You know, if not now, next time. Okay. Take care, everyone. God bless. Peace.